Welcome to Celebration Station, your one-stop shop for all things Star Wars Celebration Japan. If you've gotten to experience a Star Wars celebration before, whether at home or at the convention itself, you know that it's one of the most magical weekends of a Star Wars fan's year. But if this is your first time tuning in, let me tell you, you're in for something truly special. Star Wars Celebration isn't just a convention. It's not just a panel lineup, it's not just merch and cosplay and fanfare. It's a living, breathing love letter to this galaxy far, far away that we've all made a part of our lives. Today kicks off what is basically the Super Bowl, the Oscars, and Christmas all rolled into one for Star Wars fans. Over the next 8 hours, we're going to guide you through everything happening on the floor of Star Wars Celebration Japan. The biggest reveals, the most exciting panels, exclusive footage, interviews, merch drops, and just the vibe of the community coming together. Now, let's talk about where this all started. The first ever Star Wars celebration took place in 1999 in Denver, Colorado, just ahead of the release of The Phantom Menace. It was muddy, it was rainy, it was chaotic, but it was pure magic. Fans showed up in droves just to be together in that anticipation of a new era of Star Wars. Since then, Celebration has grown into a global phenomenon. In 2005, Celebration 3 gave us our first live look at Revenge of the Sith, including an unforgettable Hayden Christensen and George Lucas panel. In 2015, Celebration Anaheim gave us chills with the debut of The Force Awakens trailer. Remember Han saying, "Chewie, we're home." That was live at Star Wars Celebration. In 2019, Chicago brought us the first trailer for The Rise of Skywalker, and the Emperor's laugh at the end had everyone losing their minds. And who could forget that 2022 celebration where we got the first Kenobi teaser and Andor footage, plus the full reveal of Skeleton Crew, The Acolyte, and Ahsoka's cast. And then there was London, 2023. That's when they first announced that Dave Filoni would be directing an upcoming Mandoverse movie. And we got sneak peeks at The Acolyte and Ahsoka, along with major announcements about the future of Star Wars in theaters, including a film set at the dawn of the Jedi, and one starring Daisy Ridley returning as Rey. This year, Celebration returns to Japan for the first time since 2008, and the energy is off the charts. With The Mandalorian and Grogu's return on the horizon, Andor Season 2 debuting soon, Ahsoka Season 2 nearing production, and whispers of more animated content, new games, and yes, the future of Star Wars on the big screen, this celebration could be one of the most pivotal in years. So, whether you're here for the big announcements, the deep dive panels, the incredible cosplay, or just a vibe out with fellow fans, you're in the right place. We'll be with you all night, breaking down everything as it happens and celebrating this amazing saga that connects us all. So grab your calf, your blue milk, or whatever keeps you going. We've got 8. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Celebration Station, presented by This is the Wayseekers. We're on day 3, the last day of the convention. So sad, very sad. Scotty, how are you feeling today?
It's bittersweet. It's exciting because, this is day 3 of doing these streams, which have been a blast, and just getting new Star Wars stuff to talk about. But like I said, it's bittersweet because in just a few hours, it's going to be over. And,
I know.
It's bittersweet for us. Imagine the people that are in Japan who traveled all the way there.
I know. The end of conventions are always so depressing, whether it's Star Wars Celebration or just Comic-Con in general. Every time that C2E2 ends for me, every year in Chicago, it's the most depressing thing. So yeah, I can't even imagine having to go all the way to Japan and
then come all the way back.
Yeah.
That post-convention depression.
Yeah. What's interesting is Celebration is usually 4 to 5 days, but this year it's only 3 days. So
That's true, because don't they normally do a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Yeah, and sometimes even Monday. Like Chicago went Thursday to Monday. Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen people talking about that actually at the convention. I think his name is Kobe, who's talking about he had 3 panels yesterday, back to back. And, by the end of it, the convention is over. You can't even do anything else. You really need those extra days when nothing's going on, like Thursday and Monday, to actually experience the convention itself. So that way, the days in the middle, you're actually talking about, you're actually at the convention and talking about what's relevant.
Yeah, and actually meeting up with people, because I imagine you're so busy the whole time, you got to schedule everything out. and actually getting a chance to hang out with people we don't get to hang out with.
Yeah.
Lieutenant DT said the last con day blues are real. Yep.
Yeah. Every time, always. But today's going to be an interesting day. We have our first look at Visions Volume 3, the third season of Star Wars Visions. We
Yes.
know they're returning to their Japanese animation roots,
Mhm.
which is very exciting. I was a huge fan of season 1 and
Same.
the anime in season 1, so I'm super excited to talk about that, all the reveals and updates coming from the panel, which is actually starting right now. Um, and then also later on in the day, we are going to be looking at the ILM showcase. They're going to be looking at the Mandoverse. ILM is doing a presentation about all their visual effects. So that'll be exciting. And
Yeah.
then we'll be killing time looking at the Celebration live stage, maybe going back and reacting to some of the interviews that have been happening over the weekend that we missed, or even interviews that are happening right now during today. And then finally, the Star Wars Celebration closing ceremony, where we'll finally get the question answered: where is the next Star Wars Celebration? When is it? Where is it? Will it be in America so that the Wayseekers can attend? We'll find out.
True, because while I could probably afford a flight to Japan if I calculated it out right, I don't have a
Yeah,
passport, so I ain't going
exactly.
nowhere. But also, before we get started, want to point out our guest for today to talk about Star Wars Visions 3. We have Joey of Krypton to Alderaan coming on in about an hour. We're going to talk Vision Season 3, probably Volumes 1 and 2 as well. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Brennan. Thank you so much for watching. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for everybody that's been tuning in as well. I've seen a lot of you throughout the entire weekend. So
Mhm.
yeah, we've been very grateful and excited for everything that's been happening. But yeah, looks like they're getting started. We don't know if they'll be streaming this panel or not, but we'll be covering it the same way we've been covering the last few big panels through Twitter threads.
Once again, shout out Star Wars Holocron, Star Wars Explained, Star Wars Newsnet. Are we missing
Yes.
anybody? I think
Discussing
I was gonna say a
film.
little bit of discussing film.
Yeah, 100%. But they brought on the executive producer, James Waugh, which he's actually worked on all 3 seasons. He said, "We wanted to celebrate Star Wars through the anime perspective and give Japanese culture a spotlight." So I'm assuming they're talking about season 1 and 3.
Yeah, true. Well, and that's the thing that we're most excited for is that it's returning to Japanese anime. I liked Volume 2 a lot. There was a lot of standout episodes from Volume 2 that I really enjoy and some of my favorites. But
Yeah.
something about Japanese anime and Star Wars just goes together so perfectly, which
Yeah.
we know why, because Star Wars was inspired by Japanese culture.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Disgusting
it's a
film.
disgusting film. For me, season 1, it was at a time, I think it was like 2021 or 22. It came out at a time where I guess I wasn't feeling that enthusiastic about Star Wars, and it kind of like rejuvenated my love of Star Wars. I was in a huge anime phase at the time, so Star Wars anime was a really cool idea to me.
Mhm.
So yeah, me and a few friends really connected with that, and I will always say that the best one is T0B1, Toby. Even though I understand that there's, better narrative episodes in
Well,
there.
if we're
But
doing that, then my favorite is The Ninth Jedi from Volume 1, and I
yes.
am really hoping we get an announcement of a continuation in this panel.
Yeah, official confirmation. Because yeah, I
Yeah.
think the creator already said he's working on a follow-up. So yeah, very interesting.
Me
Okay,
too.
so actually, funny enough, this is like the third time you've manifested an announcement. Visions Volume 3 will include sequels to The Duel, The Village Bride, and The Ninth Jedi.
Yes! Ah, I love that, and The Village Bride was a really fun one too. That gave us the
Yeah,
really fierce, uh, heel moment
yeah,
where the heel, like, comes
yeah,
apart, and, oh, it was just so good. Another yellow lightsaber too. I love that.
yeah. Big cliffhanger as well, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah, very true. Those are
great.
those are great ones to be getting a sequel.
Yeah, 100%. We also have the lineup of studios. This is going to mean nothing to us, but maybe people in the chat recognize some of these studios.
Well,
I
let's
believe some of
see.
these are new as well.
Yeah, there are new ones and there are returning ones. That was announced back when they first
Mhm.
announced it, but obviously we didn't know who was returning and what the new studios were. So Studio Trigger, I know that they did one for season 1.
Yes.
Let me Google. So
Trigger, I
Studio
believe.
Trigger did the what's it called?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Sorry, Google. The twins and the elder, which are completely different styles too, but it looks
Yeah.
like they're not doing a continuation. Production IG, I'm pretty sure, is the one that did the Ninth Jedi.
Yeah.
Let's double check.
That's really exciting.
Yep, Production IG is the Ninth Jedi. We see Kamikaze Doja, I think is maybe how that's pronounced. Kinema Citrus Co., WIT Studio, David Production, and then I can't read the top right one, the like rainbow circle. Almost looks like a slinky.
Yeah. Polygon Pictures.
Okay, Polygon Pictures, and then what's the Q one? Is it like, can you read that one?
No.
Something Studio?
It looks like it says Project. I don't
Project
really know.
Studio Q? Okay.
Yeah.
This is exciting. I'm so glad they confirmed our sequels.
Yes.
And the one that I've been waiting for.
Yes. And currently they have the creators of each panel out.
I just read
Or
that too.
or
Okay,
not
and
the
this
creators of the
confirms
panels, but
Kamikaze, Doja, and Doga. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Hitashi Haga and that was the person's name. That's Kinema Citrus Co. And then production IG is Nayoshi Shiotami. I don't have my glasses on. I'm sorry, y'all. So yeah, Takanobu Mizuno, Hitoshi Haga, and Naoyoshi Shiotani. I've watched a little anime here and there, so I'm hoping my pronunciation's not completely horrid.
right. Joey, this is interesting. David Productions did JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I actually watched season 1 and 2 of JoJo's. So I never continued. I never really got into it, but the premise is interesting. From what I understand, to explain this to you, Scotty,
Mm-hmm.
every season there's like a new JoJo.
Okay.
And like I don't
JoJo Siwa?
necessarily. Yeah, exactly. No, but I don't think they're necessarily like connected.
So it's more anthology.
I guess I can't remember. I'm not the one to be saying any of this, but
We'll save that for when Joey actually comes on to talk to us.
but from what I remember, like both seasons, there was a different JoJo. Obviously, we know this is obvious, but still interesting. The dual director confirmed that Ronin is back. We've talked about this a lot. Like the Ronin, the duel gets the most attention in merch and marketing.
They had built like the Ronin's katana lightsaber, and then
And
the umbrella one,
umbrella. Yeah, I saw that.
like at
Yeah,
Celebration. That was so cool looking to like see it in front
yeah,
of, not in front of us, but like IRL.
yeah, 100%. I have the Ronin Funko Pop. He's gotten his own comic, a novel. Like he's gotten everything.
And just so you know, I misspoke when I talked about this last time. They are selling the Ronin Funko Pop or Black Series on Amazon. It was not a con exclusive.
I'm glad because I was like, are you kidding me?
I thought about
Japan
getting it for
exclusive.
your birthday, but I'm gonna get you something else instead.
My birthday's on Tuesday. If anybody else wants to know. Let's see if. Oh, it looks like they're streaming the panel.
I
We're
did
not
just
very
see that.
ahead, so do you want to just
Yeah,
watch
pull it up.
Currently, they're showing a little trailer, not a trailer, but a look back of volume 1 and 2. If I can pull this up, come on.
I know. I'm watching it on my other monitor.
And DJ Toro!
Perfect.
Oh, these are the same guys that did Andor.
I know.
They come in a pack.
You hear us?
I'm surprised we haven't crashed out yet.
Okay, welcome to the Star Wars Vision
We're here
Celebrity
too.
First
Yeah, they're definitely behind because I'm seeing. I guess we can kind of go back and forth maybe, but I'm seeing here that the Duel sequel is titled The Duel Payback.
Oh,
Yes, and there's some new character designs. So let me pull those up.
yeah. I definitely would be interested in hearing the directors that are coming back speak. Did they?
Yeah.
I don't know if they had them on stage or not. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it's something we could always revisit as well, especially when Joey comes on. But some new character designs here. Let me pull these up, get them zoomed in. The studio behind the Duel, just the style is so interesting. And
Mhm.
all the details that you get, even with just a black and white. I mean, look at this. Is that a Wookiee?
It looks like it. Because it's supposed to look like it's a manga on your screen.
Right. That's not supposed to be an Anzellan, do you think, is it? Or is it something new?
It could be something new, though it looks like it's riding in a mouse droid. So that feels very Anzellan.
Yeah.
I know I see here they said the Duel Payback since then, I guess is since the first part, the Ronin has continued to pursue and defeat numerous Sith. This time, a Jedi named Grand Master stands in his way. Yeah, there's the photos right there.
All right. So we got the return.
It honestly, to me, looking at these screen caps, that the animation's gotten even better.
Yeah. And now we have a blue. Ooh, is that even some purple light in the Master's goggles there?
Good call. These little
We
peaks of
got
color.
red before. Now we got blue and purple. I mean, the poster for the Duel. Oh, they have a lot of concept art.
Oh, we love a good
praying
concept
mantis.
art. Oh, this is like Dr. Mandible.
Yeah.
Or the one that was in the
Giant
Bad Batch
alien
season
mantis.
3.
Oh, I do like how they do have the text translated.
Oh yeah. I see giant alien makes something.
Yeah, giant alien mantis, it says.
Oh, ooh, we've got a really cool AT-AT thing as well. I think it was right underneath where you were at.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. This looks sick. They've got like a whole building on top of it. And
Oh,
it looks like
yeah.
they've got the AT-ATs moving in unison or something with a bridge in between them. This looks so sick.
That's awesome. Very interesting. I wonder if it's going to be the first episode again. Oh, and now we're getting into the sequel. It's titled The Lost Ones for the Village Bride.
Okay, so it looks like that she's kind of accepting her place as a Force user. Maybe training some kids.
On? Yeah, like
maybe
passing on.
or just passing on the knowledge of the Jedi, since I'm pretty sure that was the big thing in the first one. She wasn't ready to like accept her place after her master was killed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I probably should have went back and remembered what happened in these ones we were expecting sequels for.
No, I know 100%. We might have to pull up the Wookiee articles.
Right.
It's been years for me. Dun, dun.
Definitely gonna have to do a Visions rewatch, but like that wasn't gonna take much convincing.
Right. 100%. Very cool. Very exciting. I'm interested to hear more about the Village Bride. Hopefully I know they're talking about it right now. So hopefully these tweets pop up.
And worst case scenario, we'll just go back and watch it.
Right. Maybe there'll be a point where they like show an episode or something, and then it'll give an opportunity for the stream to catch up to the
Yeah, I'm hoping for a trailer for season 3 or a tease for season 3.
For sure. It sounds like they're gonna go through each episode and like, I mean, they're starting with the sequels, but I'm excited to hear what some of the new stuff is as well.
Mhm.
Because seeing the ideas that they come up with for every season, it's like, how did you even think of that? You know what I mean? I like that they
Mhm.
get creative with it.
Oh, I lied. The Black Series Ronin is out of stock.
Oh, we got a new picture. The Village Bride sequel, The Lost Ones, will explore what it is like for family members of Order 66 victims coping with loss.
Oh wow.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and that's getting deep too.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting it's something interesting to see or, want to see because if you think about it, if you're a family member of an Order 66 victim, you've already said goodbye to them because they're not allowed to have attachments. So, how do you
Mhm.
cope with that? Like, you already knew that you, like, lost them basically, but now they're, like, actually dead. Like, you will not ever see them again, no chance of running into them again. What does grief look like in that type of scenario?
And like Eric mentioned in the chat, like Roken from Kenobi, where he was, I think it was his wife, was a Jedi or
Oh,
Force sensitive,
yeah,
and he lost
correct.
her. And there's another person who I was thinking of too that I had some sort of Jedi ties. Um,
Yeah,
but the thing is too, they didn't like think about Obi-Wan. Come the Obi-Wan series, he barely even remembered his brother
right,
before he left for the
100%.
Jedi Order. And how do you deal with like losing a family member and the grief that comes with that, on top of the fact that you have not seen them in years and possibly
Exactly.
haven't thought about them for years or barely have memories with them?
Exactly. So yeah, very excited to see how they tackle that. But the Ninth Jedi, Child of Hope. Child of Hope
Oh,
is the official name of the sequel for the Ninth Jedi. That's exciting. I am of the belief that if they really wanted to make an entire series of a Ninth Jedi sequel, they really could. There's
I
that much
agree.
story there. Um, but I'll take another short. I'll take what I can get. This is a cool picture.
Yep. And the thing with the Ninth Jedi, it was the longest episode from Volume One, and they
Yeah.
were able to establish so much like lore. Where I feel like the other ones definitely put us into the middle of the story, but like told us what we needed to know. Whereas this one specifically, it just had so much setup and build up that they were able to do.
Yeah,
Really create that
100%,
world.
100%.
Also, if you haven't already, everybody in the chat, everyone listening in, make sure that you like this the stream and subscribe if you haven't already. We definitely appreciate all the support throughout the weekend.
Yes. Very cool pictures.
Yep. See, even this animation looks, more crisp, like even better than the first episode.
Yeah, maybe a little budget increase.
Honestly, I could totally see that.
I could see Visions. I mean, for it to have 3 seasons, it's got to be successful. But I
For
could see
sure.
they probably get their like investment returned very easily. Like I'd imagine that, you know, it's a relatively cheap project compared to some of the other things Lucasfilm is putting out there. So I hope this isn't the last season of Visions because they could really continue this, like the premise of Visions. They could continue it on for seasons and seasons. There's so many ideas. So
Exactly. Exactly. Or they could take like the standout ones that get the most response, that do the best, and let them create series out of them.
yeah, even a movie like
Oh, a movie. Yes,
oh.
Star Wars Visions, the movie.
So the Ninth Jedi, Child of Hope, will follow Kara as she searches for her father.
Oh, and that's where it ended. So it's
Mhm.
literally going to pick up with the search
Right.
for her father. Oh, and he was the lightsaber smith.
Yeah, so sad.
I'm glad to see her lightsaber is still green.
Yes. Okay, and now we're talking about new shorts. So we have our first title, Yuko's Treasure.
Yuko's
This
Treasure.
one looks like it's going to be by what's the company? Kinema Citrus Co. Interesting. Interesting to find out who Yuko is, what his treasure is. I'm sure they're going to tell us in just a second. We got some concept art from it here. Ooh, I like this style.
Cute.
So there's Yuko. Oh, it's going to be another T0B1.
I was gonna say this is gonna be your favorite.
I like Yuko's look. I mean, the childlike wonder. It's a great way to explore the themes of Star Wars.
Oh, and it's so relatable to all of us who have grown up as Star Wars fans.
Yes, 100%. Here's his dad. It looks like Yuko's dad. My dad is so cool. Oh my gosh, is his dad going to be a Jedi or something?
I could definitely see that. Oh, look at the
Ooh.
little bear like mech. Is it a droid or is it like a suit?
Maybe a cyborg type thing.
So a droid. Oh no, you mean like a modded bear with
Yeah.
cybernetic implants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Billy.
Oh, he's gonna be a fan favorite.
Yeah.
The next Grogu has just been announced.
I know. And watch out, Neil. You thought you were the only cute blue animal creature in Star Wars. I just put a poll also in the chat to let us know which sequel you're most excited for: the Duel Payback, the Village Bride, the Lost Ones, or the Ninth Jedi, Child of Hope.
Ninth Jedi Child of Hope is gonna win in a landslide.
Village Bride, the Lost Ones, we got 40%. No one in the chat's excited for the Duel Payback.
I just feel like the reason for that is probably not even because they're not excited for it, but like Ronin has continued and continued and continued in so many different mediums. Like we said,
Yeah.
it's the one that it's the favorite child. So
I think Ronin got an actual manga as well already of a different tale. I could be wrong. There was some
maybe thinking of the
continuation.
comic.
Okay, maybe it was the comic, but wasn't there a one-off story too, which might have been the comic?
The comic, the book as well. The book continues the story.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey Brian, good point. We need new music from Star Waver. I agree. I'm loving this kind of unexpected buildup of in-universe Star Wars music.
Yes.
Oh, good point, Eric. Star Wars loves a cute blue creature.
I know. These two might be competing, two bears.
Was walking.
Uh-oh.
What?
I heard Temuera Morrison.
Oh. Yeah, video from Temuera Morrison.
My fondest Star Wars moment was walking into the room all dressed as Boba Fett, looking at Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni.
Serious.
They gave me a nod like this.
He's not here to joke around.
And I gave them a nod like this.
Yeah, he's
They
like
got the right guy.
He's
What a
handling
moment.
his inner
It
Boba.
was just a nod of approval. But we both nodded.
so
And we
bring
knew
him
we
back.
had the right guy. One of those nods. Just every now and then in life, you need a nod to say you're the man. We made the right decision. Please call me.
Oh, I was literally gonna say he is like
My fondest.
bring me back. I love this man.
Please call me.
Temuera Morrison deserves everything. And
Yes.
now you see why, if you hadn't already, why I was like, oh, we should probably watch him and Daniel Logan on the live
Oh
stage.
yeah. We will definitely be sharing that later on. I love the Star Wars old heads, just the things they say at these panels. It's like Anthony Daniels, watching him, it's just so funny because
They have nothing left to lose.
yes. All right. So next short announced,
The Smuggler.
The Smuggler.
Oh, this looks
Ooh.
cool. We got a crew, it looks like.
It really doesn't take much to get me excited. Just put a little nice popping colors and, recognizable aliens.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm in.
So a stormtrooper. The one next to the stormtrooper, almost I can't tell if we're going Weequay, if we're going like Embo species, maybe with those eyes.
Good catch.
They also could be goggles. But it
have a
does look similar to Embo.
We have a cunty, maybe
A teacher?
senator.
My word for her also was cunty. A little demure. That's a little nicer. We got some kids here. I really like the sassy one with the red hair.
Yes.
Okay, I just looked up what Greedo's species name was because I could not remember it to save my life.
Rhodian.
Rhodian, thank you. And it's one of those easy ones, and I could not remember. I don't know what that other thing is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, y'all can't see my mouse. Thank you. I'm over here circling it on my screen. So we don't know what that one is, and it looks like we've got a new droid design that's got one tire, a little unicycle droid, which is fun.
Hell yeah.
The smuggler. Does much more Morrison impersonation. Ooh, more concept art. We have it.
Location.
Oh, look how cool that looks. I don't want to just compare it to Studio Ghibli, but it's giving me Studio Ghibli. Specifically that location, it's giving me Hayao Miyazaki, which you know I love. Can I manifest my Studio Ghibli movie, Star Wars movie, please?
I know.
All right, we got some actual character designs with color swatches. Yep, that's the cool looking kid with the red hair that I really like that design. They look
Looks
spunky.
like main character vibes.
Or spunky secondary supporting character to go. Like if it's those two kids together, it's very much giving me like the prim and proper child, and then the spunky one that's like, no, we should actually break the rules.
So that female character shown, she's inspired by Han Solo.
Oh, so spunky is a great way to put it.
I wonder, is there any...
A scoundrel.
It's a completely new story and not a continuation about a rogue thief akin to Han Solo.
Okay, and this was which studio? Because clearly that means they did one in the first one.
Trigger.
Oh, yeah, Studio Trigger. Okay, what did they do for the first one?
The Elder and the twins.
Oh, the twins. Duh. I definitely said that like 10 minutes ago on the stream. Is that a cockpit shot?
A new one called the Bounty Hunters.
Hey, and they're actually veering away from Jedi this time, it seems.
Yeah.
We love
That's
a droid
cool.
co-pilot.
So maybe the theme now is like rogues, scoundrels, bounty hunters.
I could see that.
It's cool. It's very nice.
I love a good cockpit shot. Does the droid look built into the ship to you?
Almost, kind of, right?
Yeah, because it looks, yeah, I don't see legs or anything, so it could have wheels or something, but I love like a droid pilot that like kind of built into the ship or like plugs into the ship. It's always fun.
A little Star Tours vibe.
Ooh, that's a pretty shot.
Yearning.
Honestly,
I see a nice young man, and I'm like, okay.
I was like,
her,
a very handsome character.
her, match made in heaven. Oh God, please don't tell me they're siblings. But
that's like when people were saying Bix was Cassian's sister.
Oh my God. Still holding out for Clea. Concept art.
Okay,
oh
so
no, the droid is not attached.
Oh, it does have wheels. That's a fun design too.
Yes.
Do they have names?
The main character.
Yes.
Not on here.
7 and ID 84.
And where do you see 7?
It's SEVN. Oh, it's not on there. It's on another tweet that Star Wars Explained just posted.
Oh.
I love the undercut. Honestly, the hair, I hate to say this, but it's giving a little Billie Eilish of the colored root with the black hair, but also
you hate to say it.
Yeah, I hate to say it's Billie Eilish because you know that she was not the person that originated doing that.
I love Billie.
Well, you're Gen Z, so that doesn't surprise me.
Wit Studios is the studio for this one.
Wit? Oh yeah, WIT or Wit.
Yes. She's
Okay,
maxed up and protected.
great question. Is Visions worth watching?
I'd say
If
so.
I definitely say so, but I want to clarify that if you're not into anime, it's still very much Star Wars at its core. The lessons of George Lucas, the lessons of Star Wars. I think there's an episode that everyone can find to enjoy in Visions.
Yeah, that's my suggestion is if you're not sure about it, maybe look at some of the synopsises for the episodes and see if there's anything that
That's a
piques
great
your
point.
interest instead of, just watching from episode 1 because that one might not, and then I think the second one is like the Tatooine Rhapsody. So like there's something for everybody, but it's also one of those things where if you're not sure about it, you might see some of the like first episodes and be like, that's not for me.
And I think to follow up that, Austin, like, what's your favorite type of character in Star Wars? You like a Jedi, you like a scoundrel, you like a bounty
I
hunter?
like. Oh, are you asking me?
No.
Oh,
I'm saying, so if you're not sure about Visions, read the synopses of the different episodes or pick your favorite archetype in Star Wars and then pick an episode that corresponds with that archetype. So if you like bounty hunters, maybe the last or the Ninth Jedi isn't going to be the best one for you to start with. Start with the bounty hunter one.
right. Our next short is titled "The Song of Four Wings."
Oh, that's the cool name.
Yeah, looks cool.
We got
Sorry.
another. I don't know what it is. I see a red-haired character and I'm like, sassy.
Cool looking R2 unit.
Oh, a little astromech. Oh, and it's got
Little
some
eyelash.
funky stuff on it. Yeah, it's
A
got like an
jetpack?
eyelash thing. It's got a jetpack or boosters on the back. It's got this little hook on the front.
It's got a little Sirius XM radio.
Right? Oh, okay. There's some more concept art from it where we've got some Aurora Borealis going on.
Whoa.
Or like the Eye of Aldani almost, like to keep it in universe, some kind of cosmic.
Whoa.
Oh my god, Joey said it's got a COVID test on the front.
I can't. And the other girl 7 is masked up, ready to go. So
Literally. Oh, she looks like a combo of Mara Jade and Leia.
oh yeah, I could see it.
I definitely
Oh
see
yeah,
that
I
with,
see it for
the white,
sure.
but then obviously the red hair. It's got a little scoundrel, but something about the white, it's prim and proper. It looks like they've got chest armor from like a stormtrooper, almost like modified stormtrooper chest armor.
Right. Yeah, and Visions loves to take pieces from like this droid and then this trooper and then like put it all together.
And show us their vision of Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah, that scene though with the AT-ATs and like that's so pretty. That's going to be gorgeous
Incredible.
to watch. See, this is why Star Wars in animation is so good because they
Right.
can do cool stuff like this that they can't always pull off in live action. I mean, obviously we had the Eye of Aldani, which I said was very similar to something like what we're seeing in this concept art, but it doesn't always work in live action. Oh, that's pretty.
The next title is The Bird of Paradise from Polygon Pictures.
Which is literally that flower. It's a bird of paradise.
Literally.
This is very interesting because I don't know what to expect.
Right.
Imagine a separatist droid as a stormtrooper. You take off the helmet of a stormtrooper and it's just what are the assassin droids?
Yeah.
A B2.
I don't know what they're called, but hell yeah.
You're playing Star Wars Jedi Power Battles?
Ooh, good luck.
Yeah, it's hard.
Scotty didn't have fun with that game.
But thanks for coming back.
Yes. It's been a great weekend.
I know, right?
I'm glad that this is such an extensive. Ooh, look at these
that is
designs.
so gorgeous.
Nakim and then Darkseid.
Oh, Whoa.
What happens here?
Zach, same. Makes me want to hit my head on, and I want to bash my head through the wall, actually, when I play that game. Don't go to my channel. And well, unless you want to see me get frustrated over it, because I did stream it for a bit. That's so cool. I wonder if it could be like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of situation where, like, you know, she has a light side personality and a dark side personality, but can't control when either comes out. You know
Yeah,
what I
very
mean?
true.
Or they could do like an actual physical manifestation of like one organism split into two,
Yeah.
physically split into two. So she has a light side version and then a dark side twin, but it's
Mhm.
at the same time. Wait, it could be like a OSHA May situation.
Mm.
I was gonna say there's something in Star Wars like that. OSHA and May from the Acolyte.
Yeah. I think it's got to be the same person. They have the same name. So, interesting.
Oh, I never said that we were live.
Oh my gosh, wait. On the streams, I think they're showing clips of like yeah, they're showing clips of they're behind. They're still on Yuko's treasure, but they're showing
Oh
like a
yeah, they're
first look
showing
at
clips.
Yuko's
Well,
treasure.
do we want to wait? Do we want to wait for our guests to actually look at the clips, or do we want to look at them first?
I mean, we can wait.
That way, the whole thing can be out, and we can kind of go through it.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll do. So what are we looking at here? These look very pretty.
Still from the birds of paradise or the bird of paradise.
Okay, and that's
Oh,
that main
wow, is
character.
that still from
It's giving Princess Mononoke.
this looks even more detailed than Princess Mononoke.
Oh, for sure. But
I'm
Princess
wondering
Mononoke
if
was made
this-
years ago.
I'm like, is this concept art or is this how the fucking short is gonna look? Because goddamn.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, that's really pretty. And that's where you get like those kind of painted backgrounds,
Yeah.
but then you can add movement to them and whatnot. It's gorgeous. This is why I love Visions. Don't sleep on Visions.
What's the short gonna be about? What's it about? This one is the Polygon Pictures studio, Joey.
Which is funny because it's the one that had like that rainbow slinky kind of looking logo, and it's had the most colorful, striking stuff so far.
Right. Black. Black is a new Vision short from Studio David Production. So here's the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Studio, I believe.
Oh wow, that's I was just talking about Birds of Paradise, bright and colorful. This is bright and colorful as well. We got some
It's called
ATSTs,
Black.
stormtroopers.
Wow.
Gorgeous, just gorgeous.
Very gorgeous. The episode's titled Black. What if it's like the episode starts off as like mostly like black and grayscale, and then as you know they start fighting and shit, it starts getting colorful.
Well, speaking of, that would be right up Joey's alley because that was very similar to the Volume 2 Sith episode.
Joey says we've seen a bit of this one already. Where did we see a bit of that already, Joey? The picture does look familiar, that first one they showed, but interesting designs for some stormtroopers here with.
Is it a broken
Looks
helmet?
like exposed, yeah, like an exposed type of helmet. I don't know if it's broken or
That harkens back to like think of Darth Vader's original design and like traditional like helmet wear.
yeah.
It almost looks like now I'm like, are they infected with this color?
Oh, true, huh? Interesting. Stormtroopers look cool though. Black. They haven't been giving much, at least on here, they haven't been giving much synopses. But probably on the stream.
Well, if you want to try to pop it and start looking at some of it to see, we can.
No, we'll wait.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice to kind of go through them, talk about it, move to the next one, talk about it.
Yeah.
This is the fun of live streaming.
Live.
Figure it out where you get while you go. Plan on air.
By the end of this weekend, we're going to be pros.
Perfect. It'll be great for Wayseekers Cantina May 2025.
Yup. Yup. Still looking at the Stormtroop bag.
Probably playing a clip.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering if they're showing a clip for every single thing or...
Oh, good point, Woodsy. I wonder if the color represents them losing faith in the Empire. That could be cool.
Very interesting. Yeah, I think that the fact that like the short is titled Black, like I think that color is definitely going to play a part in everything.
Okay. So Star Wars Explained
character-
said, yeah, main
yeah.
character is a stormtrooper. They showed a short clip, and the music is very similar to Cowboy Bebop. Very stylized art style. Well, it definitely looks stylized from that giant clip with the orange and whatnot.
Yeah. Are we going to get a deflector? But the short looks so different from anything that we've seen in Star Wars before. The artwork is so unique, and the footage was set to lively 1940s-ish music.
Oh, that's so interesting. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. This looks so familiar.
I mean, let's see. So this is by which studio?
David's Productions.
David's Productions. So let's see if they've done anything else that we're familiar with.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but like
Oh,
that doesn't look like this.
Let's see. I'm on myanimelist.com.
Well, Joey had said something like we've kind of seen this before. I don't know what he meant, but
Guess we'll find out shortly.
yes. Dun, dun. I'm like refreshing like a maniac. I want more, and I know I shouldn't. Black. How many have they shown so far?
That's what I was wondering.
8 again, 8 or 9.
Yeah, let me. Oh, October 29th, 2025. So we said there would be a fall show.
Oh,
Clearly
and
there's
there's a
gonna be
trailer.
visions. Oh,
Watch it. Let's watch the trailer.
all right. Let's watch the trailer. Maybe turn it down a little bit. Nine Anime Studios. Ooh, the music's good. Oh, lightsaber clashing. Somebody spent some time on this intro. This animation here?
I don't think this is the intro. I think this is the trailer.
Oh. So it's a teaser then.
Yeah. Very cool.
Our release date teaser.
That's cool though. Very
Yep.
cool.
Like I said, that was a very pretty animation.
October 29th, 2025. Hell yeah.
That's exciting. Guess we know what we're going to cover in October.
I'm assuming that's all the shorts, right? So we have, let's go in order.
Well,
We
we've
have-
got our three
Yeah.
sequels.
Damn, we gotta scroll all the way down.
I'm
So,
laughing
yeah,
at that
the
Temuera
sequels.
Morrison one.
Yes. So we have the Dual Payback, The Lost Ones, which is the sequel to The Village Bride, and then we have The Ninth Jedi, Child of Hope. So there's 3 right there. Then our first non is Yuko's Treasure. And then after Yuko's Treasure, we have The Smuggler. So
And then
5.
the Bounty Hunter one is next.
The Bounty Hunter, 6.
The Bounty Hunter. Then Bird of Paradise. Nope.
The Song of Four Wings.
The Song of Four Wings.
I forgot that's separate from the
Bird of Paradise.
That's 7 and then 8 in total. 8 shores. Sounds about right.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Was that 8 counting Black, or was Black
Yeah.
9? Okay.
I think it was 8. Maybe I lost count.
Yeah, I think the teaser was just for the date and showing off
Yeah.
the production studio, so that's why it's just a bunch of titles. But that was one thing I thought of too. I was like, it's not going to come out anytime soon, so I don't know if they're actually going to give us a trailer. We will get a trailer probably, hopefully before September.
Oh my
But
god, that's true. We have to wait 6 months.
yeah, and 2 days till Andor. I know, I keep forgetting.
Here I
was
was
like-
thinking they were going to announce it was releasing on May 4th.
No, we have Tales of the Underworld.
Interesting. Well, yeah, looks like that's the end of the panel, I'm assuming. Yeah, not seeing anything else. Yeah, so far 8 episodes, very interesting. Do you have any that besides let's
Besides
rule
the
out
sequels.
the sequels. What's the one that stands out to you the most?
Let's see. Based off of just the concept art that we have seen,
Mhm.
I mean, it's definitely got to be Bird of Paradise. That had the most
Yeah.
striking, most
Mhm.
striking concept art that we saw out of all of these. But in general, I mean, they all look gorgeous. You and I both have mentioned we're excited for it to go back to Japanese anime. So, like, it almost feels like we're already gonna like it anyway. All of them. I know. What about you though? Because I know you mentioned the one with the bear and the kid might be your
Yeah.
TOB one.
Yeah, I feel like that one, like the cute vibes of it all, the childlike wonder, it may it looks interesting, but you know, if you watch Wayseekers, you know I have a brand. Redemption and Black being about a stormtrooper, talking about, looks like Joey put in here, a psychedelic battle between past and present.
Ooh.
Whoops. So yeah, very, very exciting, and I feel like there's an opportunity there for a defector or deflector from the
No,
Imperial.
you're right. It's Defector.
Oh, okay.
You said Deflector the first time too, and I was like, I'm not gonna correct him. Let's keep it moving.
Defector, deflector, the defector deflected, and that's the important thing.
Yes.
So yeah, I think Black seems very interesting to me. It also seems like it's going to be very artistic with the way they include color and everything. So yeah, I'm excited. And I'm interested to hear what our upcoming guests most anticipated episode is outside of the sequels. So I think without further ado, we should bring on our next guest. You may know him as Joey, one half of Krypton to Alderaan. Somebody cue up the music. Oh, we don't have it. We don't want to get copyrighted
Yeah,
by
we don't
Royish
need
Good
Royce
Looks.
to copyright us.
But without further ado, everyone, please welcome Joey from Krypton to Alderaan. Joey,
It's me
hello.
here. Listen, as half of Krypton to Alderaan, and as the half that has absolutely no claim to the rights of that song, feel free to use it whenever. Royce, you hearing me give away your intellectual property?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all. First, thank you so much for having me on. This is very
Of
exciting.
course.
I appreciate it, even with taking a bit of a hiatus away from y'all's Discord and communication in general and stuff. But I'm super excited to be here with you two. I'm
Yes.
super excited to talk about Visions. What we do have to talk. not to get too far ahead, I was hoping for a little bit more, maybe a little bit more of a look at stuff. I mean, I guess like everyone there saw more than we saw, obviously, but I was hoping we would see a little bit more than the little teaser with the studios and the
Right.
dates
Oh.
and stuff.
Don't you worry. We're gonna go back and watch the clips that they showed from the
Yes.
stream with you. So
Oh, awesome.
So we're gonna see more.
That
There
is a
is
good point.
something-
That is also something I should say is I did step away a bit to get set up, so I might have missed some stuff as well.
Oh.
Well, something that we just missed because they just announced this. It sounds like we may be getting Visions movies or something along those lines.
Studio Ghibli Star
because-
Wars movie.
They just announced something new called Star Wars Visions Presents, which
Oh, nice.
from the sound of it, if it's something like, like a Marvel special presentation type deal, the way they do that is they take smaller scale things, shorter stories. Maybe they're making Visions movies. Is that what we could
Well,
expect here?
if we look at the bottom, it says this will offer creators the chance to further explore the stories of certain shorts and long form storytelling. And the Ninth Jedi director is on the stage to talk about what it entails.
Ooh.
So I
Just
guess
talked
it wasn't
about
Ooh.
Just talk.
So we're gonna get a sequel to the Ninth Jedi and maybe more.
Sign
Oh
me
my
up.
god.
I'm ready to go.
The
So-
Ninth Jedi is getting its own expanded series.
Ah!
Y'all brought me on too early.
I thought it was over.
Wow, me coming in hot saying, I wish we had more.
Wow.
So I don't know. No, it's probably been too late for you, Joey, because I know you got to go to bed at a reasonable time. We're up here like night owls.
Well,
But there's
you all
been
are running it. Yeah.
True. There's been this thread that's been happening over the weekend where either I complain about something or I talk about something that I wish they would do, and it kind of manifests itself to actually happen and be announced. First it was the Maul series, then it was the Death Trooper helmet, now it's Star Wars Visions movies or series. I mean, that was both I and Austin talking about it, but this is so exciting.
Wow.
Well, let's keep that going. What else can we manifest here?
The Studio
Let's get
Ghibli Star
a
Wars movie.
T0B1's
Tio,
return.
a Toby movie. Yeah. Give us all the things.
But that's
No,
the thing,
that
you
is
have to
super
complain
exciting.
about it. You have to
Yeah.
complain that it's not happening for it to happen. You can't just be like,
This
you can't just throw something
real.
out there. Oh my gosh. The Ninth
Wow.
Jedi, a new Star Wars Visions Presents limited series coming to Disney Plus in 2026.
Wow.
We're
So
gonna
we
be
got
busy next year.
Maul Shadow Lord 2026. We got the Ninth Jedi Visions Presents limited series coming in 2026. Probably Ahsoka season 2 and the Mando and Grogu movie.
Yeah. So, guys, if we wanted to do anything non-episode review related for our podcast, this is the year to do it because next year we will be booked and busy.
There's going to be a lot of Krypton to Alderaan next year too, if that's the case.
Yeah, we don't make episodes if there's nothing coming out. So
Well,
yeah, 2026
enjoy-
is going to be our year.
Enjoy your vacation while it lasts. So while we're go ahead.
I was going to say that artwork is beautiful too. The one we just saw on the thread there with the Ninth Jedi stuff. So good.
Yeah. So here's the question I want to start off asking you, and we just talked about this ourselves, but based off of the 5 new episodes that we're having, so none of the sequels, is there one that you are most interested in or that your interest has been piqued on?
So I missed a couple. Can we pull up a thing? I missed a couple as I was setting up, but I missed the first few. So I have the Smuggler, Bounty Hunters, Song of Four Winds, Birds of Paradise, and Black. But I think I missed the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yuko's something.
So you know about the sequels, right?
Yeah, I got the sequels down. I just missed a couple of the new announcements, but I think I have an answer. I think I have an answer no matter what, but we'll just see.
I think the only one you missed was Yuko's Adventure or Yuko's Treasure.
The one with the
where
bear.
yeah,
The cute blue Star Wars creature. The new cute blue Star Wars creature.
yes, and this
Got it.
one, the bear has a microwave in its belly. I didn't
Oh,
catch
nice.
that before.
Convenient.
I'm seeing Jawa's feature in the footage. It seems to take place on Tatooine. So that's the thing too, is I have the live stream pulled up here, and it looks like for each one they showed a clip. So we can also eventually go back and watch each one. But yeah, I believe that's the only one that you've missed was Yuko's adventure.
Sounds like that's correct. So with that, I think this is so hard because I've eaten my words so many times with the Star Wars animation is my favorite thing. I feel like it's coming back. This celebration has made me feel like so excited about Star Wars animation again.
Yes.
Whereas after the Bad Batch, I didn't know what, obviously a lot of us didn't know what we were going to get or when.
Right.
And I had like a bit of a rocky start with Visions overall, and now I'm completely in love with it. So I tend to eat my words.
Right.
I think that I don't want Black to be my favorite, but I think Black might end up being my favorite just because of the way they've
100%.
described it and the art, art style, and the way they've described the art style maybe changing throughout, and the idea of it maybe like whether it jumps in time or it's through different times or whatever, that all seems like a really amazing way to tell the story, and combined with the artwork that we've seen associated with it, I think that might just end up kind of blowing me away. But they all look beautiful. I mean, first of all of the titles, most of the titles are also beautiful. Song of Four Wings, Birds of Paradise. It's very like Screecher's Reach. I don't know. They really like hit
Good
home
titles.
with the titles with some of these things. But I'm really also, I think like maybe close runner up to the answer to this question before we see any clips would be Birds of Paradise, because that Nakame and Dark Side Nakame image that we saw, like, give me that, like you were saying, Scotty, give me the Jekyll and Hyde, or the like two-sided, or the even like psychological, like she goes into her head and it's this dual person thing. Like, give me something very like psychological, that kind of thing in a Star Wars animation, and let's rock with it. I'm super excited to see what that could possibly be. But they're all gonna be good. That's the beauty of this. They're all gonna be good.
Yeah, it's funny though that you say Black could be your favorite one, because I've heard through the grapevine that Sith was your favorite episode of Volume 2, and I feel like it's very on brand for you. Like I feel like I'm getting similar vibes almost.
At least
between
the
Sith and
imagery.
Black. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Certainly the artwork and the animation style, I should say, looks very similar. I mean, Sith was incredible. Just the way the art presented itself on screen and the story was incredible. Like, all the things just fit together. That said, like, Volume 2, I think was truly incredible overall. I loved Volume 1, but I think in a text that I sent to Scotty the other day, I said, like, Volume 1 walked so that Volume 2 could run. At least that was in a draft of one of the texts. Anyway, so I'm just excited to see where Volume 3 goes with it all. And going back to another beautiful thing about Volume 2 was the diversity of the animation studios. Like, obviously, even in Japan, you get a wide range of animation styles, but between Japan and America and Canada, maybe Korea, Paris, South Africa, we got like such a wide range of animation styles from all over the world. And also, can you just imagine getting the knock on your door from someone at Lucasfilm being like, hey, you want to make a Star Wars? Like, yeah, I think I would just drop dead. So that's another thing that I think makes Visions just a beautiful masterpiece, is that these people who have been fans for their whole lives have the opportunity to now tell their Star Wars story.
Yeah.
I agree, and something that I feel like even I forget to mention too, because I prefer Volume 1 because I like the Japanese anime, but on top of the studios around the world for Volume 2, they also got to put their culture into their episodes, which was completely different than both Volume 1 and Volume 3, because while we obviously get Japanese culture with Volume 1 and Volume 3. Volume 2 gave us cultures from all over the world, and it was really beautiful to see those cultures reflected in their shorts in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm on the same page as Scotty though. Visions Volume 1, I don't know. It's just like I said, the anime, I was in such an anime phase when it came out. I was actually a little disappointed, I can't lie, when they announced that Volume 2 would be not just anime. I mean, at the same time though, I think really what I need is a full-fledged Star Wars anime, which I just realized we just fucking got announced. So
yeah, you post manifested it.
Oh, good. And now
Exactly.
we can take the Ronin off the thumbnail and put Yara from
oh yeah,
from the Ninth Jedi.
yeah. That's funny too because we talked about the Ronin being the favorite child. He has the book, the comic, all the merch, and everything. Maybe we have a new favorite child.
That, yeah.
This creator actually, I can't remember his name, but he's been talking about making a full-fledged sequel, not just like another short, but a full-fledged movie or sequel to the Ninth Jedi. Like I said, it's the one that has the most. Like it has everything there. It takes place it's something like, isn't it hundreds of thousands of years after Rise of Skywalker or something like that? I remember the intro kind of opens with, it's like an absurd amount of time after Rise of Skywalker.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Either that or it happened way, way before.
Yeah. No, it's definitely after. I just don't know if it's like 1,000 years, 100 years, but it's something absurd where they have like I think maybe 300 years. I don't know. But it's an absurd amount of time. So there's so much they could do there. And then, they introduce new lore with the lightsabers too, like the color changing when you use it. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. And
Yeah,
I
the
think
lore. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think that now having like a full-fledged anime series, that was my whole point, is that I will be okay now if they were to go back to Volume 2, where it's like countries all over, different art styles, because when it comes to Star Wars Visions, the premise of the show and bringing in people's new unique ideas, it doesn't just have to be Japanese animation studios. That idea could be worldwide, just like it was in Volume 2. So now that we have an anime series, I might be more willing to let them go back to Volume 2 ideas. But
that's a good point for sure. That's a great point.
Yeah, maybe they'll alternate. Maybe every other year they'll branch out and offer it to the rest of the world, and then they'll go back to the Japanese studios. But I mean, as long as it keeps going, I really think Visions is something that I really just hope keeps going. Look, we haven't even got Volume 3 yet, and I'm already looking too far for the future. But it's such an incredible space because you don't have to worry about anything else. Yep. You don't originally, years and years ago, before Volume 1 came out, I was like, I'm a canon guy. If it's not canon, do I whatever? Is it worth it? Is it like worth it? And now I'm like, that version of me was an idiot. The greatest thing about this being not, first of all, canon schmanon is my new logo. Whatever saying. And
apparently Dave Filoni has the same saying. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it on a cowboy hat and just wear it around. But the greatest thing about this is that you don't have to worry about anything else. You can just make the story. You can go to some studio somewhere and say you want to make the Star Wars that you've always dreamed of making, and they can tell their story, and it doesn't matter what else is going on in canon. You have so much freedom. And then on top of that, the freedom of like any animation style that exists in the world. There's unlimited power and potential here.
Oh yeah.
So I'm
And it
just
doesn't sound
so
like
excited.
yeah. No, I 100% agree with you, and it doesn't sound like they're pulling back either, with
No.
the Star Wars Visions Presents, that opens up so much, if they want to make just like a 30-minute, special or short or whatever, they totally could. So I hope that they do.
Well,
Yeah.
definitely seems like it's so cool. Visions essentially is like this kind of throw these shorts at the board, see what sticks.
Hmm.
Everybody likes these. Great. Now it's going to be in Visions Presents for a limited series. That's such a cool idea.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's in animation, like going off what you said, Joey, like it's endless. The possibilities are endless because you can do so much in animation that you can't do in live action. The medium itself is just
Mhm.
endless with opportunities and to tell the story that these creators want to tell.
Yeah. 100%. It doesn't even just have to be like what has already been made in the actual show Visions. Like I'd be so down to just see them, like you said, Scotty. This is the perfect opportunity for Studio Ghibli to come in and make an actual, like maybe a feature film for Star Wars rather than just a Grogu music video that they had to lie to us all about to get us to watch.
That was a rough time. That was a rough time for Grogu. That was a rough time for Mando, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They had to give us something else.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm changing the thumbnail right now to
Wow. You are a multitasker. That's incredible.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see here. While we wait to go in and watch each of the
Yes,
the
I do
actual
have
clips
those
that they
pulled up.
showed, is there another series, Joey, from either Visions Volume 1 or 2 that you'd like to see get a Visions Presents update?
Oh,
Other than The Ninth
up
Jedi,
my
obviously.
list.
You got
here.
notes?
There were. I feel like I really feel like Volume 1 was the one that left me with the most of, oh, this would be a great story to continue. In fact, I think there's only one that I would say I would not like to see a sequel to this.
Is it Akakiri?
No, well, okay, 2. Good point. The low point for me in Volume 1 was Tatooine Rhapsody. I'm sorry, I know that's maybe like
I
a fan
agree
favorite,
with you.
but
I
was like, we got 2 episodes in, and I was like, okay, well, 1 was great, and 1 I didn't really like. So what's gonna happen next? But the twins, I think, would be an incredible thing to make a sequel. Obviously Toby or TOB1. I think the Elder, maybe not a sequel, but that version of like that era and that version,
universe,
like
yeah.
again, like I said, I'm a huge High Republic. I love the High Republic, and that short was very High Republic-y, and so
I love
anything there.
that short.
And
I actually have. So back when I did my SWE fiction stuff, I was writing a story that was a follow-up to The Elder. My idea for a sequel would be, I can't remember their names, of course, now. The 2 Jedi characters, they go back to the Jedi Council. They let them know they encountered a Sith, and the Jedi Council does what they do, tries to sweep it under the rug, tries to, no, there's no way you saw that. You saw this instead.
Kiadi Mundi's there.
Exactly.
He's always been there for years, centuries.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what happened in the Acolyte, right? So
I was gonna say that's the Acolyte.
So I had this idea back in 2021 or 22, whatever it was.
Dude, that was your script.
Yeah, dude, that's from my script.
Everyone who hated the Acolyte, Austin did it. So
that was me. That was all me.
SWE presents the Acolyte.
At them, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Sorry to cut you off, Joey. Continue. What do you want to see continuations of?
Oh, that's really it. Pretty much all of them except Akakiri. I mean, we saw the sequel to Akakiri in the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. And honestly, Lap and Ocho was just I really enjoyed Lap and Ocho. I think it was just fun and new and different, and like seeing more of that. I wouldn't say no.
Didn't that one
so
also
is
end on a huge cliffhanger? Lop and Ocho.
Oh, I guess I don't really remember the ending, but it was a very like
It was very I don't
emotional.
remember the ending of it. Yes, because it was the situation where which one was the bunny?
Probably
Lop.
Ocho. Oh, really?
Oh,
Okay, so
well,
bunny-
I've got the power of the internet. I'm gonna look it up.
the bunny character
Which
got to take
one
on the legacy
was Lop?
of the family that, you know, the father gave the bunny the lightsaber, and
Right.
and she was not the blood of him, but he was just as much his daughter and taking on their family legacy. And that was the big thing, is the like blood daughter, the mean one, joined the Empire, and she was pissed when she saw that her father passed on that family lightsaber to not his real daughter. And I loved that dynamic of it. And that's very Star Wars, carrying on the legacy. And it even could be in a found family situation. I mean, we have Rey Skywalker, like very similar.
Yeah.
There's the father in that episode has some incredible quote about blood not being what makes a I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the quote verbatim, but there's like, I remember watching that and hearing that quote, reading it, I guess, and just like, that's Star Wars. That is the essence of Star Wars, and this is such a beautiful moment in this show. And Lop was the bunny.
Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah,
confirmed.
That's what I loved about that one too, because like, as a queer person, and like, because found family is so important in the queer community, sometimes, you know, people are pushed away from their blood family, and the only thing they have is found family. And that really hit in that episode for me as well, just because of, it was like, you may not be my blood, but you're just as much my family as my horrible daughter who's gone off and forsaken our planet to the Empire.
Yeah.
100%. And when I was talking with someone about coming on y'all's show tonight, and they were like, well, what do you love about why do you love Star Wars so much? And my go-to is always the found family story. Like, that's the part, that's the baseline connection, and then we go from there. And if you listen to me talk about The Acolyte, you know that I loved that show because of the mystical hoo-ha, and that's my jam.
Yeah.
But we begin at the found family stuff, and that's what Star Wars is. And that's what's the entire list of shows I have here for Visions, I can point to and say that this is where it was in that, you know. And Twins is beautiful because they are a family and they push each other away, and they each have their own different sides, and they like also seemingly pick their like found families in the end and push their blood relations away. And the Ninth Jedi, I'm certain, is going to go that way in the future, because of the way the beginning of that episode unfolded. And just that's where it all stems from. And you know, it's so that's why I would love to see a sequel to Lop and Ocho, because that really embraced that very well and very emotionally. And it was, I mean, it's, you know, it's a cartoon with silly characters and a bunny, but it's really beautiful and heartfelt and important. So damn, I just love Star Wars, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, we know
100%. And it's cool too that like the whole idea of Visions is people bringing their own idea, like what Star Wars means to them, to life. And the fact that these themes are very present, you know, it looks like you're not the only one feeling connected to the found family tropes. And, you know, for me, redemption, you know, things like that. That's my Star Wars thing, redemption. I'm there for it every single fucking time. Put me a redeemed character in front of my face. I'm eating it all up. There's no crumbs left at all.
Unfortunately, it seems like my thing in Star Wars is people who work past their horrible trauma and
Yeah.
build their own destiny.
Yes.
These are all important pillars of Star Wars.
Yes.
Look at us.
100%. Yeah. We understand. We may not be able to tell you all the intricate lore details, and we forget characters' names quite a bit, but
Clearly.
God damn it, we understand the themes that George Lucas
Mhm.
presented. So
Yeah.
we know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys want to get into watching these clips? Ooh,
Of
that's not
course.
the right screen. We pull up the
That
right
was a very
screen.
funny photo.
It was great last night before Jonah came on and Austin pulled up the screen. It was Jonah like reposting our post about him coming on. It was like, oh, by the way, here's our guest coming on soon.
Another manifestation.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just remembered I haven't had now covering Star Wars Visions Volume 3 up the whole time. That's
Live
fine.
streams.
If it wasn't obvious, if it wasn't obvious what we're talking about, folks, we're talking about Visions Volume 3. All right. So they did not show any footage from the sequels. It looks like these clips are just for the new stuff. So we'll start with Yuko's Treasure.
All right,
じゃあお願いします。
let's check it out.
Maybe. Okay, here we go.
That looks like Tatooine. We know it's
Looks like
confirmed.
they
to be in
don't have-
Tatooine. Oh, that's literally that shot right there was literally from A New Hope
They don't
recorded.
have the dialogue recorded yet.
Oh my god, that kid is so tiny in comparison to the bear. That is
Okay.
so cute. Austin, yep. That looks like it's gonna be right up your TOB1 alley.
Yeah. I think it looks cute. The animation style looks cool. Very very cutesy. So
I love the
I think I'm
music.
excited.
The music was
Yeah.
really fun too.
Yeah, the music looked good. Yeah. Also, I think it is funny that they haven't recorded the dialogue yet. Do you guys think that the cast is going to be as stacked as Volume 1? Because if you remember, they had like Neil Patrick Harris and Simu Liu, like these big name actors doing fucking voiceovers. I was like, what?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yes,
Tatooine
him as
Rhapsody?
well.
All right.
Yep.
Here's the question. Here's the question to follow that. Are we sub or are we dub?
I'm a
I-
Team
brat
sub or
and
dub?
I'm dub.
I'm
Alright.
sub.
Yeah, same. So I'm certain that I watched Visions twice. Once dub, once sub, but I do not remember any of the. I do not remember how stacked the cast was. The American voice actor cast was.
Honestly,
for Volume 1.
voiceover cast, the US voiceover cast for English are usually pretty stacked. And at least from what I've seen, like I keep mentioning Studio Ghibli, they usually have a stacked cast as well. So that seems to be a trend.
Yeah. I watched the whole thing, watched it first through it with sub, and then when I watched it with dub, I actually hated it. It's anime. It was made in Japanese. Like when the animators made it, they were working off of the Japanese voice acting. It was the entire point of it. So when they bring in these other actors that probably never even met the director of the damn thing, they're just not, like
Don't get me wrong.
my mom watches Squid Game with the dub, and I'm just like, oh, it's even
Oh,
worse
wow.
when you're watching live action actors doing the dub. It's just the cringe thing in the entire world. But
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the dub is better by any means, because sub's always going to be the best way because you're hearing it, like you said, in the language that it was written in
Mhm.
and directly what they were trying to say. Obviously, with the dub, sometimes things don't translate 100%. So
A Tatooine Rhapsody it's unwatchable
It's
with the dub.
rough. The dub is rough.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
Sub-
what I was going to point
at least
out.
the
Like
song is
Tatooine
cool.
Rhapsody was the one that was like, for me, oof.
But yeah.
But that looks
So
cute.
I'm not-
I am excited for that. I mean, I
Yeah.
wasn't sold based on what we saw previously and the stills, and I definitely get that it's in your wheelhouse, Austin. But that trailer looked good. I liked the animation style, and it looks very cute.
Yeah. 100%. So I'm not seeing a clip for the smuggler. Not finding
Come
one,
on.
but we could look at the art
Cowards.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the art in the full HD. So very cool to look at that. We'll see if there's one for the next one, which I believe is the Bounty Hunters.
I was going to say, don't tell us they only showed one clip, and we
Well,
saw
I
that
know
one
there's
clip.
one. I know there's one for back as well, but
Okay.
nope, there's not one for Bounty Hunters either. It looks like. Not look like. What was the one after Bounty Hunters? The Song of Four Wings. Do we have a look at?
That would be cool to see that. Manifest it.
Because this art style looks good. Very
Come on,
clean,
y'all.
and there's no clip. Maybe this one with the dark side.
Birds of Paradise. Or
Oh, yeah, there's
Bird
a
of
clip.
Paradise. Ha ha! Oh my god, this looks gorgeous already.
Nice.
これまだ映像コンセプトアートですね。そうです。
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
This looks so stunning. Oh. Clearly she's going through it.
Yeah.
Did you hear that lightsaber
Oh.
ignition as she was like running through the forest? It was
Yeah.
giving me a little like Dagobah dark side cave almost, which
Right.
Cool.
probably why I'm thinking of that is because we have the dark side version, the light side version of the character that we've already been seeing with the concept art. So
Yeah.
She's got the
It is-
feathers in her hair. I'm so curious about this one.
Yeah. So I wonder what's going on here in this clip. What are we seeing? So she's lost. There's no one around.
Is it a vision? Is it like a dark side temple
I
or
like
test?
the way they're
like Dagobah?
utilizing.
I love the bioluminescent algae
yes,
or whatever.
and Geek Ledger mentions Ray in the cave. Ray in the cave
Hmm.
from Revenge of the Sith.
The
It's
goo.
also interesting. I don't know if this is something the studio does. I can't remember which studio this is, but in anime, you usually have 3D elements and then the character is 2D. The fact that the character is 3D here and everything else is 2D is very, very
Yeah.
interesting.
I don't remember
That's
exactly.
a good call out.
I don't remember exactly what it's called. But yeah, where they've got like the digital creation that's 3D, but it's meant like still in the style.
Yeah,
There's
it's called
definitely a name for
tune
it.
meshing. Tune
There we
meshing
go.
is one of the names for it. Let's see if there's one for the next one. I think there was. Is the next one Black?
I think so.
Yeah, I saw that they played a clip for Black. Oh, looks like there's something from the creator maybe as well.
Let's check it out.
今回、ブラックの監督をさせていただきました、大平信也と申します。今回の役割は、シナリオ、コンテ、演出、キャラクターデザイン。
He did everything. He said written, produced, directed, acted by me.
Drawn.
He also voices every character.
Oh, so it is like a torn
Oh.
mask. They all have their own lives and thoughts.
Ooh,
Wow.
it's almost getting a little Death Troopers looking.
Yeah.
Well, the original zombie ones. This looks like it's
Wow,
going to be a
that's
little
gnarly.
dark. And I loved Screecher's Reach. So if it's another one that's going to be a little darker. Oh, here's the clip.
Ooh. It looks hand drawn. Like with markers.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is very JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, here's the 1940 style
Also
music. we
some
mentioned.
Cowboy Bebop.
I think someone. A little trench run. We got the TIE Fighter sounds and everything.
This literally looks like it was drawn on like printer paper. Like
Honestly, what it reminds me of is the Story of the Faithful Wookiee animation almost. From the holiday special with Boba Fett,
Right.
the original one. Obviously, way higher quality, but
Yeah! かっこいい
Wow.
かっこいいけど、
Wow.
ストームトルーパーが主人公。
very nice. We could also watch. Ooh, is there another clip here? What is this from?
Oh.
Is there what more?
It's
More.
Birds of Paradise.
And look, she was going in a cave.
I did say there's 3
Did y'all see that?
So
This one is
sure
second
you
one?
stick around
Uh-huh.
Until after the sizzle, and then there might be one more.
Okay, don't go
Sizzle.
away, right?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Enjoy.
Okay, let's look at it.
Why didn't Star Wars release this?
As you travel the path of knowledge,
Oh, this is the Four Winds?
your
No,
connection to
teaser.
the Force grows stronger.
Is this George Takei?
Trust yourself to the flow.
What
of
is
nature.
that?
Let it guide you.
See, this
Let
is
the
what I
Force
wanted.
guide you.
Oh, she found a
Yes,
lightsaber.
Ooh.
Red.
Do the Jedi really exist? There's no such thing as the Force, right?
帝国と揉めてる感じ。
はい、あなたと同じく。
All we are to them is a nuisance.
Oh, this looks so good already.
Wow.
Bursting.
騒ぎを起こすや
There
つ
he
は
is.
叩き切るよ。
Oh, there was a Wookiee, Austin.
Surrender immediately.
どうするつもり？
突破します。
Oh. What? A transformer droid into a like suit? This stormtroopers are literally us just watching this.
I want to be with my family.
Oh wow.
私たちはそれを解放したいだけだ。一緒に
It's epic as hell.
私強くなれ。強い世代になって。
Oh shit.
Oh, yep, they gotta do another crazy lightsaber thing.
Wow,
Damn.
that like second to last bad guy looked amazing.
Wow!
Yeah, why did they not release that trailer yet?
Yeah.
Whoever that villain was that they showed right towards the end, that I loved that character design.
I was gonna say, can you go back to it, Austin, so we can pick out which one it was?
Yes.
Oh,
That
that
one.
scary one.
Yes. It looks like something from like Demon Slayer or Jujutsu Kaisen or something like that. It looks so cool. Such a cool design.
It's right after the dual person, I think.
Yeah, but now I'm watching all this
Yeah,
and being
right
like,
after.
wow.
Okay, pause it. Right after, yeah.
Her.
Yeah, that
thing.
one.
That's
It's
so
giving
good.
Night Sister for me.
Yeah, very Night Sistery. Yeah, with
Wow.
lightsabers.
That's very
Oh
cool.
my goodness. I'm very glad we got to watch that together. That's awesome.
Yeah, because we would have totally missed that. I almost
I'm
want to
gonna watch
them...
that about 100 more times.
Oh yeah, I might have to do a breakdown on it. I didn't think I was gonna do any breakdowns on any of the footage we've seen, but that looks so good.
Yeah, I almost want to hear them talk
did you
about.
say you have 3 things to announce?
I want to hear them talk
This
about
one, this was the
Visions
second one, right?
Presents.
Yes.
This is the third.
I'll
No,
put
no, 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 no.
No, no.
This one is the second one, right?
Uh,
People came all the way from all around the world. Who is from the States?
Yeah, we came all the way.
Who
Yeah,
is from
Joey.
Europe? Oh, great. Who's from somewhere else? Right, okay. People came all around the world. Well, of course, there are Japanese fans too. 日本のファンの皆さんはどこですか?
ますね。
There we
Yeah,
go.
so they can't go back without hearing the third announcement.
All right. Well, then I'm incredibly proud to announce, and actually just incredibly excited to be able to.
You don't sound very
announce this
excited.
publicly for the first time. We've been working on this for a long time.
It's got Ryan Gosling energy.
I'm gonna announce a bold
Honestly,
for Star Wars.
Whoop.
One of the things we kept
taking
hearing
us back to the
from
day
fans
one
is
stream.
They love the anthological format. They loved being able to see the different styles and tones and really showcase what anime could be, what these animation in general could be. But what they kept asking is, well, we would love to see some of these stories go deeper
Yes, we would.
and get.
Okay.
We'd love to see what would happen if some of these
Got a cool
creators had
t-shirt
little bit
on.
more space
Yeah.
to tell
Oh
their
yeah.
stories.
Yeah,
Wow.
Geek Ledger.
So,
We know the
I'm
announcement. We
very
just want to
proud
hear them
announce
talk
today
about it.
Something we're calling Star Wars Visions Presents.
Star Wars Visions presents.
Oh, we jumped the gun a little bit. With Star
Oh, we
Wars
jumped the
Visions
gun.
Presents, we will give storytellers a bigger canvas to paint on, and the opportunity to really tell long-form narratives.
So that's the thing is they
Star
said
Wars
that there's
Vision's
3
signature
announcements. What's
style
the
of being
third one?
Disconnected from
Maybe
This is
that's
the
what-
second.
but really just an expression of culture and talent.
Well, maybe the third one
I would
was
love
It's
to
the
talk
Ninth
about the
Jedi.
first Star Wars Visions Presents, but there's someone here today that I think would be much better to do that. Can we bring onto the stage Ninth Jedi director and writer Kenji Kamiyama?
Kamiyama-sanです.
Welcome.
Wow, ようこそ.
ようこそお越しいただきました。Welcome to the Star Wars Celebration.
皆さんこんにちは。再びここに戻ってこられてすごく光栄です。
ありがとうございます。
Yeah.
ねえ。
Unfortunately, I don't
そ
think
して
we'll
神
be
山さ
able
ん、今回
to
ご担当どんなこうお話になるんですか
understand, but
はい、ナインス
very
ジェダイ
cool.
という。
That's been the unfortunate part of like some of the interviews this weekend and stuff is there's no like live translator. So, but like,
Or the subtitles aren't updated.
Exactly.
Hopefully they will update them within
Yeah.
a week or so.
But you know, we're always catered to 90% of the stream is in English, so I think we'll live. Because the Japanese fans are the ones that probably watch all the American streams, and they're like, wow, I can't understand a single word they're saying.
No, the
Yeah.
rest of the world is like better people than we are and actually learn other languages, whereas we and Americans always just get catered to.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Very true. But wow. Okay, so now we have a full trailer. We've seen. Oh yes, I did see that
Darth Jar Jar's coming to Fortnite,
as well as Mace Windu and Palpatine.
Joey, you play Fortnite?
Mm-mm.
I don't play
Neither do
Fortnite
I.
very often.
I
but
can't even
do-
get through Jedi Survivor. All right.
Oh my god. You're
I
right.
gotta sit down and get through Jedi Survivor before I start anything else up.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I ain't playing Fortnite either.
I'm so glad that we pulled that up. I'm so glad that they showed that. I think I might change my answer. I don't know. I'm stoked for Black, but some of those just looked. They all just here. We're just gonna go back and forth, or I'm just gonna go back and forth
Piano
the whole
Club
time
booth.
with like, it's all gonna be good. It's just all go. I can see it happening where like after every episode, me being like, that was the best. Now that one was the best, and the fact that and now the fact that we're getting Star Wars Visions presents to. It's an even more unlimited future. Like if we love something that comes out here, there's the potential for it to exist in longer form.
Yeah. 100%.
I'm trying to figure. Here's a question for you two. Is there something from maybe we already touched on this, or y'all might have touched on this before I got on, but is there something from Volume 2 you would like to see expanded on in Star Wars Visions Presents? Like, we know we're getting a bunch of sequels from Volume 1, but
right.
Great question.
Great question for Scotty, because I don't even think I finished Volume 2.
Don't
wow.
Don't worry. I'm pulling up my rankings of Visions Season 2.
Nice.
I'm telling you, when they were like, it's not anime, like for some reason my interest just went out the window, because it was the anime project. But now that I know I'm gonna be well catered to, maybe I need to go back and watch. I definitely watched Sith. I know all about Sith. I watched Screecher's Reach. That one actually, that's probably my answer.
Careful.
You know what I mean? Because it ended on that cliffhanger. Like, I want to see what happens now that poor little kid is now going to be on the dark side. I want to see that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. I was thinking Screecher's Reach as well. Journey to the Dark Head was really cool. That was one where they were like battling up in the sky on like some monument thing. But I also, what I think would make for a super compelling long form story because of what they set up in Season 2 is the Spy Dancer. Once again, because of course we're talking about the things we love, there's trauma in that one. I could see, because at the end, the son, who is now the Imperial captain or something, and his mother have realized who each other is, and they're both aware that they are both still out in the galaxy, and the fact that we found out that the son was hiding, that he was a part of that species, and like trying to throw away and erase everything that made him who he actually was for the Empire. I would love to see the fallout from that and how that affects that character going forward. Now he saw his mother. He was reminded of who he actually is. How does he deal with that after having to go back to the Empire? I imagine we'd get a scene like Callus or Crosshair just sitting in their dark, like their dark little bedroom, just being like, oh my God, what am I doing with myself? I think there's so much they could do there. But of course, that's right up my alley. And that was my favorite episode of Visions Volume 2. And it's funny because I feel like that one, when you see the animation style, it's very raw. And that's kind of a turnoff to some people. And I know some people didn't watch that because of the animation style. But the story, so powerful. Of course, that was one of the ones I cried in. I think the pit could also be really cool to get more of too, though I don't necessarily know how they would continue that specific story.
Right. Yeah, that one felt pretty self-contained. The Spy Dancer, I remember really liking that one as well.
Oh, I sobbed.
Yeah. That was such a crazy reveal when it was like, oh my God, that's my son. Like,
right. Yeah. Do you have one, Joey, from Volume 2?
I think it would be Spy Dancer. I think Spy Dancer and Screecher's Reach are the two that I would love to see a continuation of. I honestly, Sith, I love Sith being self-contained. I love it being exactly the story that was told. If anything, I'd love to see like a prequel story. Give me, I mean, splatter that paint all over a comic book for me. Just like,
there you go.
Give me that. But I loved it. I loved Sith, but I loved that it was self-contained. So I do think that Spy Dancer and the espionage stuff and Spy Dancer, all of it, was incredible. And I would love to see that continued.
True. And that one ends with them going off in a ship too. So let's see where the rest of their journey is. Do they set up another base elsewhere, continue their operation as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if Visions Presents will have the opportunity for more like non-anime stuff as well.
I think so.
Really just going to focus on anime.
Hi, AJ the Finesman. Welcome back.
Hello.
I love seeing all these people returning in the chat. Thank you all so much.
Yes. I'm honestly surprised that they only announced one project. I mean, I know anime takes fucking forever to make, so maybe that's why. But you know, I think it's interesting. They announced like a whole studio. Like, if they weren't planning on making more, they would have just announced the Ninth Jedi as a series. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have announced a whole studio. You know?
Yeah. This has big Avatar studio vibes, right?
Yes.
Like we're setting it up for the future of getting more, not just the one. But maybe this will be like their test to see how well they can take something from short form to long form and gauge all of our reactions to it. But
outside of their technological advances with like ILM and stuff, this feels like the most creative avenue to see Star Wars media go down that we've been slowly seeing them build towards. We're so used to our Skywalker saga and those stories, and we all have our complaints about, you know, repetition, movies kind of doing the same thing as others, seeing these same characters. So I love that this feels really creative, which obviously that's the point. It's a creative's vision of Star Wars, but I really love seeing them trying something new and then really sticking with it and expanding it.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I'm excited. There's so many different avenues. Like, well, so I guess I don't know if we've asked this already. Is there any other? We've talked about a sequel being continued. Is there any other Visions episode from Volume 1 or 2 that you think could be turned into a full-fledged series as well? I mean, a lot of them can be continued, but I feel like not all of them have as much room as like the Ninth Jedi for a full-fledged series.
Well, right off the bat, and we've kind of already seen it, the Duel.
Yeah, that's true. And because the Duel already has so many different, you know,
and it kind of
media.
Exactly. And it kind of does the same thing that The Mandalorian does, where you have this lone character who goes on missions, and like Monster of the Week, that could easily be the Ronin series.
100%. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any others. I mean, we could always follow the adventures of T0B1.
I think that would be a really great Astro Boy. I mean, you could make a series out of that for sure, and it could be geared more towards like the younger kids version of anime or adult, whatever like. As jokey as maybe some of it is, it does have some big potential, and something maybe there's some legend stuff, and maybe you can say like, oh no, now I'm forgetting which is which. Dark Troopers might have some Dark Troopers have some kind of force stuff built into them, maybe in Legends, but this is, that's a completely novel idea, right? This like kind of Pinocchio droid character that wants to be a Jedi, and I think the Elder also.
The Elder,
like what we talked about with the Elder is like your comic or your story, Austin, that you
script,
were writing, that became the Acolyte
from my script.
I think another one that we don't hear a lot about, just looking over the list, is the Bandits of Golak, because that involved an Inquisitor character, and it gets a little hidden path like. So I could definitely see that turning into like a Jedi Underground type of series or limited series that we could have. I think that one would make for a good series where it doesn't feel so self-contained.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, the Elder would be good. There's a lot in the, you know, a whole universe there, I feel like, of stories to tell. I'm trying to think. I mean, I still go back to T0B1. I mean, it's they could also explore the tech, like how technology mixes in with the Force. You know, that's something as well. I had so many ideas when Visions came out of how I would incorporate it, because the idea was like, how could some of these elements be incorporated into canon if they were to be, which, you know, I know that goes against the whole point of the show, but whatever. It would be cool to, you know, explore how technology can be mixed in with the Force. I always had ideas
That's
of
true.
like a character, a villain that was like the, you know, you have like Darth Vader, then Kylo Ren, who's the next big villain. I had a character. The idea was Nova Ren, and he basically used technology to influence the Force, and you know
Okay,
how
Moff Gideon.
yes, kind of similar, yeah. But you know the Force, it's a natural thing. It obviously doesn't like that, and you know the dark side. I feel like the Force doesn't necessarily like the way dark side users use the Force.
No, because they manipulate it.
Exactly. But like there's still like a natural element to it, you know what I mean? What happens when like you're really going against like what the Force has to offer, you know? Bringing in man-made stuff into the Force. How does the Force react to that as an entity?
I feel like we could see it in a series where it's like this person will take your idea of this Ren character trying to mix technology with the Force. I could see it in a series of this character is constantly not decaying, but the Force like rejects these things. So whatever the character is doing to upgrade themselves or like their technology that it's using, the struggle of the Force trying to reject the technology. And especially if it's a character where they're like modded, and using that somehow to use the Force, like their body rejecting that. And it could be a weird Star Wars body horror mystical thing that could be really cool. And we know Star Wars, I don't feel like it gets talked about a lot, but Star Wars likes body horror.
If this idea, I've read a lot of Vader comics, and if this idea has not like been thought out in a Vader comic or a Vader story, it definitely should be. Like him trying to get to his full potential, even with his, you know, augmentations or prosthetics or whatever, because he needs to, you know, be as fully connected to the Force as he can be to avoid death, whatever it is that what we're now going to see the story in the new Vader book that we've kind of seen in some Vader comics.
Master of Evil.
Yeah. If they add in something like that, I think that would be incredible.
You see that question in the chat, Austin?
Nova Ren had some amazing concept art, right, Austin? I think I remember seeing that. Yeah, there was concept art for the character. Yeah, there was a lot like tied to it. Like there was a new element brought in, like, you know, Beskar and things like that. But this element was also it was very technologically advanced, and it was kind of what Nova Ren was using. There was ideas of like a hive mind droid army of sorts that that not even like of droids, but like cyborgs. But you know, that's all dead and gone. But
well,
bring it back.
I mean, I was gonna say, who says it's dead and gone forever?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
These ideas still live in my head. You know, if Kathleen Kennedy ever asks me to make a Star Wars project, I got things on standby.
If Visions comes knocking on your door,
exactly,
you're gonna be like, actually, I only care if it's Japanese animation studios, so I'm not gonna help with this.
Yeah,
either that or you'll have to find a studio to actually animate it for you.
I could work with T0B1. I mean, they're just saying there was definitely an opportunity for T0B1 and Nova Ren to face off.
Well, don't forget though, they did just announce, what is it, Tava Ren for the comics. So I don't know, maybe that was from your script. Hopefully not.
No,
dude, you got to keep these scripts locked down. I don't know what's going on, but somebody's getting into Google Drive or whatever.
I know. Well, this character wasn't even a Ren. This character was kind of like kind of like how Kylo Ren. Yeah. Well,
WREN.
The connection is to Kylo Ren. Like the character is the successor to Kylo Ren. There was a whole backstory there of why he was influenced by Kylo Ren, why he liked Kylo Ren. His backstory was tied to Starkiller Base. There was a whole it was fully fledged now. But
neat.
Yeah, that's it's always interesting seeing stuff from Visions and things like that connect to ideas that I had, because it's like I think a lot of people have the same ideas or similar ideas when it comes to Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Well, and telling a new story, something that hasn't been done before. Everybody wants to tell a Jedi story. You know, we all want to be a Jedi growing up. But then as we get older, we really start exploring different avenues of this Star Wars, especially when it comes to storytelling.
100%. 100%.
Which is what makes Visions so beautiful, is because so many people are now getting to do this again without any burden of connection to canon at all. Like you could just do, I cannot imagine. First of all, I'm on the consumer side of this, loving every single second of it. Like I'm gonna watch that reel 100 times. I'm gonna watch all of the animated shows. I love animated Star Wars, all of it. But I cannot imagine getting the getting the call from Lucasfilm or whoever saying that like you're going to be able to make your, like, just that in and of itself makes me love this series or studio, whatever we call Visions. Like the amount of joy that they are bringing to people, the amount of like dream fulfillment that they are bringing to people all over the world in and of itself makes this just an incredible series of shorts and just an incredible idea overall. Like whoever came up with this idea, whoever was like, let's get a bunch of different animation studios from around the world to do this, like deserves I don't know, everything in the world, a Nobel Prize. I don't know. This is like the nicest thing that has happened in the world in a long time from my perspective. Like you're making dreams come true, and we are benefiting from it really, really well. Like all of these shorts are truly incredible, with the exception of Tatooine Rhapsody.
Joey really don't like that one, guys.
But joking aside, I really understand that a lot of people do love it, and that's also important. But just like just the amount of dream fulfillment that Visions brings is just in and of itself worth like loving it over.
Yes, it's the passion of it all.
100%. There's something for everybody. It's the great part of Visions. Yes. 100%.
All you got to do is sit back and let other people enjoy Star Wars, even when you don't enjoy Star Wars.
Even if it's Tatooine
That's
Rhapsody.
so hard. Even if it is. You know what? I love that other people love it. We're getting way off topic here, but I love when other people love Star Wars that I don't necessarily love. And we talk about this a lot on Krypton to Alderaan. We've talked about it a lot, especially with the Acolyte. It's okay to not love something. It's okay to let other people love something that you don't love. And we can all just like love or not love a thing, but still be here and it be something for everyone. Anyway, that's my rant about that. But Visions is great. I'm so excited to see more. I love Star Wars animation in conclusion.
100%.
Here's a final question for you. You've gotten Royce to slowly over time watch Star Wars animation. Have you gotten him to watch Visions yet?
I believe he's watched Visions Volume 1 and 2. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I think we did a couple Krypton to Alderaan episodes of Visions Volume 1 back in the day. I don't think we covered Volume 2 or... Oop, he pieced out. Or all of Volume 2. But it's funny that you say that. I think we will be on board with... watching and covering Volume 3, but Royce and I have been talking about the mall announcement, obviously, and I shared on Krypton to Alderaan's Instagram like clips of Clone Wars Mall.
I did see a little poll. I saw a poll posted to the Krypton to Alderaan channel. I responded.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But Royce was very much like, wow, are all these clips of Maul from Clone Wars? And I was like, yeah, man, you got to watch Clone Wars. So we're also getting him closer to completing a Clone Wars watch.
Hell yeah.
I think we're on board for Visions Volume 3, and we're so much closer to a full-blown Clone Wars watch.
Good. That makes me really excited. I've loved watching, or I guess listening to the journey of Royce into Star Wars animation, because I remember in the early days he was like, no, I haven't watched that. And now he'll be in an episode talking about how, oh, I just finished this, or oh, this reminds me of, this episode of Rebels, or just in general, hearing him talk about how much he loves Star Wars animation now. He's been converted, which I love.
Yep.
Because if you're not watching Star Wars animation, you're missing out.
You're really missing out. And all the mall stuff from this weekend has really made me like that it's triggered all of that thought process in my head again. Like, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it, but it's kind of extremely accessible. Clone Wars is 7 seasons, so maybe a little less so, but there's really, really good Star Wars in there. Like, in my opinion, the best Star Wars is in there.
No,
so
I agree.
Please go watch it. I feel like that's the way Krypton. That's actually I think how we've matured as like a brand over the past several years. Is we're like maturing into more animation focused stuff.
Funny how that happens, because everyone likes to joke that animation is for kids or adults, or just skeptical to watch the animated stuff.
Exactly.
And you're saying you've matured into it. I love that.
Yep. And I really just think it's the best Star Wars there is.
Well, before we let you go too, I do want to double check as well. You bring up the Maul series. What's been your favorite Celebration reveal so far over the weekend?
Maul. I like 100 miles. I am definitely stoked to hear so much news about Star Wars getting back on the big screen.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness. I think there were like whispers of maybe a Maul series a couple of days before Celebration kicked off. But
somehow I missed them. Someone in our chat said the same thing.
I didn't even pay any attention to hearing, like, I don't even know where. I just kind of like, I don't know how it entered my brain, but I was like, well, I doubt that. I didn't give any of that stuff the time of day. And then they announced it, and then Sam Witwer came on stage and he did some voice work, and we got the I am Maul, or whatever the voiceover was in the room before the music started. All of it was incredible. The logo is incredible. The announcement of the like apprentice or apprentices is amazing. Scotty, I am 100% on board. I would write letters to Lucasfilm Animation saying, please don't sex up Darth Talon if we're gonna do this.
Yes.
Please,
oh my god,
don't. Please, can we not? And yeah, Maul, far and away. Star Wars animation is just like I said, it's just my Star Wars. I'm super stoked for the Rey trilogy. I'm incredibly excited. I hope that it actually happens. The Dawn of the Jedi stuff.
Well, they did confirm both of those movies are still happening.
Yeah.
So
we confirmed, yes. I really hope so. We have confirmed a couple of things in the past that never saw the light of day. But I think that Starfighter might not be exactly my kind of Star Wars. I was thinking it was just going to be like a space pilot, like renegade type show, but then the more I watched the like animation of the logo, I saw the Jedi symbol in the logo, so it might have something to do. Yeah, when they're like, there's like a stream of light and it like branches out and then shoots up like the Jedi symbol. I don't have it on my desk anywhere. But anyway, but honestly, I know this is gonna sound a little harsh. And I'm excited for any Star Wars there is to be, but sometimes Ryan Gosling doesn't bring the energy that I need him to bring in order to also get excited about the thing that he's talking about. And and I've been told that maybe this is just the way he is in interviews. I've never seen an interview with the guy, but he's like the least excited person I've ever seen on a Star Wars Celebration stage.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I
So that was kind of like, oh, did you? All right. I need to catch up on y'all's streams.
No, you're fine. Continue. I'm just saying I completely agree because I was saying
Yeah.
the same thing in our day one stream. I was like, I love creators when they come on the stage and they're so excited because they love Star Wars. Like comparing it to Sam Witwer on the live stage versus Ryan Gosling on the live stage. And Sean Levy seems excited.
Yeah. And maybe he's just maybe he was overwhelmed. I mean, the woman who plays Bix on stage was just incredibly amazing, and she was like, I'm just like overexcited to be here right now. Maybe that's the way he deals with it, but
very flustered.
It wasn't the energy that would have gotten me excited for a thing.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit tricky to navigate because I want to be excited for this stuff. But to answer your question, I rambled. Maul.
We're
Shadow Lord or whatever Austin was calling it.
We're
Shadow Hunter.
We're podcasters. We yap. That's why we do this.
Yeah. 100%.
Don't have to apologize.
Yeah. Joey, could I ask you, so with Maul specifically, there is so many different elements to his character. You have the crime syndicate stuff with Crimson Dawn. You have it looks like he's training a new apprentice with Darth Talon possibly, so he's still in with like the Force, dark side, I guess not really Sith, but dark side related stuff. There's stuff with Mandalore that he's attached to. Which one are you most excited to see talked about and shown in Maul Shadow Lord?
Yeah, there's a couple of answers to that. And I think it really stems. Maul is my favorite Star Wars villain, and that is exclusively because of the animated content. Nice. And Sam Witwer getting on stage and saying that in the past he was like, oh, what if Maul did this, or what if I wanted Maul to do this, and Dave Filoni, whoever it was, saying, well, it's not Maul's, that's a good idea, but it's not Maul's show, or whatever the words he was using was. To see stuff like that, to see the incredible character arc of Maul in the Clone Wars and then throughout Rebels was amazing, but to see like maybe more depth, him taking on an apprentice, that inherently, it's not going to be like it was with Ezra, where there was we knew kind of what he wanted from that relationship, but there's an inherent connection like there, like he's taking on an apprentice, whether it's for his own gain or not. So there's like a found family relationship there that we're going to get to see, that I think will be just an incredible on-screen thing to see from the dark side. Like, when have we seen, like, besides Palpatine grooming Anakin to be Vader, when have we seen like a dark side user take on an apprentice and really we've been along the journey of that connection throughout? I'm very excited to see that, and I'm excited to see what Sam Witwer suggested back then that they can now do in this show, and maybe like give Maul a little bit more freedom because it is his show. There's a lot more depth I think we can go in, where I think we did get there at the end of the emotional turmoil in him at the end of Rebels is really what seals the deal for me. But I think we're going to get a lot of more depth, and I do think Kira will show up. I don't think she can't in this.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think we're also going to get some like fan favorite characters in here.
I know when we talked about it first, we mentioned like if it's going to be multiple seasons, maybe Kira would come in like a second season, as she's kind of like the business of Crimson Dawn, where Maul's pulling a Palpatine and pulling the strings from the shadows. Because one, because like that's how he wants to run it, but two, because he kind of has to, because Palpatine would surely snuff him out.
Yeah. 100%. Joe, you bring up such a great point about like seeing the found family aspect from the dark side. It's going to be really, really interesting. Like, is Maul maybe using her? Because I think from the like trailer, there was like a description that somebody shared where Maul has a vision of her being able to help him with something, whether it's, you know, galactic peace or whatever Maul wants, says
Who
he
knows
wants.
what Maul wants?
But I wonder if, like, by the end of it, it's like a situation of she realizes Maul is using her. Maybe she's the one that, like, you know, we see this old, you know, kind of powerless Maul in Rebels. Maybe she's the one that, like, knocks him into this place of, like, being alone on Malachor, you know, with nothing. I'd be interested to see it. And two, you bring up Sam Witwer's ideas being involved. What I think is really cool is that Sam also said these are some of George's ideas as well. You know, we've heard teases of, you know, George wanting to bring Maul back to life before Clone Wars was even a concept, so that in his sequel trilogy, Maul and also Darth Talon could be the villains. So seeing this, you know, after Revenge of the Sith, before the original trilogy, seeing Darth Talon might be being brought into the mix. Are we possibly going to see, like, Maul and Talon be like these big villains in the upcoming years for Star Wars? I really hope so.
Oh my goodness. Cool. I really, really hope so. Yeah. And I have my notebook right here with a pen, and I knew I should have written down something you said because I had a point about it. And this is live.
We'll edit it out.
Yeah. I think it would be really amazing to see, like I said, a little more depth from Maul. I love him as a villain, but if there is, I don't think we can have him take on this apprentice without some amount of an emotional connection, even if the beginning is like him having a vision. Also, I think the Force can send you visions to trick you into doing a thing that the Force wants. Like, listen, Maul, you need someone else in your life, and here's a person, and that's the way the Force works, regardless of what Han Solo says. And so I think I think there will have to be some level of emotional connection, even if it's just based on how we're reading it, between him and any apprentice he takes, to the point then when he's like trying to use Ezra to find Obi-Wan. It's just not even a thing. He like doesn't even care about the kid. He's just for his own goals. And maybe, like you said, it's because he established a relationship with this Padawan that he took on, or apprentice that he took on, and it went well until it didn't, and she left him on Malachor, or he killed her on Malachor, and then he was left there alone, and they're on the run from Vader. He knows of Vader in, like, when Vader comes to Malachor to for whatever, when Ezra activates the thing, however Vader realizes they're there, I don't remember, but anyway, they're on the run, Inquisitors, Vader, they're protecting each other. You know, he had a brother. We see a little bit of it with Savage, and I think we can see more of that with an apprentice.
I wonder if it could go into a similar path of like Oshamir. I don't know how old the apprentice is supposed to be. If it's a kid, obviously it's not what we're going to get. That's not what we want. But if the apprentice is an adult, I wonder if we could see another similar Osha Chimere kind of dark side relationship as well. I know you're talking about literally seduction. I know you're talking about found family, and I could definitely see it going that way. But you bringing up like the emotional attachment, I was like, just thinking of that scene of the two of them at the end of the Acolyte in front of the ocean, like holding hands. I mean, Manny Jacinto just talked about it last night, so like it's on my mind thinking about the Acolyte. But
I love that show.
It's a good show. Hopefully we'll get more.
Yep.
Did you see Manny Jacinto's interview yesterday, Joey, on the live stage?
I have not seen it. I've seen stills from it, but I haven't watched the conversation.
It was good. It was bittersweet, and it almost
bittersweet.
There were moments where it felt like Kristen Baver was looking at Manny Jacinto like a lost puppy. Like they were very clearly instructed not to mention that the show was canceled. Like, and that made it a little awkward at times. But
Well, imagine just how bittersweet it was for him to be there.
Right.
I honestly can't even imagine. I was very surprised to see him on the roster, I'll say.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if Ahmed Best was always going to Star Wars Celebration or if it took him many years to get back into it.
Oh, him and Hayden both.
Yeah. So, obviously the entire cast and crew of The Acolyte was pretty mad at the way things went down. I was just very surprised that Manny was there, agreed to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
With a couple of other people that are getting to do more Star Wars.
Yeah. Right. I think it goes to show too that Star Wars, the whole Acolyte thing and everything that happened with the Acolyte, the decision they made to cancel it, I think it's very clear by now that it really did have to do with the reaction online. And I think that them being able to bring Manny Jacinto into Star Wars Celebration kind of shows that, because if you think about it, he's the one that, like, even the dude bros gotta admit, like, he was pretty fucking cool. Like, he was he was a good villain. Very, very unique, and just, you know, the way his story was going, being involved with Plagueis and things. It almost seems like he's like the one that it's like, oh, it's fine to bring him in. So it's almost sad to, you know, I don't know if Amanda Stenberg was invited or not, but assuming she wasn't, it does suck that, you know, they're willing to bring out Manny Jacinto, but they don't want to talk about the things that, you know, that'll upset the fanboys. It's annoying.
Yep. I think, right or wrong, I screen recorded Amanda's Instagram story that she made when it was when it was announced that we weren't getting a season 2, just because it was so powerful and it was obvious that they felt horrible about it, and all the reasons why. I don't know what would be worse, if they asked her and she didn't come, or if they didn't ask her at all to go to Star Wars Celebration. Hopefully she did get an invite, but I think so. The Acolyte thing I've talked a lot about. I have a lot of leftover feelings about, and about the fandom in general because of it, but it made me rethink my entire relationship with Star Wars animation, because I'm always trying to get people to watch the animated Star Wars, and it's my Star Wars, and I love it, and I love that there's more announcements, and I don't want it to go away.
Yeah.
But now I'm afraid for it to get more popular, because then if there is something someone doesn't like, or if there's a queer character in Star Wars animation, then the like woke police, you know, whatever, toxic bigot dude bros are going to come out and like cancel the show, and Disney's going to let what they say cancel the show. So, I mean, same with the hate for the and also just the fact that no one can just like think back to recent history when people also hated the prequels so much that like they made a documentary about how much they hated the prequels. And now we all love the prequel. Regardless, it's made me like rethink my entire relationship with with Star Wars animation, because I'm much more protective of it now, I think I should say, than I used to be. Where I used to be like handing it out, like, here, watch this. And now I'm like, well, maybe we should dial it back a bit and have it be like, yes, it's completely stigmatized. It's for kids. Don't watch it. If, you know, you think it's stupid, if you think cartoons are stupid, don't watch Star Wars. It's mine. And you can't have it because I need it to keep going.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like this, like, almost hidden gem amongst all the rubble that we see in the Star Wars fandom. I definitely agree with that. And it's interesting too, like, just seeing. I remember when Tales of the Empire came out. I remember there's the non-binary Jedi Padawan who they don't even make reference to it. Yeah, exactly. They don't even make reference to it other than the character is referred to with they, them pronouns, but it's not like they stopped the show and was like, by the way, this person uses they, them pronouns. That meme where it's like his pronouns are they, them.
Yeah.
They don't they didn't have that moment. And even then I saw like some major grifter accounts that aren't even involved in Star Wars, like mostly post about politics, tried to make that a thing. And you know, it's funny because people just didn't care. I guess Star Wars animation isn't big enough. And it goes to show that all of this stuff, like the reason the Acolyte got so much hate is because there was an audience for that hate. You know what I mean? Like
they latched onto it.
Yeah, somehow, some way,
Immediately.
everything, you know, was it all worked out where in the worst way possible. It's like winning the lottery backwards, where the Acolyte just got a really popular hate campaign. But if people weren't watching it, all those people would have very quickly shut up. There would have been, you know, nothing there. But just like it was, like, I don't think I've heard anybody complain about the non-binary characters in Tales of the Empire since the week the show released. So
Well,
it goes to
that
show
also
how manufactured it is.
I was gonna say that also shows we've talked about before of the Tales of series come and they go.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's what Joey's saying here is like the Star Wars animation. It kind of can have those things where, you know, it kind of slips under the radar of these people's, you know, hatred.
Yep.
So.
Yep. We need to keep it secret and keep it safe.
100%.
Apparently they'll just keep making it anyway. So
yeah.
I don't know. I have a lot of leftover feelings from that show. It hit me very, very hard because I really did enjoy that show a lot. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Like we could just keep more Vader. Just another Vader book, Vader comic. You know what? The story in this book has already been in a comic. We're gonna make the book anyway. Let's give Vader limbs that he's trying to make Force sensitive. We could just keep Vader over and over and over again.
100%. I want to ask you, because you were a big fan of the Ahsoka series, correct? The first season, at least, or I don't know if you'd say a big fan, but you had positive things to say about it.
Yes, I think that is how I would put it. Also, yeah.
Did you see all of the season 2 stuff? How it seems like it's going to be bigger and hopefully better.
Physical sets, on location shooting.
They're filming at Pinewood Studios. There's apparently a actual Star War, like a big full out battle between
Akbar versus Thrawn.
Akbar versus Thrawn. What do you think so far of
it? Really feels. I know that they were saying this as like a positive. I think Filoni was the one saying this, and in a very positive way of it being on a very grand scale, and it being like Hera's going to have a more role, and because you all screamed about it, I gave Chopper more to do, and he's got a gun now, and there's going to be Akbar and Thrawn. It seems like a lot in 8 episodes. I don't know why they keep doing this to us. Like, well, in 8 episodes, but from galaxies apart. But I think the same thing for me is going to be true as it was last time, in that I want the mystical magical hoo-ha, and that is on Peridia, and I want good boy Thrawn, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna get it this time, so I'm not gonna necessarily be so in tune with the regular galaxy, what's the term for it, not where Peridia is or whatever. Right. Give me space whales, give me the Mortis gods, give me Abeloth, and let me stay there. And whoever wants Akbar and Thrawn can have that as well. So I guess what I'm saying, now that I'm talking myself into it, is that it sounds like it'll have something for everyone, but it seems like a very wide breadth of stuff to fit into 8 episodes of a TV show that are maybe going to be 10 to 30 minutes in length every
Yeah.
week, depending on
all written by the same person too, because that's that kind of when you bring up the fact that there's kind of like two sides to this story, they're very different sides. I feel like Dave Filoni strives with that mystical, you know, the how did you put it, the mystical hoo-ha,
of it all.
Krypton to Alderaan saying there.
It's gonna be on our merch.
Oh my god, never mind. Continue.
Where was I going with this before we talked about mystical hoo-ha? Dave Filoni, if he had more writers, like, I'd be so much more excited. You know, we talked about Thrawn. They talked about how smart Thrawn is, and it's like, okay, it's great, but Thrawn can only be as smart as the writer who's writing him. So, you know, Dave Filoni, he's good with this mystical stuff. Is he going to really be able to make something, you know, exciting in terms of warfare?
Sorry, I'm distracted by the very funny stuff in the chat, while also paying attention to your serious comment. Yeah,
mystical hoo-ha on the butt. Yes, that's what we need.
No, I think on the front.
Oh. You know, whatever works. You can make it for multiple different versions.
Yeah. I mean, I will say I've never heard hoo-ha used in the context that you've used it in before. So I always hear that word used elsewhere, but
I don't really know why I keep using it.
I mean, take it back to Andor season 1 when I was talking about Mon Mothma being meaty. So, you know, we all have our vices.
Golden days of Krypton to Alderaan, where Scotty would say meaty Mon Mothma, and I'd throw up a big picture of, you know, meat on the screen.
The vegans talking about something being meaty.
I think the benefit there, and the thing that makes me more hopeful that we'll get a Thrawn that I personally want to see as one person watching Star Wars, is that I remember early on there was news that Filoni had talked with Zahn about the character and about how to bring the character into his world, and maybe that conversation has continued, but the in-canon Thrawn material is incredible, and he's doing everything for a very specific reason that, like you said the other night, Austin, benefits the Chiss. That's the whole reason he's there in the real galaxy, the reason he joined the Empire in the first place. So if we can go back to that, if we can add a little bit of that in, hopefully that's why Zahn is there, and hopefully like that's what pulls the reins in on actually doing the heir to the Empire stuff, because it doesn't really feel like this is heir, like what is in the books behind me in canon is not Thrawn wanting to be heir to the Empire. He's very corruptible. He's a very corruptible character, especially when it comes to politics. He doesn't get it. He's easily manipulated. So maybe that's where it comes in. But I'm hopeful that we'll get a Thrawn that's a little bit more what I'm hoping for in terms of what's in canon, because Zahn has been part of it. But Filoni, yes, like the mystical. I'm going to send Dave Filoni a pair of Krypton Alderaan booty shorts that says mystical hoo-ha, and because obviously he loves that. I love that he loves that. I love that. Let's 8 episodes. Oh God, I don't know. Like, we did not bounce back and forth last season. We didn't go to Ezra and Thrawn for we kind of stayed. So we didn't have like a real like intergalactic A plot, B plot going on. Whereas now it seems like we're going to have that. And I'm curious to see what is going on Dathomir, but I really want to see the Mordescott stuff. And
we need another
Abeloth
show.
Stuff. Yes, let's do two things.
The Rangers of the New Republic Reborn.
Yeah.
See, that's what I was gonna bring this up, but I do remember they actually confirmed that it is 8 episodes written by Dave Filoni. But I was like, what if they are going to make longer episodes with more? I guess longer episodes could happen, but more episodes as well, because it turns out that like Ahsoka season 2 is the only live action Star Wars show that we know of that's coming out anytime soon.
And the only one with Thrawn in it before
Yeah.
like the climax movie.
Yeah. But I mean like in terms of all Star Wars together. So like what if they're able to put more towards it because it's going to be like the only one. I
Okay.
think Disney Plus is becoming the house of Star Wars animation at this point, and I don't think that they're necessarily looking to do more shows at this point, but we'll see.
Yes, make the episodes longer.
Yes.
Like that would be like give us all you want to get. Don't release 3 episodes a night for 4 weeks if you're making
Please.
hour-long episodes. But
Yeah.
I think we have said this like before every series that's coming out, like maybe these episodes will be longer and we'll get so much more in them, and then like the average is 40 minutes. I don't know. Royce has a spreadsheet.
Oh, I was gonna say we know the spreadsheets.
So I mean it's pretty low average, and some of the episodes are pretty short. So, and it's going to be really jarring if it's a 30-minute episode and we're bouncing from Peridia to Dathomir or whatever.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm it's not to say I'm not excited about it. Ahsoka's my favorite on-screen Star Wars character, I guess is fair to say, probably, and has been for a long time. So I'm very excited to have this opportunity to see her, and I think Rosario has only gotten better in the role, like from when we saw her in Mando, and I was kind of skeptical to seeing her in Ahsoka and being much more on board, and then the flashback stuff and the Hayden stuff, and now we're going to get Natalie Portman, and yeah. So it's not to say I'm not excited. It's just to say I wish that they weren't trying to cram so much stuff in 8 episodes. Knowing that they cannot, for whatever reason, give us more than 6, 7, 8 episodes unless the show is Andor. I wish they wouldn't try to shoot much more into it.
Supposedly, Tony Gilroy said I need 12 episodes. So I'm sure Chief Creative Officer Dave Filoni could say I need 15 episodes, and they might meet him in the middle, but like
they could. But mind you, Andor was greenlit before there was any other shows, so like it was probably more likely. But then again, like with Daredevil, the new Marvel show that's not new, but it's a continuation of a past Marvel show. When it was originally greenlit, they had something like 25 episodes per season greenlit, and that's a Disney Plus show. I think they ended up splitting it in half to making it season 1 and season 2 because they ended up overhauling the entire show and rewriting the entire thing. But I think was Daredevil 12 episodes?
Reborn or original series?
Yeah, Born Again. That
Born Again. Yeah.
Let me look this up. Daredevil Born Again episodes. They had 9 episodes.
10? Okay. Yeah.
9 episodes. Oh, they cut that way down.
just random numbers picked out of a hat. Like, Tony Gilroy was like, I need 12 episodes. And Disney was like, okay, but now you got to do it in 4 weeks. Now we have to stay up till midnight Eastern time to get to watch the content that we're going to create content about. I don't know. It's going to be crazy, but just the randomness of this. I just like, we all need to sit down. We need to have a round table, Wayseekers, Krypton to Alderaan, any other creators in our Crystal Kyber, the creators in our group. We need a round table where we're just talking with and probably yelling at an executive who's trying to teach us why these numbers are picked for these shows. Like, explain this, please.
We need it to be filmed like the round tables of the directors from The Mandalorian behind the scenes. Black background. We're literally at a round table.
Now, why 6 episodes? Why only 8? Why 12 but 3 in a row for 4 weeks. Yeah.
Why is one 27 minutes and the other is 47 minutes? Like,
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But animation, I think Royce points this out a lot, is that like animation is the most consistent of like the runtime is consistent, the episode count is relatively consistent, and the good vibes are consistent. Just kidding. It's not always those vibes, but it is always good.
Well,
right. I think with that, it's like their budget, you know, it's more consistent because they have to make, you know, you can only buy so much runtime with the amount of money you have, that it's like, I think it makes sense that it's locked in at like around 30 minutes per episode. Whereas like with live action, for one episode, you could all of a sudden be spending 50 million on like one giant creature, and then everything else cost, you know, only 10 million. And,
sounds
you
like
know,
Book of Boba
vice
Fett.
versa. Yeah, exactly. That one's always weird because why did that show only have 7 episodes?
Why did
Was
it have
one
any?
removed or
No,
what?
just kidding. Sorry.
Why did it
I mean, and if you take away the Mandalorian parts of it, like how many episodes did it really have? Like 5?
5, yeah. 5 before the show. Yeah, that's something that I always forget about, is not only did they derail the show to be about Luke Skywalker and not even have Boba Fett in an episode, but that episode was I'm sorry, I forget that episode 5 was actually the Mando episode. Episode 6 is the Luke Skywalker episode. There was 2 separate episodes where they stopped it. So actually Boba, he only got 5 episodes. Wow.
Oh my God.
Where was I
Why?
going with that? I forget where I was. There was a point I was making there, but it's such a weird decision. That's probably what the point was boiling down to.
You were talking about animation and having so much money to spend on a certain amount of runtime and stuff like that. If that rings any bells.
I don't think so, but there was a point that I had with all of that, but I can't remember it. But I think that the episode before the finale was the Luke Skywalker episode. So not only did they derail the entire show, but then they had to go back to Boba Fett in the finale and like set up the whole finale within that episode only. And it's just weird. It's just,
remember Boba Fett? Remember his show? It's
Yeah.
back, but it's also the end.
yeah. Maybe it's
And
like
there's-
because they gave him 4 episodes. What if they had an original Boba Fett show where he got 8 episodes to himself, and then something happened? They were like, "Oh, we got to change the entire back half to Mando."
I've always said that the 2 episodes of Book of Boba Fett about Mando should have just been in season 3, but whatever.
Yeah, from my recollection, it aligned with the time frame of them like canceling Rangers of the New Republic and stuff like that. So it seemed like things from there just got really messy. Was that leading into Mando season 2 or 3?
3. No.
3.
Yeah, 3.
Was it 3? I mean, because to me also Mando season 3 seemed very messy. Like there were just like disconnected plot points that it just seemed like kind of a mess.
And the Coruscant Dr. Pershing episode, that felt like it should have been a Rangers episode. And I'm like, we took that away. There's probably another you could have taken away. And then that's where those Mando episodes from Book of Boba Fett probably could have fit in. So,
yep. Instead of just giving Rangers of the New Republic to Paul Sung-Young Lee. I don't know. They've made a lot of weird decisions in the past couple of years. The one like true north has been animation. So I was excited to see there be news here about. I really didn't know what to expect going into Celebration, other than the announcement of Visions Volume 3. I just didn't know if they were going to talk about any other animated stuff, and at least we got Maul, which again I'm super stoked for. I wish there were more announcements, but they really front loaded Celebration this year. I mean, didn't they? It felt super front loaded. Like we got all the new, like yesterday was just kind of like Andor Day, and
but not even Andor Information Day. It was Andor season 2 comes out in 3 days.
Yeah.
We love making it.
And we got cool stuff with Ahsoka season 2, but nothing on the scale of like a movie. Like the fact that they announced a movie and the animated series in one day. I told Scotty this yesterday. I was like, you'd think that they would have wanted to put the animation panel yesterday, or probably even better today, because there's really nothing going on today. So,
Well, today would have been the animation day. You got Visions, and you got could have been the mall show. And
Yeah.
like I even said, they could have still done a Tales of the Underworld panel.
yeah. What are your thoughts on Tales of the Underworld, Joey? I don't think I've gotten to. If you did an episode on
And
it, I have not
choose
gotten
your
to
words
listen to it.
wisely.
Royce and I have been I don't know, playing podcast tag here. We've been trying desperately to get a time to sit down and record an episode about the announcement of Tales. These are two characters that I love seeing more of. Give me more of Ventress and Cad Bane. And I don't know. I don't know if I've ever talked about it with the two of you outside of the Discord channel, but I'm a huge Ventress fan as well. So I'm very excited to see more of her. Again, another like taking on an apprentice or whatever is happening there. I cannot wait to see that. So I think in terms of the two arcs, I'm more excited for Ventress than for Cad Bane, but I love Cad. I think he's such a cool character. I just love I'm just always going to love like a very kind of tropey, super confident and super capable, like not necessarily like anti-hero or villain kind of character. And he's just he just seems invincible. That's what I love about the character. And like the voice is really cool and the droid is cool. And I'm super excited to see more of him, but I think like Ventress certainly tops that for me, and Quinlan Voss, and maybe some Path stuff. And I wish she was like doing a little bit more with Omega there, but
well,
we can move on from that. But
that's the thing about the Ventress shorts, and Katrina's actually the one that brought this up on the first day. What's cool is that they had showed in the first episode at Celebration, and no spoilers here, but supposedly a lot of what we saw in the trailer was in that first episode. So that means that there's something that they're like clearly hiding. Like think of Tales of the Empire. We had no idea about Barriss. We thought it was going to be her as an Inquisitor. We had no idea she was going to deflect. We had no idea anything about the healer aspect. Everything that happened with what was her name?
Morgan.
No.
Oh, the fourth sister.
The fourth sister. Yes, I forget Morgan. Morgan takes up no space in my brain.
You should have Royce on to talk about that. He's on the same page.
But there was a whole aspect that we had no idea about, and I'm like, what could that be? Like, what's going to be that third episode of the Ventress stuff? Because I think the second episode, I think there was stuff in the trailer about like a senator and his daughter or something like that she seems to be protecting or something. I can see that being the second episode. But third episode, what's it going to be? What are we going to get those Path connections? Her diving into it. We know Quinlan Voss was a part of the Path. Obi-Wan Kenobi specifically name dropped him specifically, and I wonder if we're going to see Quinlan Voss in the show at all.
I thought that, I guess I don't know now if it was confirmed or if it was just a rumor, but I thought I had seen something that said that Quinlan Voss was going to appear in the show. Maybe that was just a rumor. If the chat knows, let us know. But I did see that somewhere. Now I'll have to go double check.
I wonder if it was someone describing the first episode. Did Krypton to Alderaan just leak something? No. No, but
you heard it here first, that I might have seen it somewhere that might have said something. That's usually how Krypton to Alderaan runs with the news. This headline might have been this. Yeah,
I love it.
But Tales is another one. Tales is another one that I think is not entirely in Visions in the same line as Visions, because it's obviously canon stuff, but still you have the freedom to tell these people have the freedom to tell these stories in one little like 3-arc one-offs, which is such a Star Wars animation thing, these like 3-episode arc things that we can just go that we can just go on with forever. We can keep making these these episodes about characters that we all want to know more about, that there are lingering questions about, which there's always going to be. So it's just another one that has endless possibilities. I think that's the thing. Like, I very much felt like The Acolyte was set up to have somewhat endless possibilities, but all the animation stuff certainly does. Like, we can just keep going with a lot of these things, especially these anthology moments.
100%. Yeah, Star Wars animation is beautiful, and I like that this conversation has kind of turned into like a full animation of everything. That's totally not because Lucasfilm's live stream totally derailed our plans to be talking about the ILM showcase right now.
Oh, they didn't play it?
No, that's why Joey's went past 45 minutes.
Way past. Sorry. I hope, well, I'm glad I didn't take up more space than.
Oh no,
we
were going to be here.
Yeah.
And we were going to be sitting here no matter what. So
yeah,
we appreciate you staying.
I was waiting for you, Joey, to be like, I gotta go, guys. You guys can't keep using me while you guys are don't have anything else to talk about.
I have to be. I know a lot of times I cut out early and stuff like that. But I was so excited to come on tonight. And Krypton to Alderaan hasn't made an episode in a long time. As much as we said we were gonna like bridge the gap between these shows. And I was so stoked today getting ready to talk about this. And I was like reading my notes on Visions. And I was like, I get to talk about Star Wars with friends. And it's going to be a blast. I was like, I hope we can go longer than the like half an hour, 45 minutes that
of
was allotted as my time. So thanks for keeping me on longer. And also AJ the Finesman, I agree that episode of Mando might also be my favorite. It just felt very out of place in the I mean, I'm fine with things jumping around and not being like, it's called the Mando show, you don't have the Mando in it. I don't care about that, but it just felt very bizarre. But I do really love that episode. I really like that
fun episode
backstory into what is going, like the biggest thing in that episode for me that got me hooked, I was like, okay, I'm on board, was like in the first 5 minutes after Pershing gives his speech to the Senate, one of the senators is like, oh, Republic, Empire, who can keep track? It's all the same, or something like that. And I'm like, yep, here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that episode, it's one of those things that it's not going to feel in place until we see where it's all leading to. I mean, I know we saw like the Shadow Council stuff towards the end of the season, but it's weird. I feel like people, the studios that try to copy Marvel, they make this mistake a lot, where the way Marvel worked in their giant Marvel Cinematic Universe was each character each character had its own movie, or like there was a story. Each movie had its own story. It wasn't like here where it's like, okay, we have a Book of Boba Fett show, now we're going to pause it to go talk about the Mandalorian. They never did that with Marvel, where it's like, okay, we're going to have a Captain America movie, now we're going to, bad example, they actually did do that with Captain America Civil War. But it's not like they had a Doctor Strange movie and we're like, okay, now let's pause this and see what Spider-Man's up to, you know what I mean? Where it feels like that's something that that the Mandoverse tries to do, where it's like, okay, everything has to lead to this big New Republic versus Imperial Remnant war. Fuck it, let's just throw New Republic stuff into Mando season 3, when realistically, if they were following the Marvel formula, it should have had its own show, which it originally was going to.
And there's still time.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah, it's just like I don't like that aspect. It's almost like another Marvel reference, the Marvel figures, where they'll make a line of them, and then each figure has like a head, and then the next one has an arm, and then you have the other arm in the next figure, and then by the end, when you've collected the entire line, there's one figure. When you put all the pieces together, you have one extra figure that was part of the line. That doesn't work very well in movies and storytelling, where you can't just throw in the arm of the New Republic and Imperial Remnant into Mando season 3 and then be like, oh, in the end it's all together. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
It's not Voltron.
Right. And I think Dave Filoni would have a heart attack if he was told that they have to pause his Ahsoka show to go tell Mando stuff. So
yeah.
But
he's gonna pause it and to tell Thrawn stuff.
Yeah.
I guess he wrote all the episodes. So
you brought up such a good point, speaking of writing, though, and yesterday talking about, your script is only as smart as your writer, or whatever the quote was.
Smart villain is only as smart as your writer.
Just have Timothy Zahn come in to write Thrawn.
Honestly,
he's literally a writer.
He used to be in the writer's room. Yeah, like
he's a writer. And he's written the character for
years.
30 years, 40. He's written the character for a
Since
long
99, right?
He wrote the
90.
Legends version.
Yeah.
And the in-canon version.
And he created Thrawn, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he created Thrawn in Heir to the Empire. That's Thrawn's first appearance. So yeah, 35 years or so, because it was 1991. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know why I said 99.
No one. It's like Ahsoka. It's like Filoni and Ahsoka. No one's gonna know the character better. No one else could pick up Ahsoka and write Ahsoka. Like if you read the in-canon Thrawn stuff and your mind isn't blown at the way Zahn and just the books are like military, like strategy, which is not my jam at all, but it's so fun to read. However, how the way he wrote it and the fact that it exists in Star Wars makes it so fun to read. And it's genius the way I think, from me being just some dum-dum on the internet. But get him to help you write the character. I hope, again, this goes back to a little bit to what I was saying before. Like, I hope they're not just trying to make the character fit in to Filoni's vision of the Imperial Remnant and the war, whatever war is coming. I kind of hope this is like kind of a bait and switch type thing going on here, where they're making us think there's this big Imperial Remnant war, but the actual bad guys, the actual war is something else entirely. And we can get to like smart militaristic strategy Thrawn fighting the fight that he came here to fight in the first place, or to get ready to fight in the first place. That's what I really, honestly, I really, really hope we see that. I've said this so many times. It's getting to the point where I'm afraid, like, I'm going to go on there and talk about good boy Thrawn. I hope people don't get annoyed. But really, I think that's so much more interesting. I just think it like, take a risk. That's what I want. I want like the Ahsoka show to take more risk, and I would say like more than it already has. And it's been risky. I'm not saying it hasn't, but like we're going to get very like celestial level stuff. And I hope it also takes risk with the militaristic stuff as well. And it's not just like good guy Thrawn, or good guy Akbar, bad guy Thrawn, fight, witches, ghosts.
Or something I really don't want to see is them make Akbar seem stupid so that they can make Thrawn seem smart. Like they need to, because at least in expanded material, Akbar is also like a strategist, just like Thrawn. Like, I'm pretty sure that is why these two characters are facing off. So please don't make him look incompetent so that Thrawn looks really smart. Or I think what someone else brought up is, don't make Thrawn lose on purpose. We want to see him actually win instead of being like he lost because it's all part of his big plan. Like
And Joey, if it makes you feel any better, I just shut up when y'all were talking about Ventress and her return, because I was like, I could talk about this all day long. I made like 3 YouTube videos at least about it. So I was like, I'm just going to let them talk, because everybody already knows what I want. So don't feel bad talking about your good boy Thrawn shtick, because that's your thing.
I'm gonna put that on the other side of the booty shorts that I make.
Good boy Thrawn.
Good boy Thrawn.
Okay. I think Coop would like those.
Ask about Thrawn's magical or mystical hoo-ha.
So I want to go back to Ventress. I know we're bouncing around here a lot, and I don't want to take up more time.
You're good. We have 7 more minutes till we have to go. So
all right, sweet. I'm curious, Scotty, because I know, like, from the content creator standpoint, we see a thing happen and we're like, ooh, my favorite character, I'm gonna make this thing, and then we talk about it, and then it goes on the internet, and then it's on the internet. I'm like, do you have any? The more you think about and sit with and hold space with the Ventress news, do you have any like lingering feelings that you didn't express in your videos and stuff, or stuff that you've thought more about since then? As I always find myself being like, oh, I wish I had said that, or actually I just noticed this, and that kind of thing.
Thankfully, the majority of my content where I've talked about her has all been scripted. So I've spent time to kind of figure out exactly what I want to say. It's just more of I just want them, kind of like you're talking about Thrawn, I want them to get her right. I don't want them to fully change her character. I want them to keep her as this kind of, she's almost like a reluctant hero in a sense as well, and with her new purpose in life and trying to figure out what her purpose is. I still want her to be sarcastic and dry. We saw that in the Bad Batch. That's definitely still there. And I think they did an amazing job in the Bad Batch of portraying her in this new era of her life number 2. You know, she said she's got a few lives left. So and I hope that continues into Tales of the Underworld as well. Of course, I'm always going to want more, but like Austin said, when we talked to Katrina and they had mentioned like what was in the first episode of her episodes that was shown at Celebration was basically all from the trailer. We don't really know what her second or third episode is going to be. Like, I think that could still tie into the hidden past stuff that I keep talking about. I'm not going to be mad if it doesn't, but one thing I also talked about was I hope that they didn't bring her back just for Tales of the Underworld and then she's going to be gone again.
Right.
I don't need a series immediately, like something else, but if that was the point of bringing her back, just to tell more story, that seems like it. I don't know. That just doesn't seem like it makes sense. They could have kept her dead at that point.
Yeah, they brought her back for Maul Shadow Lord, of course.
I mean, maybe
I wouldn't hate it. I think it would be so. The interesting thing about Maul Shadow Lord is having the protagonist is going to be Maul, the villain. So any actual hero is going to be kind of framed as the antagonist. I feel like that would be such a unique thing for Ventress because we already have seen her as an antagonist. So it's like this layer of like, you have to make the ex antagonist, and now she's in this protagonist role, but you have to make her an antagonist again. How would they do it? How would they make it? I don't know.
And don't forget,
it'd be a unique challenge.
Don't forget, she was the one that handpicked Savage too in the Clone Wars and set him on his journey, which we unfortunately know how that ended. So there could be some animosity about that too.
Yeah.
It would also, we need more Ventress stuff. I'm gonna go off the rails here. We just need more content because it would also be amazing to see her dealing with like the guilt of all of the things she's done, including setting that monster loose in the galaxy. And she's also going to be like fighting Vader and running from it. Like her and Maul are going to be doing the same thing from opposite sides, I think, right? They're both taking on these Padawans or apprentices. They're both running from Vader, running from Inquisitors, trying to, both fulfill their new roles in the new galaxy. But it's like there was a point at the end of Clone Wars where they went in opposite directions, having
fallen
never even
apprentices.
really met. Did they meet in the Clone War? I'm trying to think if they've even ever like been face to face.
No, because she was off her path of the dark side at that point and kind of moved on into bounty hunting because she picked Savage. Savage turned on her. Then Savage went and found Maul.
Right.
So I don't think they ever met up. And they probably got some weird thing because keep in mind, she's a Night Sister. They are, I can't think of the phrasing, but like the women are the ones who like make the rules on Dathomir and they look down on the men and the men like submit to them. So it'd be really funny to see that dynamic because, she'd be like, you're just a man from Dathomir. You don't mean shit.
This would be, I would love to have this conversation with y'all and Katrina and anyone else who's a huge Ventress fan, because I've never really sat here and thought about their like Ventress's and Maul's inherent connection, and they both kind of started from the same place, and whatever we can say about how their journeys like paralleled or crossed or whatever, I would love to have that. My mind's kind of swimming now. Now I already want more stories of Ventress and stuff like that. Yeah.
Wes pointed it out. Maul and Savage fought Obi-Wan.
Yes.
And Ventress. That was such a fun team up.
You're so right, Wes. Yep.
And here's the thing, Joey. You've been wanting to podcast. You've been itching to. You set the date. We'll be there. I know if you set a date and invite Katrina, they'll be there because any chance they get to talk about Ventress, same here. We're good to go.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, any time to talk about Ventress. But yeah, Joey, we appreciate you so much for coming on here today. It's been an absolute honor. It's also been a long time coming. We've never actually had a proper, Krypton to Alderaan Wayseekers collaboration, and hopefully this is the first of many.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. I'm very committed to making that happen. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Joey, I know you said that you're coming back to the podcast Krypton to Alderaan for Andor. So if you guys are not already subscribed to Krypton to Alderaan, please go ahead and do so. All of Joey's links are in the description, including the Krypton to Alderaan podcast. Joey, anything else you wanted to say before we kick you out of here?
No, I really thank you both so much for having me on. This was so fun. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful that we got to watch that footage of Visions together and have that conversation and all the conversations that followed, of course. But that was a very fun thing to have happen together. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Joey. May the force be with you. We'll see ya. Awesome. Oh, I loved having Joey on. Always a great guest. Always he has such a podcasting voice too that it just
I know.
Yeah, I think that's why Krypton to Alderaan is so popular.
Yeah.
All right. So we are headed towards our break time. 3 hours into the stream, we have more Wayseekers content queued up for you. We have the full discussion of
what a perfect follow-up to our conversation.
Very true. Our full reaction and discussion of Tales of the Underworld. So we're going to play that as well as us talking about how Star Wars sucks and there's a really easy way to fix it that George Lucas laid out. All of that and more during the break. And then when we come back, we're going to be watching some interviews and stuff from the Celebration stream, maybe catching up on some past ones, watching anything new today, as we wait for the closing ceremony and we learn where the next Star Wars Celebration will be and when.
I was going to say, and when.
But until then, we will catch you all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure to like and subscribe as well if you have not already.
We'll see you in a bit.
Don't waste any time getting into this. There's a brand new animated Tales of series. We really know nothing. And Cad Bane is returning. Scotty, do you have anything to say before we get into this and see what this is all about?
I'm gonna have an anxiety attack if we wait any longer.
Okay, well then let's just watch.
Just do as I say. Never can be too cautious with strangers out here.
Battle droids
Western
again?
vibes.
Again.
Well, that's right up Cad Bane's alley.
Lady Ventress.
Oh, Lady Ventress.
We got a problem here. Just saw him right in.
Okay, there's Cad Bane.
Yeah, my boy.
What's the situation?
Oh, he looks super young.
He looks very pale, like in live action.
You took everything from me.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Trauma.
Are you?
I was Count Dooku's lead assassin.
The yellow saber.
I don't want that life anymore.
That's right, bitch.
Who is that guy?
Not Quinlan Voss. Was that an Inquisitor?
I guess so.
No
Oh,
one
yeah.
needs to die.
Is it
He's
gonna
not
be
a new
Morag?
fucking Inquisitor.
Oh,
No, it
that's
is
a
a
new
new
one.
Inquisitor. You just saw his face. Completely new.
Oh,
Get them.
oh, and like little Padawan.
Not Omega?
Oh,
You're gonna pay for what you did.
Ventress with the Padawan. I kind of love that.
I hope it was worth it. It will be.
I like the green. They keep getting
Tails.
longer and longer with these tales
I
of the.
know.
And it was Empire. Now it's real wide. Now it's real wide with Underworld. That was a lot. I don't feel like I'm mentally prepared to talk about it. I'm in shock.
Well, let's talk about it. Welcome back to This is the Wayseekers, a podcast for Star Wars fans by Star Wars fans. My name's Austin SWE, and I'm joined with the #1 Ventress fan, and we finally know what the fuck this Asajj Ventress project that was going on actually is. Scotty, before we actually get into discussing the actual contents of Tales of the Underworld, I do want to ask you, we've been hyping up this idea that Asajj Ventress would be returning in her own series, a new project. Nika Futterman, the voice actress, teased it. The Bad Batch creators teased it. We've been talking about it, honestly, since before she even appeared in the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
Now you know what it is. How do you feel? Do you feel underwhelmed? It's only a 3-episode adventure of Asajj Ventress. It's not a full-fledged animated series like we've discussed before. How do you feel about that?
I've been thinking about it over the day. Because I've had 10 hours to speculate without watching the trailer.
Right.
I've been thinking about it a little bit. And honestly, at first I was kind of like, this is going to be short. I kind of want more. But then I was like, thinking of her appearance in the Bad Batch, it wasn't about her. These episodes are going to be tailored to her and her story. We may not be getting the exact story that I have concocted in my head, but it's
Right.
still going to be a new Ventress story. So I'm
Yeah.
very excited about that and just what new lore it might add to it. Who knows what they could pack in there? Because we know with the Tales series, we usually get a really great 3 episodes and a really meh 3 episodes. This
Yeah.
one might actually have the ability to give us 2 really great episodes, but what I'm most curious about is how they're going to tie in together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because the last few Tales of series kind of mirrored each other, where it's like you had Ahsoka and Dooku, 2 Jedi that are no longer part of the Jedi Order. How did they go about their lives? 2 very different stories. I guess, I don't know. It seems like, so with Cad Bane, it looks like we're getting his backstory, which is interesting because I don't think ever once in my life have I been like, what's this guy's backstory?
I didn't catch that at all.
Well, think about it. We see all those Duros. It looks like it's like his homeland, I guess, that kind of Western.
That's true. I just initially thought when he was a lighter shade of blue, they were trying to tie it with Book of Boba Fett.
No, it looks like he's younger. It looks
Okay.
like he's definitely younger. And
Yeah.
then there's that man that's talking about you took everything from me. And there's that shot of a Duros kid with his mom. What's going on here? What's the vibe? Did Cad Bane steal somebody's wife? And is that his backstory? Is Cad Bane the one whose wife was stolen? Does this have nothing to, is this child just a bystander that gets involved in Cad Bane's story? What actually is going on here? But I think it's his backstory. I think that's the natural conclusion from what we saw there.
I'm just trying to think. So if his backstory, I mean, what do you think like the the theme is? Because like with Tales of the Empire, we know that theme was revenge.
I have it. Asajj Ventress is trying to remove and get away from like the bounty hunter stuff, the Sith stuff. She's in this new era, her new life. It looks like she has a new Padawan. Cad Bane, if we're getting his backstory, it's going to be diving into the bounty hunter stuff, into the underworld. So we have into the underworld, out of the underworld. I guess that kind of mirrors, right? Kind of.
No,
Am I crazy?
No, I think that's a really good way to put it. And yeah, it's kind of the inverse, which that was kind of how Tales of the Empire was with Barriss and Morgan Elspeth. They
Right.
kind of were the inverse of each other, where one dove into the darkness and one had to come away from the darkness. Okay, I see
I
that.
like it. And I agree with you because about how you said the previous 2 Tales of series, it's 3 great episodes, 3 not so great. I agree. I think that at least what we're seeing from the trailers and the ideas they have here, I feel like it could be interesting. I'm a little worried, I guess, about the Asajj Ventress stuff, just because it sounds a little repetitive. Again, we don't actually know what's going on, but the 6 Survivor sounds like he's a Padawan or like, training under Ventress. It looks like there were scenes where they were training, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a new Inquisitor, which
There's
how
always
many
a new
more
Inquisitor.
how many more Inquisitors can
Literally
they fucking add?
for every Order 66 survivor, we get a new Inquisitor. It feels
Exactly. And if you think about it, the Tales of series have all introduced a new Inquisitor. We have the bird neck.
Oh, isn't he technically like the first brother or something? There was
Something like that.
But
Or it
then
was
they
like Marok, and then it got confused because
Yeah.
in the timeline book it said one thing, and then in another visual reference book it said a different thing.
We still don't know.
Who is this one going to be? I don't understand why. I mean, again, we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't seen it yet. But I don't understand why they wouldn't just include an Inquisitor that was there before. Because then I started thinking, well, it's probably because Ventress has to kill this Inquisitor, and if it's an Inquisitor we've seen before, she can't kill them. But then I thought about it. She could kill Marok. And then, because he comes back, if you think about it, with what is supposedly Night Sister magic, would it not kind of tie into everything if Asajj Ventress was the one to originally kill him, and then Morgan Elspeth is the one to bring him back?
Very true. I'm really interested to see what that whole dynamic is going to be between her and an Inquisitor, because at one point or another, they were both fallen like Force users, steeped in the dark side. And I mean, we saw her in the Bad Batch where she was a lot more at peace, I would say. I mean, she's still herself at the end of the day, but like her status like in the Force, it's a lot more calm than it used to be. But watching her fight, even compared to when she fought the Bad Batch, fighting this Inquisitor, she does seem a little angry, a little rage there. So I'm wondering if we're gonna see her, maybe this Padawan will act as like a way to help her get to where she needs to be and kind of reclaiming her path into the light. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, if we go into Dark Disciple, we know that she kind of did that already, but they said
we want to see it.
We want to see it. Don't even get me into that. That's a whole nother conversation. But something I was thinking of too is that Asajj Ventress, technically, as far as we know, was dead before Order 66. We don't even know if she was brought back to life or whatever before or after Order 66. So the fact that she might have this Padawan that could be an Order 66 survivor, I imagine we're going to have to, I don't want a Ventress Order 66 scene, but like I'd like to know how she processed that, being in such a weird place and then going into maybe a mentorship. Does she even know there was a purge and she just took this Padawan on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I am interested to see what they actually dive into here. Are we just going to skip past all the Dark Disciple stuff? Are we going to get the explanation of her resurrection? Because mind you, we still don't know how she came back or anything like that. There's theories. There's, some little
I've made
threads you
plenty.
can pull on from Dark Disciple. Yeah, exactly. But we don't know the definitive answer. Is this where we're going to get it? Is there enough time within 3 short episodes to kind of handle the Asajj Ventress story? I think that's my biggest thing is
Mhm.
I feel like there's so much, and I guess like you said, there is the Dark Disciple novel to fall on, but with the way Lucasfilm currently runs, are they really going to put that faith into the Dark Disciple novel? I mean, they've
Well,
already kind of retconned it, not to oblivion. They're still going back. They're still able to
yeah.
connect those threads, but for the most part right now it's pretty retconned.
Well, it depends if Dave Filoni's in charge of this or not, because
Right.
Jennifer Corbett and Brad Rowell said on StarWars.com that they were honoring the story of Dark Disciple in the Bad
Yeah.
Batch marketing because that was the big question. So I honestly, I don't expect this series to delve into that much at all. I could even see it being a situation where, like in the Bad Batch, it was that throwaway line of, I've got a couple lives left. So
Right.
I
She's a
don't
cat. She got 9
basically
lives.
basically, have you looked at her? She's very like feline.
Right.
So
Mhm.
I don't imagine we're gonna get much of that story, if not maybe a throwaway line, maybe a little flashback, but I don't expect much. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised, but like you said, I don't think we have enough time. Do we know if these are gonna be within the same runtime as the other Tales series?
I bet you they are. I'm actually looking at the StarWars.com article right now to see if there's
Hmm.
any more details.
Yeah, that would a good prep.
Yeah. We can look at it live here. I mean, obviously, Nika Futterman and Corey Burton are returning to voice Asajj Ventress and Cad Bane. I think what's interesting here is there's one writer. It's not Dave Filoni. It's Matt Mitchevitz, who is a Clone Wars writer and wrote Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor.
Holy shit! Woo! You just
This
made
is very much made for Scotty Holiday.
You just made my brain like explode. Like I think I might have had a glitch. That's
Right.
really exciting, and that's like sets a whole new precedence on what these stories could be, and probably why we said they actually look like they both might be good, and
Yeah,
not just one good
exactly.
one and one okay one.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like what they're saying here is it's a 6-episode journey following 2 notorious bounty hunters, former dark side assassin Asajj Ventress, as she's given a new chance at life. So I'm hoping that they tie into her new chance at life.
Okay.
And she must go on the run with an unexpected new ally, an
Hmm.
outlaw Cad Bane, as he faces his past when he confronts an old friend, now a marshal on the other side of the law. So interesting with the Cad Bane stuff. Are they? Well, I guess that is, an ally, or not an ally, but someone from his past, an old friend. I'm assuming they'd show the, original story with
Yeah,
that
or at
old
least
friend.
clue us in a little bit.
I'm thinking we're getting Cad Bane's backstory here, which, like I said
like
before,
that.
it's interesting because never once have I ever been like, I wonder what his backstory is. But now I'm like, why have I never wondered? It's just like someone who
Exactly.
slipped under my radar, I guess.
Well, and it makes sense too, because I mean we've got him in live action at this
Mhm.
point, so it makes sense for them to want to do more with him. And something that's not just here is Cad Bane showing up to come be the bounty hunter of the week, which we
Mhm.
saw like 3 times in the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
So
He hasn't had like an actual story, I feel like, in almost 10 years because
or
all
an
of his
arc.
appearances,
Well,
all of his appearances have been like cameos, especially
Big
his
Bad.
recent cameo, Bad Batch season 3. They literally, the definition of a cameo. He showed up, was the bounty hunter, and that was it. They could have had anyone there, but they were like, we have the new Cad Bane model from Tales of the Underworld, so let's just plug it in.
Literally. Well, and this makes sense, especially with Ventress too, because they had the new model of her and they weren't just going to make that for nothing.
Right.
I'm very interested to see why she is on the run. I thought that
Mhm.
was a very interesting point from the StarWars.com article. And I'm like, is she on the run from, the Inquisitors? Or is it something different? Is she on the run because she could technically be considered a Jedi, an Order 66 survivor? This whole new chance at life, this fact that they say a new chance at life, they don't say, oh, she's got a new chance to make things right. A new chance
Right.
at life, that does make me feel like maybe we will get a little bit more. Like I said, I don't think we're going to get a whole explanation of like how she survived or how she came back to life, but I think we could get a little tidbit of it.
Yeah. I'm interested too because I saw the poster. So as Scotty kind of mentioned for those listening, we didn't watch the trailer at all. When we reacted to it, that's the first time we saw it. But we've spent 10 hours of our day, there's things
Thinking.
on social media. I saw the poster. I tried to avoid any actual conversation, but there's something I want to point out on the poster, and I want to show you here, Scotty, because I don't think you've seen the poster.
No,
At
it
least
was like
paid attention to
close
it.
the app really quick. I didn't want to see that yet.
Yeah, I was like, let me look at this. So we have the poster here. Here's how it looks, right? But
Mhm.
something I noticed, and it's funny that they tease about tying into an old friend of Cad Bane, when if you look right here,
It's
you know who that is?
What's her name? Lots Razi or something?
Lots Razi. What the fuck is she doing here?
Oh, and she looks cunt. Her
She
new
was not in
model.
the trailer, I don't think.
Her new model, because I've watched that season 4, episode 20 Bounty of the Clone Wars, because it's one of my favorites with Krait's Claw. Lots Razi is in that, and the same with that droid bounty hunter whose name I don't remember.
Right.
Ooh, this is a good poster. I've had some gripes with the previous 2 posters because there's just so many people in them. They put like every single character that appears in the series on the poster, and so it gets a little overwhelming. This one honestly looks like maybe the best one, I would say, out of all of them, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'd even say the animation too. I mean, I'm always a proponent of let's get a new animation style in there, but how can I keep saying that when every single time they're just blowing it out of the fucking park? The trailer was gorgeous.
Hold on. Can you zoom into the top right for me?
Top right.
What are these little green flame silhouette things?
Ooh, some Night Sister stuff going on here, possibly. Maybe we are getting the tie-in to how Ventress actually survived.
I mean, I could see that being one episode.
Right.
Kind of like they've done in the past with Morgan Elsbeth, how we kind of got her backstory in an episode, then we jumped forward. I could see them taking an episode. I'm just over here contradicting myself. I can see them taking an episode to go in and give us here's how Ventress survived. And I've always kind of seen it as her kind of like in this weird Night Sister plane that's not life, not death, somewhere in a purgatory. Almost similar to, the images that Dave Filoni did of Ahsoka. And they were for like trading cards or something of her kind of wandering around. And it was all in red. And it was, I think he said it was her finding her way back or something, or some trials that she had to go through between the end of season 2 of Rebels and then when she was brought back through the world between worlds. I imagine something similar like that for Ventress. And that's what those little green people are given.
Yeah, 100%. I'm very interested to see. I feel like when we watched the trailer, I was like, oh, this is kind of, obvious, I guess. But now, as we're talking about it, I really don't know what to expect from this series. I mean, Cad Bane, you would think they'd tie more into the bounty hunter stuff, but from the look of the poster, look of the trailer, it seems like they're tying more into like his Duros backstory, like the maybe that planet that we're seeing with all these Duros characters is Duro, the home planet of the Duros. Are we going to finally get some more information on them as well? I'm interested to see. I've never actually been that intrigued by Cad Bane, I guess, but now I'm like, let me
but
see
his story
what they got
is
going here.
It's ripe for the taking. We didn't know we wanted it, but now, I'm really interested. If we look behind his area, I'm seeing lots of fire, which fire is great for a tragic backstory. And then down at the bottom left, there's another person in a cowboy hat. I'm like, is that him? Is that somebody else?
Maybe his inspiration, his mentor,
Maybe
in universe Clint Eastwood.
His dad. Maybe it's Daddy
Oh,
Bane,
oh, I didn't think about that.
not Daddy
Yeah,
Bane.
but there's the mother and the kid I was talking about, and I'm
Mhm.
almost like, what if I hope they're not doing this because it's kind of overdone and it's kind of oh, let's blame everybody else for this guy's issues for him being evil. But what if the backstory here is this is Cad Bane's son or daughter, child, and that's his wife or whatever,
And she
and
cheated
something
on him.
happens.
Oh,
He cheated, and that's why he's become world or galaxy renowned bounty hunter Cad Bane. Because I don't know if you saw, there's been discussion about, funny enough, the Star Wars Underworld show that George Lucas was working on, the live action one.
We've heard lots of that recently too. This might be
Yeah,
why Underworld.
right. There was a subplot where they were going to explain that Palpatine had some sort of love interest that
Oh
did him
God.
dirty,
Oh
and that
God.
was the explanation as to why he became so evil. So hopefully that's not what they're doing here, but
Well, I think it
I
would
don't
make.
know.
I think it would work a little bit better with this character over Palpatine. Good
Yeah,
old Sheev.
that's for sure. Yeah.
Ventress looks so cunt on this cover. She looks so bad. I am obsessed.
Right.
Ugh, never looked better.
Yeah, she does look great. And it's funny too because I've pretty much like forgot when I think about Asajj Ventress, I picture her with the hair now.
You forget that
That
she
when
was bald.
I forget she was bald for like most of not only her actual appearances, but most of the time I've known her. Because
Yeah.
when I think of Asajj Ventress, I think of her with the, you know, the cut with the bangs
Mhm.
coming over.
You know what's funny though? We did see her as a Padawan with her little brown hair. And
That is true.
it's so brief, but literally Legends and canon, the majority of the time she's been bald. Her and I went on the opposite path. I had hair and then now I'm bald. She was bald, now she has hair.
Yeah, overall, I'm excited for the show. I really don't know what to expect besides, you know, getting more of these two characters. I'm intrigued. Honestly, I'm more intrigued than Tales of the Jedi or Tales of the Empire I was with those. I mean, this is here to break some new ground, and it's funny because when I saw the poster, I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh my God, like how many times can they can they do this whole Padawan Inquisitor shit?
Mhm.
How many more Clone Wars spin-offs can they really make? But I don't know. When I look at, you know, who's involved, who's writing it, the characters involved, the kind of room for these stories, I feel like there's something intriguing here. I'm excited for May 4th to talk about it.
Yeah, this is the season where they said, all right, we canceled the Bad Batch. We can't use part of their budget. We got to spend a little money this time around. So,
Right.
and I think it shows so far between the writer, between this
Mhm.
marketing.
Yeah.
It just looks really good. And I know I've talked a lot about Ventress, but genuinely, I am very excited about the Cad Bane stuff as well. Do I think
Yeah.
I'll like it as much? No, but I'm biased. But I still think it's going to be a really good story, and it's one that I'm
Yeah.
actually intrigued about. Where kind of like you said with before when we got Dooku and Ahsoka, it was like, okay, here we go, another Ahsoka
Mhm.
story. But
Right.
we haven't had a Cad Bane centric story. We've had a Cad
Yeah.
Bane, Clone Wars centric arc, but not a
Yeah.
story specifically about him. And we started to get ones that were like Ventress. Once she was kind of redeemed, or at least when she was no
Mhm.
longer an acolyte of Dooku, that was
Right.
Ventress centric. But then they stopped because the Clone Wars got canceled. So
Mhm.
this is a really exciting time, and I oh my God, we still have to get through Andor, but I'm like,
Yeah, this show's gonna come out in the middle of Andor actually, so they better be on their best, on their top notch, because the fact that they have to be compared to Andor, it might pale in comparison.
yeah, this is gonna be nothing like Andor. I'm not even gonna compare the two, but it is interesting that we're getting a Tales series and Visions in the same year because they haven't done that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, and I think that means that Visions won't be coming out on May 4th. I know that's something we talked about. And
Mhm.
also, we know that they're teasing something more or announcing something more at Star Wars Celebration with
Yep.
Star Wars animation, and it's good to know that it's probably going to be a full-fledged animated series, and because that's something I was worried about. They were just going to announce like a Tales of series, and it's like, okay, that's exciting, I guess, but at the end of the day, it's still short. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot that comes from it, but think about how quickly we moved on from like Tales of the Empire.
that one specifically, I think we all kind of paused for Dooku and Tales of the Jedi
Yeah.
because that was just so good. But yeah, Tales of the Empire,
Mhm.
other than Barriss, and even
Yeah.
then it was like Dave Filoni, it's been like 10 years at this point, and
Mhm.
we still don't even know where she is by the end of this series. So
Right.
I am interested though that they did not save this for Celebration.
Yeah, but then again, it's like if they announced it Celebration, it would have been a 2-week turnaround, like from announcement all the way
That's
to
true.
release.
Well,
At least this we have a full month, which is exactly what they did for Tales of the Empire as well. They announced it 1 month before.
can you imagine? We're gonna literally have 12 episodes of Andor behind us in 4 weeks, and then we're gonna have 6 episodes of this. Like, oh, while
know.
Andor is going on, they're
Mhm.
gonna overlap. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm not ready. I'm gonna need to put in some PTO.
Yep, but you already know we're going to be covering it on This Is the Wayseekers because, like I said, this show is very much our brand, or specifically the Scotty Holiday side of things. I mean, Jedi Fallen Order writer literally involves Asajj Ventress, the Underworld vibes. I mean, come on. What more could Scotty ask for?
Oh, there's plenty more. But yeah, this is a great start. This is a great
Maybe
start.
Quinlan Voss.
Yeah, maybe Dark Disciple movie, but I'll take this. This is a great start. We're going in the right direction.
Yes, I 100% agree. As we know, Disney has released so many projects since they acquired Lucasfilm over a decade ago, and for the most part, they've struggled to live up to the quality and the magic that the original Star Wars films were.
Yeah, it seems like nowadays everything that they put out, like, it just feels impossible to make a good Star Wars project.
Exactly, which it's so weird because it almost feels like the key to making a good Star Wars project is right in front of their faces. It's something that the best Star Wars projects that they've made all have in common, and it's even something that George Lucas himself has laid out for them.
Oh, well then go ahead and lay it on us. Also, Dave, John, if you're listening, you should pay attention.
Welcome back to This Is the Wayseekers, a podcast for Star Wars fans by Star Wars fans. My name's Austin SWE. I'm joined with my co-host, as always, Scotty Holiday, but also joining us is R2-D2 in a Patrick Mahomes Kansas City Chiefs jersey, which can only mean one thing. It's Super Bowl week, which, listen, I know nobody cares about that on this podcast. Scotty, as the resident football fan of This Is the Wayseekers, who are you rooting for this year in the Super Bowl?
SZA and Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Listen, before you all start clicking off, I promise we're not talking about the Super Bowl today. It's funny because every year that the Chiefs go to the Super Bowl and I have this insane excitement and just, as you can see, I have my fucking room decorated. It reminds me of the enjoyment and excitement that I had for Star Wars as a franchise years ago, and how much that's dwindled over the years because of the quality of things, especially with the introduction of Disney Plus and the way the sequel trilogy went. It's just dwindled my love of Star Wars so much, and I find myself looking for that enjoyment and excitement in other things, like seeing my Kansas City Chiefs go to the Super Bowl. But I want to have that same excitement again, like when I went to the movie theaters and saw Rogue One and felt like I was at a fucking concert clapping with a bunch of other Star Wars fans as we see this big giant battle of Scarif going on. I miss that so much, which is why I want to talk about in this episode of the podcast kind of how the quality has gone with Disney, but also how they can solve this problem, because I feel like there's a really obvious solution that George Lucas himself has laid out that some of the best Star Wars projects we have all have in common. And I want to talk about it today. But first, I think we should talk about the faults of Disney Star Wars.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest ones that I think of when we mention the faults is the lack of time. And
Yes.
I don't mean I don't mean just like runtime, because we all know we've had plenty of episodes where we've all talked about the runtime. It's not our favorite. But I even mean the time that they put into creating these projects, pre-production, post-production, especially with the special effects and like the VFX artists. I
Right.
mean, we all saw Skeleton Crew and how amazing it looked. We all saw the Obi-Wan Kenobi series and how that looked. So there's
Yeah.
definitely things that happen beyond the scenes that we don't know. But one big thing, like I said, is with the VFX stuff, please give people more time. Please take more time to put these series together when it comes to writing them.
Right.
Writers' rooms, we've talked about that a lot. We know the Acolyte had one. Yeah, the writing on that still is kind of... So
Right.
just give these more people, give them time to cook. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. How about more time into the thought behind the series? And, before they just go prematurely announce it and then it gets canceled and then they just look ridiculous. Like they never
Yeah.
have any Star Wars projects coming out, even though they have an overabundance, probably too many Star Wars projects coming out. It almost feels like they don't, because half of their projects still get fucking canceled somehow.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, the actual time for production, it's just insane to me, because when The Force Awakens came out and The Last Jedi came out, both movies took 3 years to make and complete and write and all that. So how is it that something like The Mandalorian Season 2 and The Book of Boba Fett, that are 4 times as long as those movies, why is it that they're being done in 1 year? Their entire production of shooting, post-production, writing for their 8-hour project, all in one sitting in 1 year. It's just, how is that even possible? It doesn't make sense, right?
No, and the big thing that always, it kind of stresses me out as a fan at this point, and I don't even necessarily like to do this with myself because I know how it goes. You set a date and you're say, I'm going to put out, like, for example, if we do YouTube, we're going to bank this video on this topic and we have to put it out on this date.
Right.
And, it's smooth sailing, and then things happen, and then the date's getting closer and closer, and you're like, oh my God, I'm nowhere near where this needs to be. And then you're making the thumbnail, at 4 a.m. and the video is supposed to go out 3 hours later.
Right.
So even with the new movies that they have coming out, like they're setting these dates at 2026, 2027, 2028, whatever they are now, because they've already shifted as we've
Right.
seen.
Exactly.
It's just like, do we need to set these dates? Because then we as the fans, we're already unfortunately getting used to these projects getting canceled either publicly or privately.
Mhm.
And then it's just like, oh, well, that date's coming up and we've seen no trailer. We've heard nothing about this movie. Like with the Rey movie, for example, it just got a new writer.
Right.
It's like, these movies aren't even going to make the dates they originally set. It's like
Mhm.
they're shooting themselves in the foot with
Exactly.
these crunching, this lack of time. Just give yourself time. That's how you make a good story.
Exactly, because it affects every single department that they have, like you mentioned, the VFX. But another huge part, the writing itself, because I think something else that's been lacking in the modern Disney era of Star Wars is the lack of interesting characters and the lack of character development. Because even when they do introduce an interesting character, we don't really get to see that character go anywhere. There's a few examples that I can think of where there was maybe some good character development. The Mandalorian, for example, with Din Djarin in season 1, that is good character development, and it's not just taking a character from one end to the other and not exactly showing how they got to that point. Like
Yeah.
Reva from Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example. You can say that over the series she developed, and I would definitely agree with that, but I feel like there's not enough substance to show us why. Why did she join Darth Vader and the Inquisitors, and what was her motives the entire time? It was very confusing because there just wasn't enough substance put into that story. So then when she is eventually redeemed, it's like, okay, I can see there's something here, but how did we get to this point?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And I think that it's good that we're talking about time and characters back to back because they relate so much to each other. Because, I can see, like you just said, I see the point A and the point B.
Right.
It's how we're getting there that's not having enough time spent on it, not enough development. And I don't necessarily agree that we don't have interesting characters.
Mhm.
I think that they've set up lots of cool archetypes,
Mhm.
but we don't get to know anything about them. We don't get to sit with these characters.
Right.
So then they become uninteresting. I think
Exactly.
they have like the skeleton of being a really interesting character,
Mhm.
even if it's not visual, even if it's just a plain old human.
Right.
Like, for example, I loved, keeping it with Obi-Wan, I loved Tala Durith, played by Indira Varma. Great
Uh-huh.
character. I even felt had some emotional moments with her.
Right.
But like, she shows up in 3 episodes and then she's dead. And that's
Right.
the first and the last we've seen of her. And it's just like,
Right.
it leaves us wanting more, and it makes those emotional moments not feel as emotional.
Right. And we all know the biggest offender of maybe killing off characters too early without letting them develop or do something interesting enough. The Acolyte. Yes, it was very shocking to see the murder of Yord and Jecki, but those characters went fucking nowhere after having interesting arcs set up. Like Yord, for example, I thought that there was like some interesting ties maybe into the type of Jedi that Anakin is, maybe some parallels there. He was very by the book. I felt like we were really going to see something come of that, and then he's just dead. And I understand that that's part of the shock, but there's just other ways to shock us and get us
Well,
more intrigued and involved.
it comes down to, I want substance over shock.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
speaking of the Acolyte with Jecki, she
Mhm.
got some development too. Her and Osha kind of started to bond a little bit. We
Right.
saw parallels between, them both being Soul's apprentices and things that they may have had in common.
Mhm.
And then she gets stabbed 3 times in the episode
Right.
after having some killer choreography. But
Mhm.
it's just like, girl, where'd you go?
Right.
Like, I was just starting to get attached.
Yeah, exactly. There's just not enough. And I think another good example to bring up here is Ahsoka in her own series, where
Oh.
she has to develop from kind of these issues that happened off screen in between Rebels and Ahsoka, with like Sabine and training Sabine as a Jedi and feeling like she's not good enough, like she's going to become Anakin Skywalker, her master. We see this character development with episode 5 Shadow Warrior and how she has this like rebirth, but there's again just not enough substance to where it's like, okay, what exactly was her issue and how did she overcome it, and how is that leading her life going
Well,
forward? It just didn't work out for me.
don't forget the part where we, the audience, were just informed in this series that she was scared she was going to follow in Anakin's footsteps. And then we have to go to that conflict. So you
Mhm.
just introduced it, and now we're immediately going to deal with it. And
Exactly.
sometimes that works, but for more like philosophical, mental, traumatic like
Mhm.
themes, I think you need more time with that. Plus the fact, and I don't want to harp on this, but the development that Ahsoka has had as a character up until this point.
Mhm.
And then
Exactly.
we're just like, even with the Ahsoka the White thing and her rebirth, baptism, whatever you want to call it, that
Mhm.
was also a little bit of the, okay, we knew she was going to become Ahsoka the White, and here she is becoming Ahsoka the White, but it's all resolved in like less
Within
than
an
30
episode.
minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Within one short ass Disney Plus episode that was 25 minutes without credits.
Yeah.
Something that I think is another issue that was, one, present in Ahsoka, but two, very important to you as a prequel kid, is the choreography and kind of the downfall of it in the modern era.
Oh,
Tell us about it, Scotty.
oh my God. Okay. I don't hate the sequel trilogy. I have rewatched it. There are things that I like about it. I
Mhm.
definitely think that The Last Jedi is my favorite movie. But I think that the choreography in the sequel trilogy is all shit.
Right.
I know lots of people like to say, "Oh, it's because they weren't trained in the temple, blah blah blah." Like, but they had the sacred Jedi texts.
Mhm.
They had all these things that Luke Skywalker was looking for. Ben was trained in some sort of temple, so why is he swinging his lightsaber like a baseball bat?
Right.
And then the worst thing about it too is, speaking of the prequels, we had the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, And people online were literally like, why is Obi-Wan swinging his lightsaber like a baseball bat? And
Mhm.
seeing it literally bounce off of stormtroopers in
Right.
the Fortress Inquisitorius. We all know the scene that we're talking about.
Yes.
And it's just like, I don't think it comes down to the actors aren't capable, because Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen proved that the actors can become capable
Exactly.
of dueling. We saw it when Hayden and Ewan went up against each other at the end of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
Right.
We saw that there is a good possibility to make good choreography with the Acolyte.
Mhm.
That was so refreshing.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the highlights for the series with me. No, not only did we get a series with more Jedi, but we got killer choreography where lightsabers worked properly. We actually saw the characters seem like they were actually fighting and not just like hitting steps on the floor. And then compare that to the Ahsoka series, where Balin gets a pass because he's just like a brute. So
Right.
the way he moved made sense to me. But when I'm watching Ahsoka, the Ahsoka, I don't know
Right.
lightsaber forms like that, or else I would point out her lightsaber form. But there's lots of martial arts involved, and
Yeah.
flips and jumps. And
Yeah.
I know you can't do some of that in live action, but when I'm watching Jackie spin around like a windmill and dual wield, and I
Right.
think to myself, that looks like Ahsoka out of the
Literally
Clone
looks
Wars.
like fucking Ahsoka. Right. Like I'm watching a scene from the Clone Wars.
And then I see Rosario Dawson just like holding her lightsaber like she is literally in A New Hope, Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan. And I'm just like,
Oh, no.
girl, there's no wire up your sleeve. You can bang the blades up against each other with some force. I know they want to go for a whole samurai thing, but if I don't see a reverse grip from
Mhm.
that woman,
Right.
I am going to go insane.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't even feel like Ahsoka, and you'd think something like that would be more important to Dave Filoni.
I literally, who's been with the character since like 2003 when they were first coming up with her.
Right, exactly. And isn't it his name is Nick Gillard, right? That did the choreography for the prequels, right?
I talked all this shit. I don't know any of these people's names or what their
Okay.
lightsaber forms are. I'm so sorry.
I'm pretty sure his name is Nick Gillard, and he's still available to work as a choreographer. I don't see why they didn't get him to come in for like the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, because like you said, we know Ewan and Hayden are very much capable, and I still think even some of the choreography in that show was really bad. I mean, I think of the moments where like Obi-Wan's like swinging the lightsaber behind his back and shit, and Darth Vader's just in front of him, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? The sequel trilogy, I disagree with you a little bit, just because I think that there are some
You're
good
right.
fights,
I'm
and
sorry. I'll go back. The Last Jedi throne room scene, amazing. The choreo, amazing. The Rise of Skywalker is the one that's egregious.
yeah, and I mean the Last Jedi one, there's a lot of issues with the throne room fight. The one that I always think of is the Rey and Kylo Ren duel, because yes, it's messy, but kind of that excuse that you brought up before, Rey isn't, a trained Jedi. Kylo, he has much more training, and I don't think that excuse works for him. But I think he was moving around good, and then the choreography with Rey, she's very much defending herself, blocking herself. I think it looks good, but let me not shit all over the point of talking about the shitty choreography in Star Wars.
Well, I'll continue. So, even going back to Ahsoka and Shadow Warrior, Hayden's moving in the world between worlds. He's
Oh,
doing
yeah.
some stuff. And then Rosario Dawson is just like
Mhm.
hitting his lightsaber every few times to like make it look like she's blocking. And I'm like, this man could literally chop you into pieces right now.
Right.
And you're like not even really putting up a fight. Like he's
Right.
going so easy on you, which was not what they were trying to convey. She's supposed to be fighting for her life because
Right.
what does she say? She wants to live,
Mhm.
or I choose to live.
Oh Lord, yeah, the wonderful dialogue of the Ahsoka series. But I think it shows a huge major difference between how they trained Hayden Christensen and the actors in the prequel trilogy. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the behind the scenes documentary of The Phantom Menace and Ewan McGregor, Liam Neeson training with Ray Park, who, mind you, they casted the villain not based on his acting abilities, but based on his stunt performances.
Yep.
It's just a night
telling.
and day difference, you know what I mean? And I think Star Wars is really known for its fights and how visually pleasing they can be. And I just think that's something that is severely lacking in the Disney era.
Yeah, let's not bring back the phrase "the rematch of the century."
Oh God. Yeah, absolutely not. I'm tired of the nostalgia focused bullshit that Star Wars has become. It's so weird. It started with The Force Awakens, where they're like, okay, we have a new Star Wars movie coming out. Let's just reinvent the Empire and the Rebellion. And now we have the First Order and the Resistance. They got the same fucking ships. They got the same conflicts going on. The same characters are involved, except Luke Skywalker's absent because J.J. Abrams didn't know how to write him into the story without overshadowing his precious new characters.
Well,
Fuck you, JJ.
don't forget the super weapon too.
Right.
They
How
gotta
could we
blow up the
forget?
super weapon.
The third fucking Death Star. Yeah, and it just started this trend where Star Wars is just nostalgia, nostalgia, nostalgia. I think of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series where the entire fucking show's premise is just like, remember Ewan McGregor playing Obi-Wan Kenobi in the 90s when you were a kid? The early 2000s when you were a kid? Like, come on. Like that is the entire premise of the series, and you only get little glimpses of like good ideas there could be, but they're just more focused on the rematch of the century rather than telling a good story about Obi-Wan Kenobi overcoming his depression and the things that he went through in Revenge of the Sith. But,
Yeah.
what's the point of that when we can just have a grand old adventure with him following around Princess Leia of all characters? Because, we just need more connections to the original trilogy.
But don't forget all the connections, none of the trauma.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Take out the interesting part of like dealing with all the trauma that they
Mhm.
as characters would have.
Right.
And oh God.
It's just base level, like, oh, well, these characters, got to meet in between the movies. Oh, isn't that so interesting? Look at how we're expanding Star Wars. It's like you're not expanding Star Wars. You're just repackaging the same characters, the same stories over and over and over again. It
Well,
sucks.
and don't get me wrong, I don't want it to come off, at least for me, that I don't want to see legacy characters
Right.
in shows, but I want to see them in kind of like I already mentioned with the sequel trilogy. I want to see them utilized.
Yes.
And in a way that makes sense, not just because we can. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
Exactly. I 100% agree. And I think that kind of gets into the major point of this episode of the podcast. All these things we talked about, these are criticisms that you usually hear when talking about Star Wars. And the strategy seems to just be copy what came before. But the truth of the matter is, in order to make a good Star Wars project, you need to do the opposite. You need to be unlike Star Wars and what came before.
In what sense?
I more just mean that the projects of this new era, the ones that get people talking and the ones that people are interested in what they have to offer, are the ones bringing something new to the table. In fact, I think the two best projects, Skeleton Crew and Andor, at least in my opinion, those are two TV shows that were critiqued during its marketing era for not looking like Star Wars, not being Star Wars enough before they were released. I mean, think about it with Skeleton Crew. You have the suburbs, you're focusing on kids, which, we usually don't focus on kids in Star Wars. In those trailers, it was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Is definitely not Star Wars. But then somehow in the end, even though the project was so different and brought in so many things that we don't recognize from the franchise, it was so Star Wars somehow, just in the way that it delivered its messages, in the way that it inspired hope and whimsiness, and it just felt so much like Star Wars. But like I said, it was not like Star Wars.
I think it comes down to taking a premise of a show
Exactly.
and just putting the Star Wars blanket over it. And I think that's what a lot of the shows that we like and that we talk about, the ones we gravitate towards, that's what they do. And they take the themes of Star Wars versus just saying, look, it's Star Wars, lightsaber, Luke Skywalker, you love this, right?
Exactly.
And instead they give us something new and weave the themes that are so integral to Star Wars into that project.
Right, absolutely. And like you mentioned before, that's not to say we don't want to see legacy characters again, because there are ways to take characters we know of and characters we've seen before and just make something new out of them.
Mhm.
Andor is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Andor brought in a much more serious tone to Star Wars than we've seen before. It hyper focused on the political thriller aspect of Star Wars, which isn't something that wasn't in Star Wars before. It just hasn't been at the focus as much as this series was. And then you
Yeah.
have characters like Cassian Andor, the titular character, who is a character we've obviously seen before in Rogue One, but
Mhm.
we get to see this new side of him and this new side of his life. Mon Mothma, these
Mhm.
characters are not new, but they feel new. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
feel like I met a new character with Cassian Andor while still following in line with what I knew from Rogue One. Mon
Mhm.
Mothma, the same way. We didn't know that she had a family. We didn't know that she, was literally is possibly going to put her daughter on the line to save the rebellion. We never got to see those side
Yeah.
of things. And it's something so different from Star Wars that it somehow feels so Star Wars. And Andor was the same way as Skeleton Crew during the marketing, during the trailers, even during the series release. People were like, it doesn't feel like Star Wars. There's no bricks and screws in Star Wars.
Ugh, I knew that was gonna get brought up at some point.
But you see the pattern I'm starting to see here, where it's like the best projects kind of have these accusations of not being Star Wars enough. And it's something that even George Lucas himself says Star Wars is. It was his biggest criticism of The Force Awakens, which Bob Iger said himself in his autobiography, which, by the way, the shit that Bob Iger admits in his autobiography, I think that man is an actual Disney villain.
Scum.
So it makes sense that he's the CEO of Disney, but he says in his book, "There's nothing new," George said. "In each of the films in the original trilogy, it was important for him to present new worlds, new stories, new characters, and new technologies. In this one," he said, "there wasn't enough visual or technical leaps forward." It's very much anti-George Lucas to, make an Obi-Wan Kenobi series and just focus on the fact that you got Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen back. George Lucas wants to see you do something new. And again, falling in line with what we said, George Lucas, he was going to make a sequel trilogy with
Mhm.
Luke, Leia, and Han and all these returning characters, but he was going to do something new because that's what George Lucas always did. Disney said they wanted to do something for the fans, which sounds all nice and dandy, but what they really mean is, we're just going to repackage the shit you had before and present it to you as something new. George Lucas still cared about the fans, but he understood that his story came first. When the prequels came out, imagine if he never broke the mold of the original trilogy, because the prequels are very, 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 very fucking different from the vibe of the original trilogy. And now those things are essential to what Star Wars is. There's so many things from the prequels that people are like, yeah, that is what Star Wars is. That's what I think of when I think of Star Wars. It would have never existed if there was never an opportunity for George Lucas to expand Star Wars in the way that Disney could do if they wanted to.
Yeah. Well, I think that also echoes back to the issue of they don't take the time to do it. On
Mhm.
top of that, we have, like you said, George focused on the story first. And that's kind of what I was just saying about these new Star Wars projects. They
Mhm.
have an idea of what they want to tell, and then
Right.
they either put a Star Wars blanket over it or weave the themes of Star Wars into it.
Mhm.
And that's how it becomes quote, Star Wars.
Right. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I'm telling you that the key to good Star Wars is bringing something new to the table. I think an interesting case study of this kind of hypothesis we have going on here is The Bad Batch. The Bad
Mm.
Batch started off in season 1 as an extension of the Clone Wars. It was a cameo of the week type show where every
Yeah.
single week it's like, who are we going to see now? Cad Bane, and which clone are we going to see? Is Captain Rex going to be in this episode? It was just
Don't
Clone
forget
Wars.
Harrison Dula and
Right.
Chopper. We've got a little Rebels.
Exactly. Just the same stuff as we got before. And during that show's run, during season 1 and most of season 2, there was a lot of criticism of the show. People were like, what the fuck is this show? Like, It's just a rehash of the Clone Wars. There's no real story here. It's just kind of spectacle over story. But then there was kind of this shift halfway through season 2 and all of season 3 where they started to really focus in on the Bad Batch and how they want to impact the galaxy, and focusing on Crosshair and Omega and the actual core of what the show is titled after, The Bad Batch.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everyone fucking loved that show. Everyone connected with the show, especially during season 3. I'm pretty sure that there's episodes in there that are some of the highest rated animated episodes in Star Wars on IMDb.
Well, you know what's funny with that too is like harkening back to our conversation last week with The Mandalorian.
Right.
The Bad Batch did the opposite trajectory of The Mandalorian.
Exactly.
Whereas, The Mandalorian starts off small and then it expands. And even I said the universe opened up in season 2.
Right.
It's like The Bad Batch, the universe is open in season 1. It takes all these things we already know about, and then it slowly funnels down and hyper focuses on what, like you said, the core of the story is, which is the Bad Batch, and we get those character moments. But I think it worked for the Bad Batch, clearly, because they set up the galaxy, and then we focus on our characters and how the galaxy is impacting them.
Exactly. And I'm glad you brought up Mando season 1, because like you said, it kind of followed an opposite structure of what the Bad Batch did, where season 1 was so new and refreshing that it brought in so many new fans. There's literal studies that show that people watched The Mandalorian on Disney Plus and then started watching the other projects, or maybe some of the animated projects, because they wanted to know more about Mandalorian culture, because they saw this show that was just so new that anybody could watch it even without seeing or watching Star Wars. But would anybody look at you dead in the eye and say that The Mandalorian didn't feel like Star Wars? No, nobody would ever say that about season 1 of the show, but it's so different from anything we've got in Star Wars.
I think something else to point out, in keeping with the Bad Batch and the Mandalorian, obviously in the Bad Batch, it's animation, so it's easier to kind of stick with what George Lucas was saying and give us new visuals, whether it's a new planet, just new places. Like, it's easier to do that in animation, and the Bad Batch did an amazing job of that. I might even argue that the beginning of The Mandalorian season 1 to The Mandalorian season 3, definitely a big downgrade in the environments, because season 1 had a lot more visually exciting things, and then we get to season 3, which is desert and grassland.
Yeah, and dull, like a torn down dull Mandalore. So yeah, nothing very interesting there visually.
How much of Mandalore was really there?
Right, but I mean, they didn't have to make it fucking pitch black to where you can't see a single thing that's going on.
That's true. That's true. I guess the Mandalore is a different topic though, because Mandalore already was fleshed out in animation, so they had cool stuff to go off of, to pull from and expand upon. So Mandalore's a little different, I think.
I guess, but they didn't expand it interestingly enough for me. But But yeah, to wrap all this in a tight, neat little bow, Star Wars needs to be different. The best projects in the franchise, Skeleton Crew, Andor, The Bad Batch, The Mandalorian Season 1, are projects that are bringing something new to the table while still speaking the language of Star Wars. And I think that if Disney were to start focusing on more stories like that and hiring more people like John Watts, they will start to see Star Wars rise up so much more in popularity, and people will enjoy this franchise so much more than they have been the last decade.
I love that. They just need to speak the language of Star Wars. That's such a good way to put it. I'm so mad. I kept saying blanket, and you're like, speak the language.
Maybe it's because you don't speak the language.
That's a motherfucking lie. That is a lie.
Well, before we start fighting about it, Scotty, why don't you send us out of here if there's nothing left?
Make sure you follow us on social media at Wayseekers Pod so you never miss out on our amazing.
Welcome to Celebration Station, your one-stop shop for all things Star Wars Celebration Japan. If you've gotten to experience a Star Wars celebration before, whether at home or at the convention itself, you know that it's one of the most magical weekends of a Star Wars fan's year. But if this is your first time tuning in, let me tell you, you're in for something truly special. Star Wars Celebration isn't just a convention. It's not just a panel lineup. It's not just merch and cosplay and fanfare. It's a living, breathing love letter to this galaxy far, far away that we've all made a part of our lives. Today kicks off what is basically the Super Bowl, the Oscars, and Christmas all rolled into one for Star Wars fans. Over the next 8 hours, we're going to guide you through everything happening on the floor of Star Wars Celebration Japan. The biggest reveals, the most exciting panels, exclusive footage, interviews, merch drops, and just the vibe of the community coming together. Now, let's talk about where this all started. The first ever Star Wars Celebration took place in 1999 in Denver, Colorado, just ahead of the release of The Phantom Menace. It was muddy, it was rainy, it was chaotic, but it was pure magic. Fans showed up in droves just to be together in that anticipation of a new era of Star Wars. Since then, Celebration has grown into a global phenomenon. In 2005, Celebration 3 gave us our first live look at Revenge of the Sith, including an unforgettable Hayden Christensen and George Lucas panel. In 2015, Celebration Anaheim gave us chills with the debut of The Force Awakens trailer. Remember Han saying, "Chewie, we're home." That was live at Star Wars Celebration. In 2019, Chicago brought us the first trailer for The Rise of Skywalker, and the Emperor's laugh at the end had everyone losing their minds. And who could forget that 2022 Celebration where we got the first Kenobi teaser and Andor footage, plus the full reveal of Skeleton Crew, The Acolyte, and Ahsoka's cast. And then there was London, 2023. That's when they first announced that Dave Filoni would be directing an upcoming Mandoverse movie, and we got sneak peeks at The Acolyte and Ahsoka, along with major announcements about the future of Star Wars in theaters, including a film set at the dawn of the Jedi, and one starring Daisy Ridley returning as Rey. This year, Celebration returns to Japan for the first time since 2008, and the energy is off the charts. With The Mandalorian and Grogu's return on the horizon, Andor Season 2 debuting soon, Ahsoka Season 2 nearing production, and whispers of more animated content, new games, and yes, the future of Star Wars on the big screen, this celebration could be one of the most pivotal in years. So, whether you're here for the big announcements, the deep dive panels, the incredible cosplay, or just a vibe out with fellow fans, you're in the right place. We'll be with you all night, breaking down everything as it happens and celebrating this amazing saga that connects us all. So grab your calf, your blue milk, or whatever keeps you going. We've got 8 hours of hype ahead. This is Celebration Station, and this is The Way.
We're back, baby.
Welcome back, everyone, to Wayseekers Celebration Station, presented by This is the Wayseekers. I just realized that's the last time that we're going to be coming back. This is the last time we're going to have an intro playing.
When you put it like that, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's a little sad. It's been an amazing weekend, though. We've had a lot of cool stuff happening. So yeah, I'm excited. We have the closing ceremony left to get through today. That will be at the end in about, I want to say in about an hour, right?
Yeah.
About an hour and a half. Yeah. The closing ceremony will start. Hopefully they're streaming it, but if not, we'll be looking at the live updates and we will.
If not, you'll be looking at our faces while we talk about it.
Yes, exactly. But I really do. I hope that wherever Celebration ends up being, it's something exciting. Matter of fact, why don't we try to guess that, and maybe we can even that could be our last poll for the night or for these streams. Where do you think Celebration will be? Let's come up with 4 ideas here. We'll use the chat to help us. I think the one I'm going to throw into the hat, Chicago.
You're doing my job for me. I love it. This is exactly what I wasn't gonna like poll it as a like what should we put as the top 4 options, but I was definitely gonna make a poll of like where do you think it's gonna be at next and try myself to think of top 4 options. So you say Chicago. I think that's like wasn't the original one in Chicago? Clearly I should have paid closer attention to your intro video.
The original one was in Denver, but Chicago was 2019. That was the year with Rise of Skywalker. Here's the thing, McCormick Place is a huge convention center. In fact, at the previous celebration, they only used half of it. When I go there for C2E2, they only use half of it. So the thing is, if Celebration were to be massive, movies are coming back into the mix. I can imagine that the Mandalorian and Grogu movie is going to bring in a lot more audiences like The Force Awakens did. What if they want to make it even bigger, have both sides of the convention center open? I think that would be really exciting. I like Chicago. I go there every year. I know the city now, so.
AJ the Finesman said my best pick would be a random East European city where I happen to live in. Thank you, Lucasfilm. Yeah, I'm right there with you because I live in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and we have a convention center. And it would be lovely if they held it there, so I would not have to travel. Not that I don't want to travel, but just the convenience of it all. I like the idea of Chicago. I like the idea of them going back to Europe too, especially if there's somewhere where we can host it, because like you think of like the UK, I think London. You think of Asia, I think of like China and Japan. So they're hitting like the big places, but like within the US, they've gone to many different places. So I could see them going to Europe again and maybe not actually in London this time, going somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe that should be one of the options. Non-US. I think we should just non-US is one of the options.
You're reading my mind. I was like, the only other two I can think of that people keep saying is Orlando and Anaheim.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Wes, I was watching that during the break, the Sidekicks panel. I believe that was the one that, I might be wrong, but I think that's the one that replaced the Oscar Isaac panel since he wasn't able to make it. But they had Ahmed Best. It was hosted,
Daniels.
Yeah, and then
I was watching it too.
Yeah, Anthony Daniels, and then Alan Tudyk, hosted by Ashley Eckstein. So, yeah.
She had her grandma glasses on. It was very cute. I was like, oh, she took out her Ahsoka extension. She put her glasses on. She is in host mode right now. She's not in Star Wars voice actress mode.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. So yeah, I think I've seen Orlando and Anaheim as the other ones. I feel like they could be doing it somewhere new as well. See, Las Vegas has a very big convention center.
We talked about it yesterday. Yeah.
It's on the strip as well.
Well, mine's on the beach, so.
There's a neat little monorail system that goes directly into the convention center. Like, I'm just saying.
And that's important. If anything, wherever it is, I would definitely like it to be more of a like walkable city. And if not walkable, good public transportation from going to different places, especially if you're not staying like at a hotel that's right next to the convention center.
That's why Chicago's a really good one as well. Like, they have not only the public transportation, but it's very walkable. Their streets literally accommodate for pedestrians, bikers, At least Las Vegas, they don't do that. Unless you're on the strip. The strip is very different, but it's just one street. Like, very long street, like 2 or 3 miles.
All right, so we're thinking non-US. Overseas, you said Chicago.
Yeah. AJ says, at this point, there's nothing to stop Celebration from coming to non-English speaking European countries.
Yeah.
Japan seems like a big success, and lots of European countries have huge Star Wars cultures. 100%. Maybe that's what they're doing here, is they're just, for the next decade, they're going to go outside of the US. I think the thing is, Scotty, if it's not in the US, I feel like if we have 2 years, we got to do whatever it takes to get there. I'm not missing out on the next one.
Oh, same. I mean, I couldn't. What was the last one? 2023?
Yeah.
That was in London.
Yeah. And then 2022 in Anaheim.
I don't know if I was working last time.
Yeah. I don't think either of us were. I definitely wasn't.
Because I'm like, there's nothing stopping me from going overseas other than making sure I get a passport. Which I don't have, but I can get one. Won't have my gender identity on it properly, but yay US.
And at this point, they may be doing they may be not wanting to do it in the US. What the fuck is the US going to look like in 2 years?
Yeah. This is the Wayseekers meetup at Celebration confirmed.
Absolutely. Hopefully, we'll have a lot more people too that will want to meet us.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe even a little panel of
Yeah.
our own.
Right now, it would be a very small meetup, but a fun one. I think
Yeah, I agree.
vibes would be great.
Germany was the 30th anniversary. That's true because this next one might be the 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's in 2027, for sure. I feel like it's The more I think about it, it's way less likely there's gonna be one next year because they're not gonna do 3 in a row. I don't think.
Yeah.
So they're gonna take off one of these years, and if they're gonna take off a year, it's gonna be the 49th anniversary, not the 50th. So.
Yeah, and I think they're doing the opposite year of D23s.
Yeah. Oh.
I think
didn't
that's
think
the
of
new
that.
thing
I
because
thought
D23
D23
was.
is every year.
I could be wrong. I could very much be wrong. I'm not that up in my Disney knowledge. But I know D23 they had it this past August in 2024.
No, you're right. It is every 2 years. Typically held once every 2 years. It's probably during after the pandemic, they probably did 2 back to back or something, and that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, I'm starting the poll. Anaheim, Orlando, Chicago, overseas, non-US.
Yeah.
So
40th was Orlando. See, that's because in my mind, I was like, they're not going to go back to Orlando so soon. But if they go back to Orlando, it will have been 10 years since they went back to Orlando. So I could definitely see that. Also, I am excited thinking back because I remember the 40th anniversary of Star Wars, seeing that celebration. That was the Last Jedi celebration. That was just life-changing. Watching that from home, watching every panel, just amazing. I loved every second of that.
yeah. And what year was that?
2017. And they had a bunch of cool stuff that year.
I can't remember what year it was, and this might have been 2017, but I specifically remember when I started getting more into following Star Wars YouTubers, which was around the time of the sequel trilogies announcement and whatnot. I remember I was at my job. I was working working a phone job, so I had to be on the phones all the time, and it was back-to-back phone calls.
Right.
I literally logged myself out so I could go and watch the trailer that had just dropped on my work computer. And I really wasn't supposed to be 1, logging out, 2, watching something on the work computer. But I was like, I gotta watch this trailer right now. And I had messaged some of my other friends that had worked there that I knew that were into Star Wars. I was like, oh my God, did you see the new trailer? They're like, no. I was like, I just watched it. So there was a lot of that. So I think 2022 was the first year that I started watching online and actually keeping up with it, which we talked about this as well already, but I don't remember. Wasn't that was that the first year that they started being more exclusive about it, or was it? Yeah. So that was my first year.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, this is all I've known.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it was a whole different thing. It was exciting to watch from home. You didn't have to have this happening. You didn't have to have Wayseekers Celebration Station.
Hey, but that's not I'm glad that this is happening.
Me too. I'm very glad I definitely this has been my favorite celebration, I think, of the post-pandemic ones.
This is a great point. Having the John Williams come to the panel is a lovely surprise, but getting a panel with all the new composers, I'd love that. Would be cool. And
that was very cool.
Unfortunately, they'd probably stream that one because they'd be like, yeah, people don't really care about the composers. They're not celebrities. I'd be locked into that panel. That'd be such a fun one.
Yeah, that one was cool. That was the 40th anniversary panel. It was the first panel of Celebration. And at the end, they had a surprise with John Williams and his band was behind a curtain, and then it dropped. And then he did a bunch of songs. He even did Leia's theme because they had that was a few months after Carrie Fisher had passed away, so they had a lot of tributes to Carrie that year. There was a lot of surprise. They had George Lucas at that panel, actually.
Oh, wow.
Believe it or not, Disney got George Lucas at Star Wars Celebration. I'd imagine they would have him back for the 50th if he'd be willing to come.
Well, he filmed, we know, interviews for Light and Magic Season 2. So,
yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. Something interesting that Dave Filoni talked about this weekend was saying how much George Lucas was actually working on like Star Wars and the Clone Wars, and how often he was actually at Lucasfilm. I never really thought about that. Like when he retired, he was still very active, like still in his daily life working on Star Wars.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine like the shock of like not being able to do that, or like the having to transition into just not doing Star Wars anymore, or working on the thing you work on every day.
And I imagine what the situation was, because it was his choice, obviously, at the end of the day. No one forced him to stop. And as far as we know, it wasn't like a health issue either. So it might have just been the fact that he felt like it was taking up too much of his life, and the only way to get himself to pull back was to completely cut himself off from it.
Well, the thing is, when he sold Lucasfilm, he thought that he was going to be involved still.
Oh, rough.
Yeah. He thought that they were going to use his sequel trilogy treatments. And then it was kind of a surprise when they were like, no, we're not going to. And then that's when he was like, okay, then I'm not going to work on these.
Well, and as we know, Bob Iger lied to him.
Yeah, exactly. So
and admitted to it like a psychotic. But it's been nice to know that he's at least been brought back for the kind of Mandoverse stuff, because we know he's been on the set of The Mandalorian, he's been on the set of the Ahsoka series. There's photographic evidence. There's that picture of him like cradling the Yoda puppet. You mentioned it, the shot of him and Rosario where she's like cackling, mouth wide open. So I'm glad that he's not completely like turned off. It's like no, but I think it also has to do with the fact that it's a lot of Dave. Like
100%. I think that if, God forbid, but say these next few movies end up flopping, it doesn't go well, and as Crystal Kyber said, that would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I think their last resort would be, all right, George Lucas directed project. I think that they would give him however much money he wanted, like as their last ditch effort, which would be coming up if these movies don't do well for them. They'll have to throw a Hail Mary. And I think that that's when they would be like, all right, we got to give him a movie.
I think their final resort, not their last resort, but maybe the step prior to that, they have as their backup plan is the Dave Filoni movie.
Yeah.
And then if that doesn't do well, but would George even come back? I'm petty and I would not.
I think he would. I think there's a universe where they give him enough money to come back, and Dave Filoni is the chief creative officer of Lucasfilm, and he's even said himself, he's like, would you tell George no if he came to you with an idea? So
well, he's 80. He's got time.
Yeah. I don't know. I it's not necessarily that I want it. I think that if George Lucas made a project, it wouldn't be the best. But yeah, I saw that. Yep, Starfighter is next to Spider-Verse and Avengers Secret Wars 2. He already has $4 billion. What could Disney give him?
Sorry, we keep fighting over putting this comment on the screen.
Well, George Lucas already gave like most of that money to charity anyways, and also billionaires always want more money.
I mean, I thought about that. Well, I didn't think about billionaires because fuck them. But I was thinking when I was like, I'm petty and I wouldn't come back. But yeah, if they're like, Scotty, we're going to offer you $100 million. Even if I was pissed off, I would take it and then make what I wanted. Even if it shit on, in this example, even if it shit on something that Star Wars has come out with under the Disney era, At that point, I'd be like, well, I'm going to make my movie the way that I want it to, and take your money, and like we're going to do what I want to do, and I don't care if you like it or not. And that's also the pettiness of it all, is being like, oh, you need me to come back? You can't do this without me? Imagine that. I'd probably say no, and then they'd give me a counter offer, and then I'd say yes.
Right.
Got to play hard to get.
100%. Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be funny too if George Lucas made a project, because I don't think that the people that champion George Lucas, the ones that are like, he needs to come back, Georgia Star Wars, they'd hate it. And I think it would just be funny. Like, I just think
it would ruin their whole argument, quote unquote, what they think is a valid argument, and it would completely ruin it, because all those people like are the same version of the people that hated the prequels when they came out. That were like, the original trilogy's real Star Wars, not this fucking digital bullshit CGI Jar Jar Binks.
Well, actually, knowing them, they'd be like, oh, he was forced to make it the way they made it.
The woke Disney, the woke Disney era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that also is definitely another downside to it. But I really feel like if Star Wars were to keep going downhill, like, they're going to need like a last ditch effort. And I just, like, for example, if DC and Marvel like all of a sudden stop making money, like everyone always says their last ditch effort would be to cross over and make a DC Marvel movie. I don't know what Star Wars equivalent would be.
Oh, that wasn't the Justice League.
No, yeah, Justice League is DC, yeah.
Which the one with the DC and Marvel team? Didn't they have a team in the comics or something?
I don't think so. Maybe, but like I know they've crossed over in the comics, but
I thought there was a special team of it. We're the wrong people. We need Joey back for that discussion. He would know.
Exactly. But I think we should watch. I have the Temuera Morrison and Daniel Logan interview pulled up. I think you said that it would be possibly interesting to watch. So
I don't know if I said interesting or entertaining. Definitely be entertaining. I mean, based off of Temuera Morrison's clip from his little, it's a nod.
Yeah.
And a nod. The Star Wars grifter voice. Thank you so much. I do lots of voices. I'm here all week.
All right. Well, let's watch.
I really appreciate that.
It is a great voice.
Thank you.
Our next guests are one of our favorite father and son duos in Star Wars. Clones, bounty hunters, Fets. Please give a warm welcome to Temuera Morrison and Daniel Logan.
A couple of surprises.
Understandable. Are they gonna hit it? Oh, and they just announced the Jango Fett's Lego ship set.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They came out doing a haka. Everyone thought that was going to happen, and no surprise there, it did.
After this one, I saw there's one with Genevieve O'Reilly.
Oh, perfect. Good thing they started talking, because I was about to be like, you might need to mute this because we're getting a lot of music.
I think I think Celebration is always good with music being not copyright.
Honestly, I had to look up because I wasn't sure if Daniel Logan was Maori, but he is.
Yeah.
I did not know.
Since he played a clone of a Maori person.
Yeah. Or Maori, excuse me, gotta say it properly.
Anthony, good to see you again, brother.
Oh, that totally is
Been
the
a long
Culture Kings
time.
Princess Leia shirt.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I hope we never scared anybody.
I'm wearing Mike Culture King's Jar Jar.
And I'm wearing my Roosevelt's. We got the brands on.
What's up? What's up?
Temuera-san! Kia!
This is another one of those just things that I love is when a Star Wars actor is able to bring their own culture into just whatever they're doing.
100%.
Oh, I know Star Wars Sublight loves that. He's
I
from
think
New
you did it.
Zealand.
I think we're all coming. We're coming to New Zealand, yeah?
There we go. Celebration, New Zealand.
But right now, I got to ask you, how's it feel to be in
I can see
Japan,
it.
Tam?
Wonderful, wonderful to be back. Wonderful people. Beautiful sushi. Beautiful. And you know, they are so generous.
Did you see they have a
so
vegetable
respectful.
carver on the stage?
And they have a
and when they
Didn't
walk off, he hands
still
them
the
something
old
related to their
values
project.
of the samurai.
That is so
much
fucking
respect
cool.
and just I am very blessed to be back in Tokyo, Japan, and much love to all the fans, not only from Japan, but all around the world.
And Daniel, it is lovely seeing you as always. It's always good catching up, man. How's it feel being in Tokyo?
Yep.
You know, it's a wonderful feeling. Being surrounded by so many fans of Star Wars. Collectively, I see a lot of prequel love here.
That's what my hair looked like before I decided I need to start shaving my head.
And it's a good time to be a part of the prequel. So thank you guys for coming out, supporting us, and joining us here at Star Wars Celebration Japan.
Yeah. You know, something I love is that the two of you are truly close and have been for years, for decades now.
Well, since the year 2000 when
Yeah.
we first met, I was cast by Robin Gerlin as Jango Fett. Obviously.
Yeah, Robin.
Then we needed a young Boba Fett, and that's where we got to meet. And look, I must tell you the truth here.
That's right. They've been playing,
Daniel's had a pretty,
these characters at the same
upbringing, and
time, at the start.
it was pretty tough on
Spectacular
Daniel,
Clones.
you know, just some of his. He never really had a father figure. So when we first met,
Putting out Daniel's trauma.
Daniel,
I know. I was
just
like,
act
damn,
like
called
your
him
real
out.
father. You treat me like your real dad, and I'll treat you like my real son. So we've had that close bond.
Found
since,
family.
the year 2000. He's growing up to be a beautiful man. He left New Zealand and now lives in America. And we've always kept in touch. He's a beautiful father, got a lovely wife, Katie, beautiful son. So
Daniel
I'm very
Logan and
proud
his
of him,
wife
very
used to
proud of
watch
him,
my live
and-
streams back in the day.
Oh, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah. I mean, you've actually, you and I have talked about this before, Daniel, about how you found your family on the set of Star Wars, and that must have been a wonderful thing for you.
Yeah, you
Clearly
know,
found your
Tim's
family.
been a big role model in my life before I even knew him, and getting to meet him in person, and he just embraced me like his son, you know, and he still does to today, you know.
Does
And
Morrison
I'm
have
very
any
blessed for that,
kids?
the opportunity to
Yeah, I know he at
be
least
his
has a
son
daughter.
and play Boba Fett in Star Wars, but
Because I
I'm
think he
still
wants
just
her to
waiting for
play
my
Omega.
child support
I
payments.
think I've heard
you know,
him
they
say
haven't
that.
come in since 2000. So I hit him up every year, like,
Yeah.
hey, another year's gone by.
Just just a card with a couple bills in it. That's all I'm asking for.
Exactly.
But no, this is. I mean, you know, you hear so much about how the industry can be a rough place for a kid when you're growing up, and how it can be not the greatest place. And it
Mm.
seems like not just you two, but everybody on the prequels really got along beautifully. And
I
everybody
thought he
is
said
so
YouTube.
close.
He
I
said
gotta bring up this
YouTube.
little moment I had. I got asked to come in to play Boba Fett in The Mandalorian.
Yes.
And I couldn't help but think about this guy. But anyway, I got all dressed up as Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And I had to go and see John Favreau and Dave Filoni, all dressed up as Boba Fett. And I remember walking into the room, and John looked at me, Dave looked at me, I looked at them.
First
and
time
I'm
he
all
ever
dressed
played
up as
Boba, by the
Fett,
way.
and I can
Yeah.
see them giving me the nod. Then they're nodding at one another, yeah, and I'm nodding at them. And it was like they made the right choice. We got the right guy.
Yeah.
So I'm nodding like
you
this, they're
think-
nodding at me. And then I said,
We
don't
got the
tell
only
Daniel.
guy.
He was the last person I wanted to know because I knew he was going to kill me.
No, actually, to be honest, if there was anyone else that I would wanted to play Boba Fett, it had to be Temuera Morrison. I'm a huge.
These are the only two people in existence. Well, I guess there's another person. I can't remember his name.
Jeremy Bullard.
Yeah, there are 3 people in the entire universe that could even be in the conversation for playing Boba Fett in live action. So
I'm heading for Mos Espa. I've got some business with the Pike Syndicate, yeah. Well, I'm a badass bounty hunter. My best friend's my bantha. You better watch out, or you'll become.
He said, "I'm taking my moment."
the camera person is having fun with this.
Yeah.
You better
And the
not
poor
let
operator,
Ming
they're
Na
like,
hear
which
that
camera do
Bantha's
we
your
fucking
best
switch
friend.
to?
You better not let Ming Na hear that.
Don't tell Ming Na that. She owes me. She was stuck in the sand, and I got her ass out of there. So she owes me big time. She owes me big time.
But when you did, I mean, obviously, when you did get the role and you spoke to Daniel about it, how did it go?
I still haven't told him.
No. Oh man.
Still haven't told
Okay. There's this thing. It's called Disney Plus. All right. And you can get Star Wars on it. And
we're doing this right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And unfortunately,
That orange lightsaber or the orange
there's a whole
katana
Boba Fett
lightsaber in the background looks
Were you,
like
yeah,
real.
were you aware of this?
Yeah.
No. Where have I been? In the Sarlacc pit?
Yeah. actually got out of the Sarlacc pit, strangely enough. And yeah, that was Tem. That was 6 episodes of Tem. He didn't tell you?
No, but I did see a bit of it, and I thought that guy was a bit too good looking. I didn't even think it. I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Oh man, but so now you've come up together. You know, at Star Wars Celebration Anaheim, I got to meet your son. You know, Caden.
Caden, yeah.
I got to
little
meet Caden. And then, you know, what was it like when you first met Caden?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Grandpa
beautiful,
Fett.
Beautiful thing. And he became he's a very great father too. So like, you know, I think, you say something. Yeah. You say
He always does it. He's like, you talk, son. No, it's a blessing to be a father. You know, it changed my perspective on life and priorities and stuff like that. And he's 7 years old. We brought him out on stage last time, and my wife had made him a young Boba Fett outfit.
Oh,
I have my daughter over there. There she is over there.
Now this is
That's
Tem's
my little
daughter.
girl.
Where's Omega?
And her name is Wai Punalangi.
Oh, there we go.
Hi.
Oh my God, that is a child.
That's my little girl, Wai Punalangi. Come over here, darling. Now, what's interesting is her name is from the Pleiades.
Okay.
Oh my God, she's a pro.
Her name is from the Pleiades, which the Japanese call Subaru. You know, like the 7 stars.
Yeah.
So that's where her name comes from.
Oh.
Hello.
Don't you think she would make a great young Omega?
Wow.
Say hello.
She's on the show.
Oh, you Fets are crafty. It was a sales pitch all along. It was a sales pitch all along. This is a family business. It's a family business.
This is great.
She's stealing the show.
Oh, the camera loves her.
And you know what
As it
was
pans
weird way
away.
back in the Attack of the Clones. You know, we used to do our lines, for example. Jango Fett would say his line, and then George would ask us to go like this at the end of the scene. Shh.
Right.
Of course, they're going to propel me up into the sky with my jetpack.
Yeah.
So after you finish your dialogue, you sort of have to go.
Oh, and just wait.
And I realize sometimes in life, you got to take off and have that takeoff attitude.
Yes.
So that would be my message to all the
Oh,
fans.
I love that.
Just have a little bit of tenacity.
He's
and
so
take
funny
off.
though. What is he talking about?
Just that attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Anthony?
man.
That takeoff attitude.
Yes.
The takeoff attitude.
I love this. I love this, Daniel. If you can, if you're able to get your mic back, I don't know. She's a natural.
Hey, she's gonna be a singer.
She's gonna be a singer. She's gonna be in a Star Wars.
Are you gonna?
It's
sing
all
a
gonna
song?
happen. But if you would lend your microphone to Uncle Daniel for a moment.
Actually, technically, I'm her brother.
Brother? Oh, that's right.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'll be Uncle Daniel. This is a weird family dynamic we got going on here.
Hey,
Well,
you know, that's what
technically they're
happens with
just
cloning.
clones,
It's
so.
tough to keep track of who's who and who's, you know. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans here at Star Wars Celebration?
Oh, because he got to come back for the
growing
Bad
up Star
Batch.
Wars, I was
Yeah.
one of the only 2 kids in the prequels, you know, well, that had lines and
Well, no, I think they
kind of
recast him, didn't they?
larger role, and
They let
being
one
able
of
to
the
grow up with you
clones.
all, it's
He
been,
voiced
it's
one
been
of
an honor,
them.
you know, and I find it
one of
fun
the
now
3.
that these kids that I took a picture with 20 years ago that were her height now are 20-something-year-old with jobs, and then coming back and showing me pictures of me when I was, you know, 14, 15 years old. And
yeah,
I just want to say thank you for the support all these years. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Oh, it is always wonderful to talk to you all. It's
Oh, good.
lovely.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Let me just, Daniel, let's sing that song, Daniel.
Oh,
Just finish it.
all right. They
Song
gotta
from
sing
New
a song.
Zealand. Come to New Zealand.
The fence, everybody! The fun doesn't stop here. We've got even more Star Wars Celebration coming up. Stay with us.
Is this a reason why all the panels have been delayed? It just went on too long. I loved that.
So cute.
Yes. Let's see. I wanted to watch. I believe it was. Yeah.
Oh,
it was everybody. Tony Gilroy, Genevieve O'Reilly, and Adria.
Oh, nice.
And it's 20 minutes.
Perfect. Look at you.
We are only a handful of days away from season 2 of Andor. Who else can't wait? Our next guests know a lot about the next season. Let's see what we can get out of them. Welcome to the stage, Tony Gilroy,
No spoilers.
Genevieve O'Reilly, and Adria Arjona.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, intro.
Damn. I wish I could walk out of that door with all the smoke. Imagine how like nerve-wracking it is standing there while the like smoke starts to fill up for your entrance.
I know. Oh my god. Duh. They really are using the royalty-free Star Wars music for the stream.
Wow, they're excited for them. I would be too.
Hi, everyone.
Oh my god.
Wow.
This is
Tony
bigger
Gilroy's
than
a
the one
Star
in
Wars
London.
fan now.
This is more intense. Wow.
More intense than what? I know he's not talking about
Fans
the panel.
as far
Probably
as
the
eye can
crowd.
see, quite literally. It's just a sea of Andor.
No, I mean, like he said, they're.
adorers, people who
This is
love
more
this show,
intense. Like
people
the
who are
crowd is
so
more
excited for
intense.
season
More
2.
intense
Can't
than
wait.
what?
And thank you so
I know
much
he's not
for
talking
all
about
3 of
the
you being
panel.
here. We're so excited to welcome you to Star Wars Celebration. Welcome you back to Star Wars Celebration, in fact. Tell me, what is it that makes Star Wars Celebration so special that earlier this morning you wanted to share the first episode of season 2 with this crowd?
Not this crowd.
You know,
That crowd.
we-
Diego and we had this experience last time we came, and you could see today when everybody walked out on the stage. We've been on a junket now for a couple of weeks. We're pretty battle tested and kind of not jaded, but we're ready for anything. Everybody kind of we all took a hit when we walk out there because
A hit.
I mean, this is the down payment on our show. Everybody here is an investor in this show. I mean, really. You are the reason
we'll be
that the
investing
show
quite a bit in
gets
these
made.
upcoming
I mean,
weeks.
and
For
when
4 weeks.
Not that you forget about it, but when you're confronted with it, like it's just like it's a mind blower. Everybody on that stage was just it's like a mirror to what you're doing.
Because we're all together on set. We're all together each day. But it's you who it's made for. So it's wonderful to be here with you now.
Oh, she's so
it
great.
sounds like a T-shirt, but it's really for real. It's legit. It's really legit. It's you can feel the passion in the room, and that's how we get to do this.
Almost like they're surrounded by the force.
As Ryan Gosling said.
Emotional a little bit ago.
The most
and
exciting thing he said all
just
weekend.
think, I'm like, I'm not cool enough. It is so exciting to be here, and I don't want to hide it. I don't want to hide it.
Aww.
Is her hairstyle inspired by like
I also
Padme?
hear a lot of Spanish.
Possibly.
I've heard a lot of hola. So hola, ¿cómo están?
It's like a Leia, Padme type hairstyle.
But it's got
her
like the
stylist
Maybe separately are
definitely
more than cool enough for
definitely
song
had
number
Star Wars
but
in
all
mind.
together, it's
Yeah.
a little bit the coolness factor on this stage is a little breathtaking.
and it's
Am I
got the
right?
multiple like buns, kind of like Ray.
Yeah.
Speaking of breathtaking, Genevieve, Adria, you look gorgeous today.
Thank you.
Tony, you too. You look gorgeous today. I'd be remiss. I mean,
Very. He loves him those fan shirts. When he did the
you're a man after
like
my own heart. I
Andor
love a
season
theme t-shirt
2
moment.
The swim
live
team
stream
I know
one.
we can't say a lot
Yeah,
about season
that's
2
my
right
friend
now,
who made
but
that
one of
shirt.
the things that
Like from her
everyone
shop,
keeps commenting
so.
on is the amazing costume design from Michael Wilkinson returning again for season 2.
Where's
So
Michael
one of the things I
Wilkinson?
think maybe we can talk about a little bit today
Yeah,
are
where
those
is it?
amazing costumes. I'm going to start with you,
love
Genevieve,
a
because Mon
costume
Mothma is
panel,
a
too.
style icon. She has been
Yes.
since day one.
No, not since day one, but day one of Andor
Well,
season
that's
1.
thanks to
Yes.
these guys allowing for us to explore that. But it's definitely the artistry of Michael Wilkinson. You must have seen a few of them in episode 1. this
Genevieve
morning.
O'Reilly
You must see
does
some of
not
the costumes
age.
in that.
She gets
And then it
younger,
just-
if anything.
There are more and more, and they get more and more beautiful. They're like, it's like wearing
It's because
pieces
she's
of
not American.
architecture. And
I love that
yeah,
piece
I
of
mean,
architecture.
there's some
like
really
wearing
special ones
architecture.
coming.
Some really
That was
special
just enough
costumes.
information, and yet no spoilers.
I know I almost said something, and
But
then
they
I
know there's
stopped
a wedding
myself.
Scotty's
coming. I
eating
mean,
good
there's no
these
secret.
next 4
There's a
weeks.
I mean, it's a 3-day wedding. We're gonna get to the wedding. And,
It's a 3-day wedding.
And the clothes get crazier all the way through.
Is it fair to say if Mon Mothma
The wedding really is
at
going to be a
work
full arc.
is
Wow.
already so regal, that Mon Mothma for a wedding is just going to be next level?
I mean, it is next level, and it's
Is Gorman a planet? Sorry, I don't mean to pause. But do we
Yes.
know if Gorman is a planet?
Yes.
Okay. I was about to be like, do we know if Gorman is maybe on Chandrilla? But
No, we know that
more
Gorman's a
breathtaking
planet.
than I could have ever hoped for. And that's down to Michael and his team. I mean, it's extraordinary. The designs were extraordinary, but he also allows for color and movement. I'm sure
Yes.
you've seen in the trailer that Mon Mothma gets to have some moves this season.
Oh, her Mamma Mia trailer scenes.
Nice. Adria, how about for you?
She's like, I get to wear pants
Big season
and
one
jackets
starts with this beautiful sort of workwear, and because of everything that she goes through, she is
Yup.
more and more sort of disheveled as the season progresses. So I was really excited to
Disheveled.
get back to Minarao and get back in the workwear and find sort of her strength. Michael's incredible. I've never done a season 2 of anything. So I've
Aw.
never come back to a character, right? And I think through
Oh, wow.
costume, it was so easy to sort of, the second I put the costume back on, the second I put those boots on, I was like, and she's back. I'm here. And it was all thanks to Michael.
Love that.
I always love to ask this question, but did you keep anything from the wardrobe?
I did. What did you keep? I did. What did you keep? I'm so sorry. It's the boots that I wear. My last scene in the show.
Okay.
I am wearing a pair of boots, and Michael had the beautiful gift to tell me that the boots belong to me. And I had a really interesting decision to make. I was like, do I sort of frame these boots? Do I put them up and I just never wear them again? And I was like, no, I'm going to wear them and I'm going to walk in Bix's shoes, you know, over and over again. They're here with me. I have those boots tattooed to my feet. I don't take them off and I don't plan on taking them off. I'm like, I just want to keep walking in Bix's shoes.
That's great, especially with
Beautiful.
her becoming a
Genevieve,
part
I
of the
feel like by your
rebellion essentially in the
reaction,
new
you did not
season.
take anything from set.
I did not. I feel silly. I really feel like I should have taken something.
Jewelry.
But I definitely can't be wearing her clothes around. I mean, her shoes are comfortable. So, but no, yeah.
She's so
I want to
regal.
go
Of
back
course,
and
she wouldn't have taken something.
Smack myself.
Tony, how about you? Do you save mementos, tokens from working on Andor?
No, I mean
He's
I have
got
a basement
papers
full
with
of swag
scripts.
from years and years and years of all the other movies, and it's kind of a joke. I keep it all down there, and I did. There was one thing I wanted from season 1. I have one of the instruments from the band in Ferrix. You know that was such a huge it was such a huge endeavor on everybody's part, and the instruments were so badass. And so
They were.
I have like a French horn, one of the French horns.
I love the
but
French
I haven't hung it
horns.
up yet.
They
So
look
one of
really
these days I
cool.
will. But yeah, but no, I'm not a swag monkey. No, there's some people who just
Says
like,
that as he's wearing
my
a
God.
swag
They're just
shirt.
all- there's actors who are just like, oh yeah, and directors who should remain nameless. I want the drapes. They, exactly. But no,
Start doing that. You can get away
I mean,
with it.
imagine the drapes and stuff from like Mon Mothma's apartment.
Right?
I'll take
The
that
man
and that.
created
And
Andor.
that.
He can do whatever he wants.
Today.
Today for the next couple weeks. Tony, I want to talk a little bit about the writing in Andor. You and I talk about this every single time I see you because I'm such a fan of your brilliance and your
It's
monologues.
the
in
best
particular.
written show.
Andor season 1 had some really powerful monologues from Stellan Skarsgård as
I need a
Logan,
mon.
from
a
Fiona
log.
Shaw as Marva Andor.
Oh,
In that
Shushi,
finale
well,
where
I
you
think her
stole
Gorman
the instrument
massacre.
from
They've
that
even kind of
scene.
shown that in like
What can
teasers
fans
and
expect
stuff.
from season
Her
2
in
in
the
terms
Senate.
of
I'm
beautiful
excited.
monologues?
She's gonna go off, cause chaos.
I was a little
Did you see her face after the
peeved
question?
about how Perrin came off after season 1. I thought he was really easy to dismiss. And not that he's my spirit animal, but
Oh,
like I was like,
God.
wow, the guy really has a point of view. And so it was really important. Alistair,
I've heard that he
I
was
promised him that we
surprised
would,
that
we
people kind
let
of
him explain himself.
hated Perrin as much
And
as
he
they did.
explains himself coming up in an early episode. And
Ooh.
Oh shit!
actually, if you watch closely, their marriage is so complicated. I think people will really.
I mean, we're
understand
reading this in
season
Reign
2
of the Empire.
that,
Like,
it's
Yeah.
a lot more complicated
It's-
than they thought. It's a very sophisticated.
yeah, it
they've been
doesn't
married
seem
when
like
they're
a
15,
totally
arranged
like
marriage. Imagine what
hateful.
that's like.
Mhm.
And they have a couple scenes that really deepen our understanding of it.
Ooh, that's kind of
But
exciting
then he
because
gets to
we're
give a
reading
speech at
Reign
the
of the
wedding.
Empire Mask of
And then
Fear.
if you notice, there's a shot where she's
He
listening.
gets a speech
There's
at a wedding?
reaction shot.
Ooh.
And you could see how they were when they were 15. You could see how they felt
Oh,
about it. That it was
that's
probably pretty exciting
Gonna end
back
up
then.
being
It was pretty
heartbreaking.
special for Alistair and for Tony to gift that to Alistair because it just, so much of his writing, it's really about relationship.
Not
it's
Perrin
about
getting a monologue.
intricacy of how you manage relationship and who they are with. And there's some really beautiful intermarriage
Oh, look
scenes
who it is.
in this. And then there is
To
from
me.
my mother-daughter scenes, but also seeing
What's up to
Alistair
me?
as Perrin get to stand up for himself. I think it's worth watching.
Someone has to make the case for hedonism, in the show. So he does.
All right. That's quite a
I'm
teaser.
dumb. I don't remember what that word
Adria
means.
and Genevieve, we touched upon it a little bit, but Andor is such a character-based story. It's so much about these intertwined storylines, all of these very quiet moments, these people who are very much affected by something that's happening in the wider galaxy. Can you talk a little bit about what you've learned from playing Bix, from playing Mon, and what you carry with you still today? Andor season 2, you're done with production, but what sticks with you? What stays in your heart besides those boots, Adria?
Actually, a lot. This show for me has been such a school. Again, I've never spent so much time with a character, so I was someone when I started, and definitely someone very different when I finished the show. I think, and this is, and it's weird because Tony's sitting right here, but I'm just going to talk about you, Tony. Tony was probably one of the first people in this industry to see something in me that I hadn't even seen for myself. And it's true.
He's gonna cry.
It's true. And he believed in me and sort of gave me this opportunity. And
They
in the
apparently
course
like call
of
like
5 minutes, because
like
that's how long my
frequently,
audition
like, talk
took.
on the
And he was like,
phone and-
"Welcome to Star Wars, kid." Famous last words. And here I am. He challenged me with every single scene.
They can bring her
in
back
season
to
1
play an
and in
alien
season
character
2.
in
Man, did
something.
he
Yeah.
really put me through it. It was
Very
every
true.
scene just got more complex and more complex. So I learned so much just from the experience. And then from Bix, Bix has gone through a lot, but she was never a victim. She handled every situation she handles with so much dignity.
Mhm.
And I learned that from her. I learned a lot of dignity from Bix.
Beautiful. Well said.
I'm just going to jump on the back of that and just say that Tony and his team of writers have written for Mon Mothma in a way that she's never been written for before.
Literally.
I think certainly in
She said
season
these
1,
other
but
people
after season
suck.
2, you will know her in a way that I could have only hoped for, both for myself as an actor and for her as a character. And I think actually what Tony and his team did was write a bunch of brilliant women, different
Yes.
ages, different ethnicities, and interconnected women. Like they wrote for a whole cast of women, and we're here grateful for that. I think if you say what I take with me from Mon Mothma, I think dignity is a lovely word. I think at the center of our piece, the center of season 2 in particular, is really an examination of what courage is and what courage takes, and the courage of every individual and the courage of us collectively. So I'm going to take her courage with me.
Love that.
Oh yeah.
I need
We
like
could
a
all use a
supporting
little
women of
Mama's
Star
courage,
Wars
I think.
panel.
Yeah.
I'm curious, when you're on set and you don't have scenes together,
That'll get
are
Padme
you
or
spending
Natalie
time? Do you
Portman
have any
back
moments in between to
for a
watch each
celebration.
other working? To just get to be kind of a fly
She
on the
was
wall in those
there
moments.
in 2019.
You have not
I might be
been
wrong.
on an Andor set. It is no joke. We don't take any moment for granted or any scene lightly. I'm not even socializing. I'm so focused on on the scene that it's in front of me. And it's a big moving show, right? So there's a lot of things happening at the same time, and everyone just has
The
their one
Andorification
job,
of
which is to
Ahsoka.
deliver
Season
that
2.
one specific scene. But I mean, we all love each other, and we are constantly applauding each other and supporting each other. In the hair and makeup trailer, if I run into you, it's like, oh my god, I just get to hug you and squeeze
That
you for a
also
second. And you're
means
like, kill it.
does
Okay,
that
you
mean
kill
Bix
it
doesn't
too,
make
and
it
then
to
you go
Yavin?
right back
I don't think
to-
so.
She never
to work.
becomes a rebel.
Yeah, the only time Adria and I ever really cross over is in the hair and makeup trailer in the mornings.
At least a
and
true
we'll
rebel.
sit together and we'll
Yeah.
yep.
Well,
Yep,
a true
Well, she
rebel,
is a
yes.
true rebel.
Not a member of the
Like,
Alliance.
Go off
yeah, you
in
know what I
very
mean. Like,
different
she was definitely a rebel,
with
just not part of the Rebel
hairstyle.
Alliance.
very different hairstyles.
Love it.
But yet today we're the same.
I know, very
We
weird.
channeled.
We,
They do have very similar hair.
Tony, as we just saw with our last guests, Diego and Alan, We have some characters from Rogue One returning for season 2. I hear a couple of woos. I thought that was going to get a bigger reaction. It's Diego Luna, man, and Alan Tudyk.
Oh,
What was it like for you bringing them back into
That's not who
Andor
we wanted
together
to know.
and
We already know
reuniting
they're there.
Cassian and K2SO?
I know that all of the people in this room waited a very, very long time for this to happen. I know.
Yes.
And I know that Alan waited a long time for this to happen. But I had my reasons, and I promised Alan in the beginning.
I wonder if K2 is
I said,
going to
"Look,
be coming
it's
in like
gotta
the
come
last
late."
arc or something.
Oh God.
K2 is an amazing character, an absolutely amazing character. But
Everybody likes
but he's
K2,
really
the
hard
dry,
to tell a story with sometimes. He's
sassy
really
droid,
visible, and
sarcastic.
if you notice in Rogue how many times he has to stay behind in the car and wait, he's a tough. So I said, look,
I
when we
have to stay
do it,
behind and wait in the
I
car.
promise you it'll be worth it. Let us get there. So everybody's been really patient. We shall see. We put a lot of work into it and a lot of thought into it. I really hope that this crowd is happy in episode 8 when it drops. I mean, and then when he's
Episode 8
there,
is where they meet.
He's really there.
Well, that'll be 3 weeks in.
All right, before we let you go, and Adria, I
Yeah, we'll get
promised
2
you
days
a
of
cannon
K2.
at
What
the
the
end of
fuck?
this, so we are going to.
She has wanted to shoot the cannon.
I want to do it.
But before we do that, do you have anything that you want to say, a special message to these fans that are gathered here today, just a few days before this premiere?
I mean, I think because we've been out talking about the show
people in
for
the back.
a couple of
I
weeks now,
know.
and you find out what your show is really about when you go out and sell it, or your movie. You really do. Sometimes you work, and
It's already been
I think
5 hours since we've been
the
live. What the
safest
fuck?
answer, the
What
non-ideological
have we been doing for 5
answer about what
hours?
the show is about, is
Yapping.
about community and the destruction of community, and the Empire, above all, is trying to destroy community. You see it everywhere, every planets and cities and groups and whatever. And we felt the irony is you feel our community growing on the show as we're making a show about that. Coming here today, you realize what this is. I mean, this is a really important, significant community. It has all kinds of divisions within it and everything else.
Very
But
true.
if there's any hope for all of it, it's,
I love how
it's in
knowledgeable he is on
community.
it
And
all
I
now.
think that's where we
Yeah.
really come at the end.
You probably learned
and
by
I know
doing
Diego
it.
feels the same way. I think we all do. That's finally what our show is in its most natural form is about.
Community.
Now let's shoot the cannon. Let's blow some shit up, man.
All right.
He got shit in Star Wars, so
Well, congratulations to all of you, to the whole team, cast, crew. It is an amazing second season. I can't wait for everyone to discover it.
Girl.
And it is always an absolute pleasure chatting with all of you. Thank you so much for coming.
I bet it is
Thank you
amazing.
for stopping by. And there is more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
While this was going, I did see on Twitter that I guess Neil was originally going to be green in Skeleton Crew, but Jon Favreau didn't want him to resemble Grogu too much.
Oh wow! Did they have any concept art of it?
I can share what I'm looking at really quick.
Oh, I see it.
You found it?
Yes.
And I think the fourth picture looks like it's just a recolored image, but the second one looks like it could have actually been early like work for the character.
Right. Is this what you're seeing?
Yep. See that fourth one looks like it's just a recolor.
Right.
But the second one that's on there, it looks a little more saturated, more natural. So it could also be a recolor.
Bald Neil.
Oh my God, that's me.
Neil and Skeleton Crew was originally going to be green, but Jon Favreau did not want the character to resemble Grogu.
Jon Favreau said, "You're not gonna take any of my creation."
Yeah, literally. Mads
Oh,
Mikkelsen. Should we go watch and see if he? I mean, we still have 30 minutes.
I was gonna say
till
we have
the-
30
oh,
minutes until the closing ceremony, so yeah.
Yeah,
Rosario actually talked a little bit on the live stage by herself again, too, a little
I
bit
did
about
see
Ahsoka.
that.
I don't know what she said, but
I did see she was back. Yeah, you can tell they're running out of
people to
guests for
talk.
the live stage.
And her hair is different.
But we do have Mads.
Absolutely love you.
They did right
Hi.
there. Let's see in 5 minutes.
They might love you more.
Let him sing. We'll see in 5 minutes after his interview's done.
Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
He's gonna be like, I hated doing Star Wars. It was horrible.
Yeah, I see you. Okay, you're fine. Right. Yeah. Okay. So this this is what the fans look like from up here. All right.
He really looks like Lars' brother today. I've never seen it before, but today I'm like,
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
probably
been
because he's
lovely.
graying
There's a lot
more.
of love in the room.
yeah, that makes sense.
But I haven't gotten the chance to see anything but the fans. But I mean, this is what we're here for. We want to see the
Are
fans.
you going to confirm he's in Andor?
Why else would he be there?
What's it like being amongst the fans again that share the same love for your character and for you?
If Anthony Carboni was on,
For us, it's a
he would
little
ask.
surprising because we
I don't know if this new girl
we
will
go
ask.
and we get up 5 in the morning.
I've
We
never
we
seen
start
this girl in
doing
my
a
life.
scene, and we will.
I'm pretty
end that scene
sure
maybe in 10 days.
she is
Then we
bilingual
move on
because
to the
I've
next
seen
scene,
her.
Yeah,
and it
she does
becomes a
the
film.
Japanese interviews.
And then we
Mhm.
leave the project somehow. But then.
But
things
Andy
like this
Gutierrez
is very
isn't there
unique in
this year.
Star
It's
Wars.
kind of
It
sad.
goes on living
She
its own
wasn't
life.
last year, actually.
Decades after
Mm.
decades, and the fan group.
She's like, I need to
you
move
know,
on from
new
Star
people
Wars.
coming, following on, like 5-year-old
Anthony
kids
Carboni
watch
doesn't
now,
work
so-
at
so
Lucasfilm
it's got
anymore
a life
either.
of its own,
But he
which
comes
is
back.
always weird for an actor.
I totally understand that. However, I think for your character, Galen Erso is especially interesting because you are now, I think, more beloved than ever because your character is exactly what Andor is portraying. Your sabotage.
That little
is what
rebellion
Andor
that
was
helps
trying
the
to
larger cause.
inspire throughout
His
all
little rebellion
season
of
one.
adding
Now
in
we're
the
gonna
weak
get season
point.
2. And as the years compound, I feel like Galen Erso's love just keeps on growing. And I think that's what all the fans here are here to show you. What is that like? Like this movie, Rogue One, was 9 years ago.
Well, it's nice that people like him. It's a little, and again, a little weird for me because I have, and you can kill me. I have not watched Andor yet.
Oh!
Okay. See you guys.
Ah.
But I promise I will. So no, yeah, but he's an important character, of course. This is the biggest weapon the world has ever seen, and he's the inventor of it, and he's also the destroyer of it. So of course, with his choices, all the stories in this universe could have
Yes.
gone differently.
I've heard great things about the
yes,
Catalyst
very,
novel.
Very important piece.
He is absolutely the key. And Galen Erso's ability to be this complex person, trying to be within the Empire, trying to play that role, and pretending as though it's going their way, but actually planting this exact sabotage was, I think, just so. It must have been so hard to portray in acting because nobody saw it coming in Rogue One, and everybody was so like stupendously surprised. Nobody wanted Galen Erso to be the bad guy because we wanted to root for the main character, but it turns out that you are the hero.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about the bad guys and the heroes is that they're not always aware what they are, right? So if you grew up in the Empire, you don't see you, so you don't wake up in the morning going, "I'm the bad guy," right? Sure. This part of the world is doing the right thing. Sure. This is what you know. But I think that down the line, after a few years, he realized how powerful that weapon was.
Yeah.
And it's not only about falling in the wrong hands of the Empire, but it could also have been the rebels. There will be some in the rebels who would get their hands on that weapon one day and not use it for
Saw Gerrera.
something that would be very wrong.
Honestly,
For him,
Luthen.
it's just a big moral
complex
He'd be like, we have to
dilemma, and
blow
he
up
makes that
this
choice.
Imperial planet so that way the Empire gets mad and we'll blame it on the,
A long
you know,
time since Rogue One.
the
but do you
Aldani
have
people because they blew up
any
Aldani.
Special memories of being on set during that time.
I think all the scenes with Jen were lovely. Obviously with Felicity, I didn't have a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
scenes with her. I get
All
to
the stuff
see
that
her
they got to
after
do
20
together.
some years,
Yeah.
and then I died.
We only had like
So-
one scene with
but I
Felicity
had a lot of scenes
Jones.
with this younger version of Jen, a little
'Cause
4-year-old and one that was
it's
7 years old, and
when
we had a
they
lot of fun
reunite.
together. It
Mhm.
was
The
very,
other
very-
stuff,
They were very, very sweet girls.
she's a
all three
kid.
of them.
Oh, but I love the hologram.
Is just
Oh
a
yeah,
question. It
that
doesn't
one.
allude to anything at all.
It's a
But
good
if
scene.
they were to approach you and ask you to play
It made me
Gilroy
cry in the
again,
theater.
to expand on his story,
Right.
would you be
Would you play him again?
No, yeah, of course, yeah. I don't know, and I don't know a lot of. I don't know a lot of actors who will say no. I don't want to do a Star Wars thing. Like, yeah, of course, yeah. So, are there anyone here that from Disney?
It's so crazy that for a while I really did not like Rogue One.
I don't know why, but maybe it's just because it wasn't what you expected.
I think I watched it too many times, and then people started to champion it as like
Often when we come, it's
the only
long
good
distance.
Disney
We do
project.
this, and then we go home and we go, oh
So
my
I
God,
guess
I
I
didn't get
just
to
was
see
like,
anything,
yeah,
but I
this
am gonna
movie
rent a bike.
sucks.
I'm just gonna
When you
bike
look at like
around in
the
the city
deeper
and-
themes of it,
and hopefully
the
do it in the
inspiration
right
behind
side
the
of the
movie.
road.
You don't have to convince me. You know it's number one on my list.
So much for taking
Yeah.
the time to talk to us today. Everybody loves you so much. Thank you. We love you. You're
Thank you
so
for having me.
fantastic.
Enjoy it. Thank you,
Well,
guys.
his interview did not last long at all.
What were they going to talk about?
Right up now, Day 3 is coming
I
to a
don't know, but
not before a little more Star Wars fun.
Let's see Rosario and her short hair.
oh yeah, we'll go back to that one.
They should have a clip posted of it now. Yeah, they do on the channel. It's 23
Oh, really?
minutes. Yep.
Yesterday they weren't doing them right away for some reason. 23 minutes. Okay, that'll lead us like pretty much right into the
Fierce warrior,
closing
a
ceremony.
true friend to the
Yeah.
end who will travel to unknown planets to
Meant
help
to
them,
be.
and even to
Rogue
a world
One's
you
top
between
5.
worlds. Get those lightsabers
Rogue
up
One is top
for
5.
Lady Tano herself, Rosario Dawson.
I just pictured Ashley Eckstein like stomping the ground in the corner. It's Rosario's Lady Tano herself. I was like, oh god damn it.
I choose to live. Hey, Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka.
I was gonna say she looks like she's about to play.
She looks like Shin.
Did you see? There's the guy carving the fruit.
Yep.
She looks like she's about to do something for Marvel. That's what that outfit and hair is giving. She's about to be like Lois Lane.
Oh my god.
That is DC.
That's DC, yeah.
But very that. Love interest of the superhero, who's the regular girl.
Hello. 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 Love you
Ooh.
too.
Nope.
Rosario, I don't know if you planned this. What? But your footwear here perfectly matches a Lady Tano
Oh.
herself right up here in the front row. Did you see this? Yeah.
Her screaming.
Clearly
her bisexual energy came out with that. Yeah.
No, I want to open up talking a little bit about some of this amazing cosplay real quickly, because this has been such a journey for you.
Yeah.
You've been Ahsoka Tano now all the way back since The Mandalorian season 2.
Yeah.
You've stepped into those Laku so many times now.
No.
You're about to do it again in season 2.
And they keep
In a-
changing
in a
and
few
getting
days.
longer.
Oh, they're gonna be longer for season 2.
But how does it feel
Like
for you
we're
then
gonna
when
be
you're
longer.
used to seeing your own
That
face
face
in the
that she
mirror
just made was
reflected
like
as
a, oh,
Ahsoka
maybe I
Tano,
shouldn't
but
have said
then
that.
you see Ahsoka's from all over the world walking
That would
towards
be
you at places
crazy
like
if
Star
they
Wars
got longer.
Celebration.
I am
know.
always so impressed because, I have a whole team getting me ready and the incredible, hi,
and the incredible
thought
like
the same thing.
details and like reinterpretations that you see.
3 years,
And folks
4
get
years.
like really into it. Sometimes
Since
very
she started
specific
playing
to be
Ahsoka?
exact,
Yeah.
or sometimes doing like
6
a
or 7
completely different
years.
look. Like I
Oh.
met this woman who does
This-
Wonder Soka,
Yeah, like 6
and it's
years.
a mixture between
She was
Wonder Woman
filming
and
in
Ahsoka,
2019.
and it really works. And I voiced Wonder Woman as well, so for me it was like an awesome mashup. That was my favorite mashup, I have to say, Wonder Soka.
You know that person, if
love
they
that.
find this clip, are gonna
Does it
cry.
get any easier
I
for
would.
you as Ahsoka Tano on Ahsoka, the series, to get into that makeup day in, day out? You know, does it become something that, you know, you get it down to a quick transformation, or it's always a journey with your team?
It's pretty long now at the moment. We're trying to get it back down. It took about 6 hours to get ready the other day. It was like, okay,
Oh,
but we
wow.
have gotten it to an hour and a half before. So I think we're going to get back down there again.
They must have
But,
really
they keep
upgraded the
changing things up,
costume.
and I think it's
They
going to be
keep
very
changing things
interesting.
up.
You know, the hardware is,
Oh, now I'm
you know, it was
interested
started
to
off as
see.
foam before, and it was very heavy and very dense and shorter. But we couldn't do any, it was so heavy. And now they've got this almost like skeleton that's in the inside. It's a 3D printed skeleton with the skin over it that is so soft. Can I just say? I'm just constantly just stroking my hair kind of thing all day long. He's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, I'm just petting myself. It's just something you do when you're, you know, Ahsoka Tano, I guess. I don't know. It's really, it's really remarkable. Like
I
the
didn't know she had a nose
technology that's
ring.
gone into it. And I was filming it the other day, because when you
Match.
look at it, the textures and the colors and like even these little flecks that it just looks so alive. You know, it's so special how each department takes on, you know, everything that they're doing to the best of their ability and the most advanced. And we couldn't have done that in the first episode. It's really cool to kind of see what it's graduated to. So I know we're doing some more tweaks now, and I'm very excited to share it with y'all.
I want to see.
I know.
I can't
We'll
wait
have
to see
to.
it. I can't wait to see
I'll
the
have to
next
text Crystal
incarnation,
about
the
this
evolution of
afterwards.
Ahsoka
See her
Tano.
thoughts.
Yes.
Now I know it does
Since we're
take that
talking about
village to
it, and
get
to
you
Jonah.
I know.
into prep, into production, fully into Lady Tano's gear. But what excites you, you know, as the actor behind her, every time you get to
Yeah,
step into
AJ
this role
time
again?
is
You've had
not
a chance
real.
in Mandalorian, in Book of
Especially
Boba
the
Fett,
year of
and then
2020.
of course in Ahsoka.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I think the very first one, I actually was looking at pictures and the very first iteration that we did in that first fitting with Shauna. And
Oh.
I remember, you know, she was so excited. I was so excited. I was doing jumping jacks in the trailer. And I was like, they're going to fire me because I am being way too much of a fangirl. But it was so special because it was a new costume. Like, it wasn't cosplay. It was something that would be cosplayed later, but it wasn't. It was brand new. So the idea that this character's stories were going to live on and that she was going to go on new adventures was just so exciting. Like, I couldn't believe it. And so we kind of, you know, every time that we get to do a new iteration and change even just a little something, it just gets me so excited because I know someone out there is going to see it and notice that detail. The thing that you, like, I remember when we even made the Leku like a little longer, I was like, I wonder if anyone's going to notice. They were like measuring it on the screen or something. Like, y'all don't
Cobalt.
miss anything. Not a thing.
Not one
Very
detail.
impressive. It's very impressive. So I love it. It's very meditative, you know, because it takes such a long process. And, you know, you have like a limited eyesight. You've got this whole forehead piece, like this whole thing is going on. And it really kind of gets me into her,
Not
you know,
them
and that's something
showing
she's
him
always
Ahsoka
taking
cosplay
that
in the
time to
crowd
meditate,
on their phone.
to find, you know, those visions and really make sure she's on the right path. And it's a very, like, as that process
I
of
hope
getting
she
into her
realizes she's
look
in the
is
right
getting
path
into
now.
her zone. So I really,
Yeah.
I do like, I'm glad it's not like a 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. It really does take
Like
a moment,
Hera's
and
makeup.
it does feel like
Looks
you
like a 1,
leave
2, 3.
this galaxy behind and step into a new one.
Speaking of leaving this galaxy behind, stepping into a new one, I want to talk a little bit about from Ahsoka season 1, when you get to step into the world between worlds and reunite
The world
Snips with
between
her Sky
worlds.
Guide, also
God.
known as Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christian himself.
Anakin.
Such a huge part of her story, and one I think fans, of course, we're optimistic, we're hoping to see play out, but you know, Dave keeps his secrets really well.
No, for sure. He doesn't tell me anything because I can't be trusted.
He doesn't tell me anything either.
I don't know how our season ends now. I haven't even read all the episodes.
wow.
He's tweaking it as we go along. He changes things. Like, I can't be trusted.
Oh my God.
She just
Find out when you
confirmed
watch it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll find out
a
when I'm doing it.
rumor that
I'll be like, what are we
Cobalt
doing today?
posted.
Okay, cool.
Seasons.
Take me back for a minute to when you were shooting the
Oh,
World Between
she
Worlds
said
scenes.
seasons,
Yeah.
but also
That was actually really
Cobalt
interesting
had
because most
posted
of what we
that
were
Dave Filoni
filming
apparently keeps tweaking the
was on the
script for
volume, so
season
you could see
2,
every single
specifically the
detail.
mortar
Everyone in the
stuff.
entire crew could. But
So
in
it's
this
funny
one,
she
it was
said that
just
because she
this
kind of just half
big
confirmed it.
platform similar to this, the width of this, with a grating on it with light from underneath, and then just green screen everywhere, so you couldn't see it. And it was really cool because he does this really awesome previs when we're filming. So it's basically almost like a video game animation of each episode
I
that all
talked
of the
about this
directors gets to
yesterday.
watch. So the vision is sort of shared with everyone. And, so we could see what it was going to look like. And I
Previs-la.
loved when the World Between Worlds showed up in the animation. And, for me, it was such a perfect tether going to Iman's character of Ezra because he's the one who pulled her out of that. And that was the last time that she was there was after a confrontation with Anakin before, which was so poignant because that was the one scene where you saw half of his mask disappear.
For the
and you got
first
to have
time.
a kind of a
Yeah.
glimpse of Anakin.
The
through
original.
inside of Darth Vader, which was something you never saw.
Did we get
And
Ezra in
Obi-Wan
that
did
same?
the same thing, but it was
Ezra
the
didn't
other
come into
side of his
episode
face,
6,
which I
right?
thought
Or
was
was it
cool. So
episode
we
5?
always talk about that, like how powerful that was. That the
Was it
only
the
one
same
who
episode?
ever got to demask him was his son
I
Luke.
feel like it had to
So
have
to
been
be there in
separate.
that space with him
'Cause
again
that's
is
a
just
lot
like
to happen
and see
in
him
one
kind of
episode.
switching between
Had to have
Anakin
been
and Darth
separate.
Vader is just something we never get to see. And it was just, I remember we were crying on set, the entire crew. We have things filming when it's him walking down the platform and then it's Darth Vader. Like people were freaking out. Like we were very, very emotional.
I would have
And
cried.
this was a big scene for
if
me
I
to
was
do
there.
with Anakin, and for me to do with Hayden because, we've known each other since we were teenagers and never dreamed that we'd be able to do this. And for Dave, it blows his mind that we know each other that long. So that history, that texture that we get to play with on screen has a very real, history to it and depth to it that we don't have, like you can't make that up, that we actually remember each other as teenagers. And so like to be there just felt like really magical and actually tweaked what we ended up doing later because it was so powerful. I remember talking to Dave about it and going, I think something has to change, and he's like, I'm feeling it too. We have to tweak the
Wig, I
later
feel
scenes
that.
because this says so much in it. And watching it again yesterday on the screen, it is a really powerful and really great scene. And you got to see young Ahsoka. And you got to see Anakin in the clone, in the Clone Wars in that armor. And I remember thinking how brilliant that was done for the fans who know the animation to be able to see all of that on screen, knowing what the World Between Worlds was, knowing what the Clone Wars looked like. But for folks who had never seen it or who had, you get to see Ahsoka at war so little.
Yep.
And you start to understand a lot more of the complexity of her character and the traumas she's gone through. And that's why she didn't want to train Grogu. Like there's some real like tethers of like of just history there. And I remember when we were filming, he showed me the animation of young baby Ahsoka before it came out. I was in tears. We were filming in the middle of the day, and he's like, "Come on their lunch break. Come and check out something."
Not
and
come
I'm
on your
watching
lunch
little,
break.
Poor sensitive baby Ahsoka being brought out to the woods by her mom. Like I was like, "Yo, this is a really the
So
Togrutas
true,
are
AJ.
rough.
The fucking
Like,
backwards
what an
elbow
upbringing."
pads.
But to just see like this journey of her,
God.
it's one of the greatest gifts as an actor to have so much
Come on, let's go.
play with. Like it's what Ashley did for so many years, right?
So I
What a
just
performance.
hate
I mean, you got to see her
seeing the
from
behind
a
the scenes
teenager
and seeing there's a
on, and
full
it just
game
her
set
how she
with
developed and how she grew, and to see her
trees
still doing
and
so, that there's still more to
grass,
learn, I think is one of the most beautiful things
and they
about Star
fucking
Wars.
cover
As
it in
expert
orange smoke.
and capable as these characters can be, there's always a challenge before them that could push them, and you never know which way it could push them.
Yeah.
And so I've been really, really grateful to be a part of this universe and this chapter of her life.
Yeah.
Love you. I could literally stay up here for like hours, guys, and just like nerd out with you guys. I'm not allowed, but I would if I could.
We got 75 more questions, so we're good. Okay, we're gonna be here for a bit. Yeah. No, and it's such an amazing ensemble.
She gotta
cast,
leave
too.
to
Like,
go
you mentioned
film.
Amon, but you know, the last time you were at Celebration,
How much does he look exactly like Ezra?
how much does he act exactly like Ezra?
He acts exactly like Ezra.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of crazy.
Best
And
best
he's like, you know,
casting.
he'll tell
by
you the
far.
story, but he felt it. Like when he first saw that character, he was like, "Oh, that's me. I'm gonna play that." And they weren't even doing it. He was like, "What if they ever did? That would be me." And then he told, like, literally called his agent like a year or so before it even came up, and he was like, "Yeah, if that character comes up, like that's me." The agent was like, "Okay," and then sent his tape, and like it really was him.
Talk
He grew
about
the beard
seeing
out
yourself
and just,
in a
oh my
character.
goodness, seeing him in
Yeah.
the Stormtrooper Night Sister. I mean, all the things.
So good.
Oh my God, the blue contacts, and he's a tennis guy, so he's incredible with the lightsaber.
I didn't
Same
even
thing with
consider
Natasha.
that
She's been
part
doing
of his
like taekwondo since
costume
she was a
could be like
kid.
Night Sister stuff.
You know, and Shin,
Well,
can I
I
just
was
talk
thinking of the
about
Night
Ivana?
Trooper
She is the
armor.
nicest, sweetest woman, but she is such a baddie. Oh my God. Like when she turns it on, I'm like,
Oh wait, no, it's scary.
oh my
Yeah,
God, she
she
doesn't
does.
blink.
No.
She doesn't blink.
She got that
literally,
Ray Park
the fan
no
is going
blink.
in her eyes and she's like, I don't know how she does it. She's not crying. I'd be crying. I would be crying.
Yeah. No, you must
Just
be so
with them
excited to reunite with
contacts,
that
you can't even
crew.
try to do that.
And
Can we
Hera.
talk about how
Hera.
absolutely
Yes.
perfect Mary Elizabeth is
Oh.
as Hera? Like it's actually ridiculous how wonderful. Like our crew, we're about to start filming in a week, and I
I'm
could not
excited
be
to see
more
Hera's
excited to
new
be
look.
reunited with this
Yeah,
team.
same.
It's such a good group.
I'm so excited for you. And Chopper, obviously.
Chopper! I love that you guys love Chopper so much. He's such a toughie. I love him. Meep, meep. I love him.
Chopper's getting his own fan club over here. There's a chant going.
Come on.
It
he's
didn't
just
last
such a
very
rascal.
long.
He is. He's a war criminal, but it's fine.
He is a war
I guess.
criminal.
Rosario,
Most
you've
confirmed
had-
kills.
It looks like so many amazing
Yeah.
moments while you've been in Japan here.
Yeah.
After Star Wars Celebration. Can you tell us a
Yeah.
little bit about the other night when you went to the temple? And it was the past, present, and future of Star Wars all kind of meeting of the minds.
Oh,
What
I
was
saw the
that like?
photo.
That must be that has to be so
I didn't see it.
surreal to be
I'll see if I can pull it
standing
for
amongst
you.
those giants.
It's insane. You know, it's been, I remember when we did the Mandalorian episode, George Lucas came to visit on set, and he doesn't do that very often. And he was there holding little baby Grogu. And I remember John took a picture of him and it was blurry, and he posted it online, and it nearly broke the internet. And I was
Yep.
standing right there, and I was like, I got cut out of the shot. They
Oh
don't know. I'm right there. We were filming the big, big fight
my
battle with
gosh,
the
I didn't-
magistrate, Morgan Elspeth.
So when
the
that
great
photo
Diana
released,
Lee
like we didn't even know
Inosanto,
about Ahsoka.
Well, we might know the
who
rumors.
I got to play with again on Ahsoka season 2, on season 1, and it's just, you know, to be up there, and Andor's I'm so jealous of everyone who got to see the
That's
first
very
episode
true,
already.
AJ.
When I watched Andor season 1, those
Sounds like
last
the Rise of
couple episodes
Skywalker all over
particularly,
again.
I
Few
was
episodes or
screaming at the
something.
screen. It is so well written. It is so brilliantly performed. It
To be
is
fair,
so
Tony
beautiful to
Gilroy
watch
was still
'cause
writing
whole
the finale of
depth and the
Andor like
landscape of it is so
more than
different
halfway
anything
through
we've
the
ever seen.
Andor
And
season
Rogue
2
One is definitely one of my
filming,
favorite films. So to think
I guess
about
it's
just
not
that idea of
horrible.
Princess Leia just going, what is this hope? And all of that content being created and expanded upon is just so powerful, and just shows you just how much richness there is to this world and universe that we could explore. So to be on stage, to be able to see Ryan and say congratulations, because I know Ryan from way back. I gave him the little leg lamp from
Ryan? Who's
A Christmas
Ryan?
Story. That's the weird history.
Not
I
Ryan
had that, he
Johnson.
wanted it. No,
Ryan
you got it,
Gosling?
dude. You're fine. All
Oh,
these years later, I'm like, now we're in
maybe.
Star Wars together. This is so cool. And
Yeah.
I
Together.
worked with
Maybe.
Diego. We shot a film Chavez together that he directed. I know Pedro from
Yeah,
way
true,
way
AJ.
back as well. His success could not be happening to a better person. I love Pedro. He has such a good heart. And what a brilliant actor. He's been doing it for so long, and now he's Zaddy. Like, that's so cool. How cool is that? I'm so happy for Space Zaddy. That makes me so happy. I was feeling it in my
can't.
chest. How exciting is this film that's about to come out?
Ah,
Like, Baby Grogu is so incredible. And to see how Baby Grogu has evolved as well. The fact that I remember when I was the one who got to just speak to
I see
him
the picture.
and name him
where
to the
Pedro's got
world.
that
I was
sexy
like,
bomber
yes, we're
jacket
making
on.
Ahsoka live action, but that alone is
Well,
going to
they
be
got
it's so
everybody
tremendous.
there.
If that's the only thing
Mhm.
that I got to do, I was so happy and so grateful. So to be up there with Hayden again, knowing he's coming back for the second season.
Yeah.
Yup.
Dave, like, you know, they've been making these shows now for years. You know, what they've done is just absolutely tremendous, and it just keeps getting better and better. I got to meet one of the
This
cast
is giving me a
members
lot of
again,
faith
from
for season
Skeleton
2 of
Crew.
Ahsoka
Those
this
kids are
weekend.
incredible.
Yeah.
Like, they're so good. I got into so much trouble going to visit them on set.
Oh no!
You're like not supposed to cross the streams.
That's all right.
Which
I'm
show was she
good.
talking about? Skeleton Crew?
Skeleton Crew. I'm surprised we
curious,
didn't
I
have a
know
Skeleton Crew panel.
We probably can't keep you for all 75 questions, sadly. But we've talked through so many
'Cause there's
amazing
no
things.
season
You know, I'm
2.
curious when you're between seasons, when you're between times when you're playing Ahsoka, what do you take with you from that role, from that character, you know, that takes you forward in your own life?
I have to say, you know, I thought a lot about it when I was going into the first season, especially working with Diana Leono Santo, whose father, you know, worked and started a whole dojo with Bruce Lee. And I got to meet Shannon Lee, his daughter, and talk to her a lot about who he was and how he prepared. And we all know that he was physical perfection, right? He just, the level of discipline that he brought to his training and to his work was unparalleled. But he also did that with his mind. She was like, he had a library of over 1,000 books. He was constantly writing and journaling and just really working on himself spiritually, emotionally, thoughtfully, and physically. And I kept thinking about that a lot with her, as she's this Ronin type character. Like, this is all she does.
That's
it's
very
not like
true.
she goes to work 9 to 5 and then she steps into a different
Makes me
life.
think
Like,
about what
she
Jonah was saying
always at
yesterday
that
about
top
seeing
level.
Ahsoka
And
kind
that
of
kind of level of
on her
discipline is
loner
so, is
journey
not possible for me. I'm
Right.
not that like
that
Prince
we
who
haven't
doesn't own
gotten to see.
sweatpants. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
some folks do live on that kind of high level all the time, but it stays with me as a thought all the time. You know, and how I communicate, the words that I use.
Still hoping
you know,
for
the how present
Ahsoka
I am with
animated
people.
series
Because I think she's an
post
incredibly
Rebels.
present
I
person.
know.
And that's something like I put my phone
Free
down
Ahsoka
more. Like I make
series.
sure to really look people in the eye when I'm speaking with them, and you know, and try to take that time. And I love that because that translates so much with how she is with Grogu, how she is with Mandalorian, how she is with Sabine. You know, making sure that she's in.
She
and
didn't
letting her
mention
know that
nothing
she
about
is good
Natasha.
as she is, and to just be the best that she can be. It's not about following perfectly in the steps of anyone else and trying to impress anyone else. It's trying to just
Yeah, no
be
wonder
the
they had a
best
photo
version
of
of
Rory
yourself
McCann there as
at all
Balin because they're about to
times.
start
And you're
filming.
not
So those were like
going
those
to do
test
that
shots
successfully
probably.
all the time.
Yeah.
But that's when you give yourself grace.
Like remember the Ezra and
You
Sabine
know, and
test
I think
shots we
that's
saw?
the thing that I stay
Yeah,
with. I
very
meditate
true.
more now. I'm more mindful about how I'm eating, I'm sleeping. I'm just taking care of myself because I want to be prepared for anything that life throws at me at any moment and be right there for it. So that's what makes this so special because I'm looking at maybe uncomfortably at some of you directly in the eyes, but I can really
I'm a
see
psycho that
just how
does
present all of
direct
you
eye
are. And I think
contact
it's so
too.
special and I'm so grateful that you're here. We've been looking forward to coming to Star Wars Celebration here for a long time.
Same.
We're so excited. I know it hasn't happened here in over a dozen years. And I heard a statistic that over 78% of the attendees, this is their first celebration.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Amazing. You're that
We'll be part of
first.
the 30%
that
that
is so
haven't been
cool.
there
And
next year
it's
when it's in
us
the
so
US.
cool, I like to say, actually. It's us so cool. And I'm really grateful to be
So
here with all
cool.
of you. And I'm going to take all of this energy that you're bringing and putting it into the second season. So own that when you see it.
That is
So I got to share it with the crew. They're all so jealous that they're not here. So,
And
you
that's
know, but
also-
we're excited.
It's all such beautiful sentiment. Thank you for sharing that. I think, you know, just being present is such a great thing for all of us to take through. But you know who isn't present? John and Dave.
I know.
They're not here right now. So
Our absent
you
fathers.
want to tell us some secrets?
I thought they were
about
going to
season
say
two? Maybe?
Ray Stevenson.
Wow.
Horrible.
I mean, we gave away a lot. I mean, Zeb's coming back. Woo!
You're gonna say
Which we
something.
feel so grateful he's gracing us with his presence because he's a movie star now.
Yeah.
He's a movie star right now. You know, we said Hayden's coming back, which is very exciting.
She's like, what
We've
can I
also
say?
talked about, you know, it is called Star Wars. We're going to have a pretty significant war, and it's going to be very cinematic.
I can't
It's gonna
believe they're
be
doing
really,
that in
really
Ahsoka,
beautiful.
because that's what I thought the Heir to the
'Cause, you
Empire
know,
movie is going to
Thrawn
be.
goes big.
That war's got to be even bigger then.
Oh, I also
Your
kind of call
Avengers
Zaddy a
movie.
little bit. Can we just talk about the ends that last episode? And he was like, Ahsoka Tano. I was like, Sabine, go in the back. Yeah, go in the back. He wants to talk to me. He's talking to me.
Who is she talking
and I
about?
think that's going to be really exciting. I know a lot of the fans wanted to see that sort of more moment between Ezra and Hera, but you're about to see them taking this on. You know, it's really, really big. I love that Akbar is coming back.
She knows all of it.
She's got
I
the
hope
script.
it's not a trap for him.
Clearly not the last few scripts.
Getting something in my earpiece. It sounds like Dave's on the phone. He wants to talk to you. Oh no! So I think we'll let you go after that. But thank you so much for spilling
Thank
some
you.
secrets.
We're in a
sharing
I mean,
some
can we
stories.
just say how cool it is that we're in galaxies far, far away now?
That is pretty great.
Where if they start
is
that
pretty great.
in a
All right,
galaxy
cool.
in galaxies far, far
Literally
away?
cannot wait for Ahsoka season 2.
I could see
We're
Dave
gonna let you
doing
go so you can go
some
make Ahsoka season
In the
cheesy
next-
shit like
starting
that.
next week.
In the next
Thank you for
red
coming to the
text
stage, and
intro.
Star Wars
Yeah.
Celebration Live
Yeah.
is still going. Don't miss it.
So, are we streaming the closing celebration?
Is it on?
I'm looking. It looks like they're doing highlights right now on the live stream.
I'd imagine that might be the start of the panel. Oh yeah, you know what this is? This is every year they do a recap like trailer type thing. So I'll rewind it so we can start with that. We'll be like a minute behind, I guess. I do
Okay.
have post notifications on for 2 people that are at the panel.
Okay.
So let me see.
We'll see. If you haven't voted in the poll yet, now's your chance. Looks like
Now's your chance. Oh,
it
yeah,
looks
here we
like
go.
40% of people are saying Orlando.
That's right.
33 Anaheim,
How
7
was your
Chicago, 20 overseas.
celebrations?
I met this guy at C2E2 all 3 years I've been there.
Well,
DJ Elliott.
to our closing ceremony.
He's always at the
I'm DJ
celebration.
Elliott.
I'm Atomic Blonde.
And we've been your show before the show
And she's
here
got
at the
a
main
really
station
cute
all
outfit
weekend
on.
long. Did y'all make
Oh,
some
yeah.
new friends?
Yeah.
Like that we
totally.
can't hear the crowd at all.
Been an absolute amazing
No one has a
weekend
yellow
here in Japan.
lightsaber.
Do y'all agree?
Oh, we could hear them that time.
Well, we've seen a lot.
I want to
We've
see
done
the
a lot,
video.
and our folks at
Because once we
Lucasfilm
watch the
have
video,
put
I'm going to
something
catch us
special
up for
together
real
to
time.
share
So we could
with all
hopefully
of you.
see the
Let's check it out
announcement in
right
real
now.
time.
She's got the same shirt on as Anthony Carboni did. Hey, look, we just talked about that image.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, is that the Darth Vader dub?
Yeah.
That was cool. Mother Talzin.
These cosplays are so cool.
Yeah.
I just realized with that Jar Jar one, it was somebody cosplaying him during the screen test when he's wearing.
Oh yeah. With the the visor thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm obsessed. Grandma Kennedy.
We have an absolutely incredible lineup of panels and events, and maybe even some big surprises. Please welcome Sean Levy.
One of those rumors I
Oh, so it is Levy? We've all just been saying it wrong.
I guess so.
You'll continue to say it wrong.
Exactly. It's
I do
Levy.
want to share something.
Oh, uninterested. Ryan Gosling.
John Favreau.
John
Thank you so much
Favreau.
for having us here. We're so honored. Can we have some friends come out and say hello?
John Favreau loves those little droids.
Yeah.
He loves those little droids.
Stole my heart. And, you know, I just saw him in the green room. Wow.
Oh my god.
I did see Star Wars Explains recap, They had said that the Groger animatronic that they brought out on stage looked really, really cool and new.
Everyone feels
Oh,
part of the
wow.
same community, and that's what makes it so
Oh, the
special.
little kids dress up as
Every day,
Grogu.
there's been something new, exciting panels, new people
These,
to meet, new
God, these
activities.
cosplays are so good.
I know.
I can't wait to go back and watch some of the things that I didn't catch because I was sleeping
Yeah.
or because we were streaming.
Today is the animation panel.
Oh, the animation panel and the Visions panel. Ugh.
I know. Ooh, I wonder if they'll show us more of Maul in this. They might slip in
Let's say there was a new
new shots of that.
I wouldn't talk about it. I would just show it.
Okay. Is that all we're gonna get to see?
We're getting
Come on, you know you want to show us some a little more. Come on. We suck.
Well, Austin, we did see a little more.
I want to see the full.
Oh my God, do you hear this? The music, the Niamos like little EDM.
I love it. Andor.
Here. Oh my God. Bless you, bless you, bless you. You know, there's 125 countries today in this room. This love, this
I love the
energy.
rainbow
Wow.
lightsaber
So
in the
special. There's
background.
nothing like
The actors this weekend love sharing the
We are gonna
stats.
share some
125
of the
countries,
first
78%. It's their first time.
They have a statistics sheet that they all read in the green room. It's like the Andor first trailer all over again.
Right.
What is that?
That was my first VR. Anything, your reflexes are seriously tested.
Oh, was that the DJ guy?
Yeah, I was about to
We were able to
say.
see the Zero Company panel, which was really awesome.
That would be me with all those bags.
Just seeing all the toys and books and games. And
Oh,
merchandise
was
out
that a
there.
Lego
So much cool stuff to
speeder?
buy.
I'm gonna meet Ahsoka for a photo op, so I'm so excited.
Please
Oh,
welcome
good for them.
Ahsoka herself, Rosario Dawson.
I'm just so excited to be with this cast again. You know, I've known Hayden since we were teenagers.
Plus, no one swings lightsaber like you, man. Holy.
I agree with that statement.
Is it so heavy-handed?
But also so fluid, I feel like. His movements are fluid, but his like swings
Yeah.
also seem like they do have a lot behind them.
Like boom, 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 fandom, all the costumes.
I know those people. That's Keeper and his wife. They've
Oh.
made quite a few fan films, including a Rebels one.
And there's the pink Wookiee.
Anniversary of Revenge of the Sith, and that was when we thought it was going to be over. We thought we were going to get no more Star Wars, and look at here we are 20 years later.
I know them.
Star Wars Visions, it's gonna be so.
Oh my God, that Ninth Jedi cosplay.
Was that not Rey, the Rey side?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I know who you're talking about though. And I know she's there.
To see that being brought back full circle is
There's my friend Keeper again.
Those people that did the Acolyte cosplay, the Soul, Jackie, and Yord, look so on point.
friends at Star
Oh,
Wars
yeah.
Celebration.
I'm halfway across the world, and I still feel like I'm with my family.
Oh,
We
that's
feel
sweet.
united as one.
And we're all here because we feel so good about being a part of this galaxy.
Yeah, I want to go rewatch some Ahmad, not Ahmad, Amanus Fond. No, fuck, Ahmed Best. Watch some of his panels that he's been on.
Love the same thing as I do. It's just amazing.
なんかこの空間にいるだけで楽しいです。
ずっと続いたらいいのに。
Yeah, I wish it would last forever. This is the
Beautiful.
only thing giving me FOMO all weekend. That video.
Now we are going to send it over to the Star Wars Celebration Live.
Oh, they're checking in on all the stages. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much. It has been an absolute
He's got the same shirt on as you now.
weekend over here
Oh my
on
God,
the
he
live
does.
stage, hasn't it?
Not me and Anthony Carboni. Look, there's only so many options if you want to have drip and also dress like a nerd.
I was gonna say, yeah, only so many good options to not be like to like be fashionable at the same time.
And
Excuse
his
me,
is
or have
also
drip.
extremely large. By the way, if you ever
Chatting
buy
with the
from Culture
stars and
Kings,
creators
make
of
sure to
Andor,
size
Ahsoka, The
down.
Mandalorian, and Grogu,
I have a
and much,
bag of
much
shirts from
more.
there
Right,
that I
and
need
the
to print out the return
dynamic
label for
shopping duo of
exchanges.
Cookie and Okie gifted them all with amazing vegetable art.
I would love to see some of the
stage
images
in
of the
real
vegetable
time.
art that they did.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the poor intern who's putting together those Excel sheets. Austin would love to do that.
Absolutely not.
You love to look over analytics.
True.
And I already am preparing an analytics post for us
of all events because
for
this is where a
this.
true family comes together. That's right. We've had Star Wars fans from over
Who is
125
this?
countries this year, with
One of
over
their new
70% being
hosts that'll never be as good as Andy and Anthony.
round of applause.
Welcome everybody to Star Wars Celebration.
I'm talking to
Sarah,
Sarah. Where are you from?
I'm from Osaka.
From Osaka. We love that. What are you taking away from Star Wars Celebration?
Oh my gosh, this is my first time, and everyone's been so lovely and just amazing and friendly, so I'll be back.
She'll be back. Oh my gosh. And we've had incredible cosplay right up here. Look at this. What's your name?
My name is Yurina.
Irina, where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
We love
She did not say
Japan, don't
Reno.
we? Well, you
Sound
look
like you said
amazing.
Urina.
And it runs the gamut from grown-ups to the younglings right here. What's your name, buddy?
William.
William, where are you from?
Hong Kong.
We love it. Hong
Oh,
Kong's
wow.
represented as well. You know,
I want
an
a
event
Vetris
with an
poster
attendance
so
with
bad.
varying traditions and beliefs and languages, I have to tell you from my point of view, this event really
From my
strikes
point of
down
view, the
barriers
Jedi are
and
evil.
translates into this. In a world that can feel incredibly dark at times,
Look at
where we
that
feel
person behind the
disconnected
host.
from each other, Star Wars family and Star Wars Celebration is proof positive that
Awkwardly
as a society,
staring.
we can live in a world of joy, a world of happiness, and hopefully a world of unity and tremendous respect for each and every one. We love you so much.
Agreed.
And we'll see you next time.
Now we need to see more of that. Oh my god. No, they weren't kidding. That's way bigger than the live stage for London.
Best time. Most of it was because of all of you. You in the room, you watching at home. It's all for the fans. And we couldn't do any of this without you and your support. So thank you so much. Arigato.
Yeah, this was great. This was great. You know what? How about we do this again soon? You know, maybe we got a big anniversary coming up for Star Wars. I feel
Yeah,
like we
so
should
it'll
get
be 2 years
together
from
and,
now.
figure out where and when the next Star
Come on,
Wars
what's it gonna be?
celebration will be, don't you think?
I'd like that, Anthony.
What's it gonna be?
Back to you. Let's get some news.
Oh my god.
The suspense is killing me.
Yes, we are so excited to talk about what's happening next, but we had some
These are in
really
Culture Kings
exciting
too.
times here on the celebration stage all weekend long. We
Exactly. Come on.
got an Andor season
If you guys hear it, don't put it in the chat. I want to experience it on this live stream.
prisoners running
So if you,
around
if
the
for some
celebration
reason you hear it
stage. Yes,
first
that was
before, please don't put it
absolutely
in the chat.
incredible and a big workout for you.
Yeah, we didn't expect as many. So
No, over 100. That was incredible. We also got an excellent look back at Ahsoka season 1.
Yes.
And
I like that we can't hear the crowd, so it sounds like no one's cheering.
Got a trailer from Dave Filoni for a season. They haven't even started filming yet. That's absolutely insane. Yes. And of course, about all the surprise appearances we had on the stage. We had Pedro Pascal come out, Sigourney
This is a
Weaver,
30-minute panel, so
right? Give
we
it
got
up
a whole
to
another
Sigourney
15
Weaver,
minutes.
yes. And Grogu, obviously, and a brand new movie announcement with the star Ryan Gosling. We had quite an
Whoa.
incredible weekend here at the celebration stage, and it is thanks to all of you.
that's right. We've talked about it in this room the entire time. It really is the friends that you make here at Celebration. And I know we've had the chance to talk to all of you. We issued you that challenge on day one to make a new friend. Who made a new friend this weekend? But just like we can't do it without the fans, there's a very incredible group of people that we couldn't do this without as well. So
Oh,
do
the
me a favor,
production
please
team.
put your hands together and welcome to the stage our friends from Reed Pop, Reed Exhibitions Japan.
I was wondering if
Lucasfilm,
Reed Pop
Industrial
still
Light and
did it.
Magic, Walt Disney Studios,
Because
Walt
Reed Pop
Disney
does
Imagineering,
C2E2 at
Disney
New York
Parks and
Comic Con as
Resorts,
well.
Reaction
I remember
TV,
you talking
Chevron
about it
Show,
yesterday.
and
I think it
so
was.
many others.
Then the lack of cheering is just so funny to me.
Most of these folks
They got
have
that
been
noise
working on
canceling.
this show for 2 years, and in a blink of an
God
eye,
damn.
we're here, everybody.
That's why they had to make it every 2 years.
Oh,
oh.
But now I'm pretty sure
buddy over
what
there
you all
fell.
want to know
Okay, come on.
is what's happening next. When are we
Let's
getting
check
to
into the next
on,
stage.
tell us.
All right.
Tell
so
us.
Star Wars Celebration will return in 2027,
Okay.
where we will all gather to also celebrate the first 50 years of the franchise.
Where? What if they don't announce a location?
And we'll be doing it
Don't look at your phone. Don't spoil it for yourself.
in Los Angeles, California. at the
Oh,
LA
Crystal is
Convention
going
Center,
to
April
be.
Oh my
1st
God!
through
Wait,
4th.
wait, I can drive
To see
there.
you there. Thank you, Japan, for your
Let's
hospitality.
go.
And of course,
Los
may the
Angeles.
force be with you always.
Oh my gosh, my heart is like beating. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna text her right now. Girl, you are in luck. You're gonna be able to walk.
Literally. Oh my gosh, LA. Returning back to California so soon.
So who's coming to LA?
Me?
Me.
Wait, I can like really go. Like it's next door. Oh my God, I'm going to Celebration.
Yeah.
I'm going to fucking Star Wars Celebration, folks. April 1st through 4th. So that's 4 days.
Oh, back to 4 days. That's good.
Yes.
They're gonna have a lot to talk about because we're gonna have a lot that's has come out or is about to come out, or no, I guess that will have come out. Yes. AJ, I appreciate you clarifying. I'm so happy for you, Austin. Scotty, you gotta go as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
Scotty's definitely going.
no, I'm definitely gonna go.
AJ, you better come. I don't care
Yeah.
how fucking expensive.
Well,
Get a
you
job.
saw.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to LA, I guess. I'll be there.
Hell
If
yeah.
we don't see
Wayseekers
both of
meetup.
you, if we don't see both of you there, then there's gonna be words.
I think the issue is though, Wayseeker Celebration Station is canceled.
Well, there can
We
always
won't be doing no live stream from there.
No, definitely not. I'm gonna be enjoying myself and celebrating. Being in
But
the Northeast US sucks. Every celebration location is revealed. Yeah, and I feel like, no offense, I guess they could do it in Boston. Like if they were gonna do one in the Northeast, I would think Boston would be the place to go. But they ain't coming to me. They're coming to the top of the Southeast. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Wow.
Set up a GoFundMe.
Maybe Wayseekers will take off, and then we'll buy you a ticket as a manager of this is the Wayseekers.
There we go. We need a social media manager.
We need a team. That's exciting though. Yeah. Hopefully the plan is, as long as they keep doing fan panels at Star Wars Celebration, Scotty and I's plan is to put one together.
Yes.
For 2027. And of
We
course,
have
I'd
plenty of time
imagine.
to plan.
Yeah. I'd imagine too, we'd be doing like an in-person episode of the podcast or something. So yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. But at the same time, Scotty, I cannot wait 2 years to meet you. We got to plan something this year or next year.
Yeah, we definitely need to have a nice, good
Yeah.
friend trip just to hang out. Maybe film an in-person episode.
Yeah,
have
definitely.
have a good time. I still need to go to Galaxy's Edge at some point in my life. So
Yes. Ooh, imagine an episode from Galaxy's Edge.
I see people, I watch theme park YouTube stuff and I see people like on camera at like a park or something. And I'm like, I don't know if I'd be mentally prepared and in a space to do that. I'd be saying some dumb shit that would not be entertaining. But
Be bold.
I have a mic for my phone, like to do good sound recordings thanks to my best friend. So I'll make sure to bring it.
Hell yeah. We'll bring these bad boys to
to Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah, why not? We'll just do it like this. We'll hold our mics in our hands.
The mics won't actually be turned on. They'll just be there for show.
Exactly.
Oh my
Imagine you sit
God.
down to watch the celebration team. You see you two in the background with a mic and camera doing an episode.
That would be iconic.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to like do a episode like from the floor or something. We'd have to get those good noise canceling mics, but
Like they had there, clearly. Hear no cheers. So that I just thought of something. 2027 could be the year that they announce Jedi 3.
you want to wait that long?
No, I don't want to wait that long, but production wise, I mean, think of it was what,
feel like-
4 years between Fallen Order and Survivor?
That is true. I think it's more likely they would hopefully not announce, but hopefully
Not
it comes
announce,
out
like
that
a
year.
trailer.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then we get it later, like maybe in the fall, like they've done with I think both releases for the game.
Yeah.
So we could be getting
Okay,
a full. We have the celebration stage brought to you by Jedi 3, like they did
Hell
for
yeah.
Jedi Survivor live stage or whatever it was before.
God. They didn't have a sponsor this year, I don't think. In the past, it used to be Geico.
Yeah, true.
Not that it matters, but like it was Geico and Polaroid one year. Verizon used to do all the Star Wars show stuff. Interesting. But yeah, what an eventful fucking weekend. So
I know.
guess just to
It's been so much fun.
I know. Just to quickly go through everything. First, it all started with Mando and Grogu panel.
Well, I was gonna say technically.
We got the Starfighter news about Simon Kinberg's trilogy. Of course, Mando and Grogu coming in 2026, and then Starfighter coming in 2027.
Starring
Celebration.
officially. Oh yeah. Starring Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. So I guess we'll be seeing Ryan Gosling in person. We'll be sitting at the panel when they probably
Well,
show the full trailer or something.
if we make it with the lottery system, you know.
Oh, we're making it.
Oh,
We're
that's
making
true,
it.
Buck. LA makes you happy. It means you can go home.
Yes. Very true. It's literally next door for me. I love it. Oh, we didn't really look at the color of the logo this year. I saw the logo, but I didn't.
Oh, there's a new duh.
It's just gold.
Well, it's 50th anniversary.
Very
50th.
nice.
That's the theme. My grandparents, for their 50th wedding anniversary, I remember my mom saying something about golden year or something. Something about golden 50 years.
Los Angeles is very attainable. I can't believe it. Like I could drive there.
I know.
I don't even have to get a fucking plane ticket.
I texted Crystal. I said, you can walk to Celebration in 2027.
Oh my gosh. What you need to do is you need to get your plane ticket to Vegas and then Wayseekers road trip to Celebration. Imagine that, an episode during a road trip. We'd have to get a driver, sit in the back seat.
No, it'd be like reality shows where they have the fucking rig and the windshield.
That's gonna be us.
It would be me singing the entire time because that's all I do on road trips. Yeah, you could totally drive. That's the same thing that Austin said, Buck. Austin was like, I could drive there. So that was the movie panel. Then what did we have after that? I'm trying to remember what
After that-
happened 2 days ago.
Well, first then it would be the animation panel. That's where we didn't get anything in between like newsworthy.
Oh, really? It was movie to animation?
There was
Let's look at our schedule. Let me go back and look at the schedule I made for this.
the only thing in
Oh,
between was like something. It was the
Hasbro.
publishing panel. Hasbro
and the publishing panel. And then we
Publishing was
got
actually pretty interesting. We got those cool mangas.
Yes, the
a
Fallen Order
Jedi,
manga.
yeah, Fallen Order adaptation.
A tease for the rise and fall of possibly the rebellion.
Yeah, very true.
And then animation was after that. And animation was mostly a look back, but the big thing that we got at home was the announcement of Maul Shadow Lord, which we are very excited about.
Yes.
And of course, they got to see a trailer for it. They got the first episode of Tales of the Underworld. It's only 2 weeks away. Maul Shadow Lord, it's like a year away.
Yeah.
So that'll be next year, 2026, but I'm ready.
Yeah. I'm excited for that. And then next, going on Saturday, we got an Andor season 2 panel. We didn't learn much. I think the biggest thing we learned actually was that
Starts with the
Admiral
wedding?
Radis.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, starts with a wedding. Admiral Radis will be returning in it, but other than that, like we've been saying all weekend, what can you really reveal there?
We have
And
2
then-
days at this point, so.
Right, exactly. And then the Ahsoka season 2 panel.
Well, the Ahsoka panel, where
Yes.
we got news about Ahsoka season 2, which we weren't sure if we are gonna get anything, but I'm kind of hyped. I'm like really hyped up for that. It's sounding like it's shaping up to be bigger, better, deeper. Like,
And knowing it films next week, like I feel like in my mind, Ahsoka season 2 wasn't even like real yet, or like in my mind it was like on the back burner. But like no,
Mhm.
they're working on it.
It
Like,
felt so far away.
yeah, like it's coming next year. So that's
And
exciting.
the big reveal of Admiral Akbar versus Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yes.
The rematch, the match of the century.
Yes. And don't forget Roy McCann as Balin Skull.
Yep, Roy
Very
McCann.
interesting recast there.
First look.
Yeah, that was a great first look too. I feel better about it. I do wish that he was brought on stage, but probably
Yeah, I'm
still
surprised
doing
he
it.
wasn't there. I thought that would have been cool for him to just be like, hello.
Yeah.
Talk about how he's going to not only step into the shoes and
Yeah.
the space left by
Yeah. That would have been a
Ray
good
Stevenson, but then also how he's going to continue to lead into what Ray started and continue to like honor him in that way. Because that's what's been said behind the scenes and whatnot. Supposedly they were friends. So
yeah, 100%. And yeah, that would have been a good live stage interview to watch, Roy
Mhm.
McCann. But yeah, that's day 2. And
well,
then
you're
there was
forgetting
something else.
Star Wars Zero Company,
Yes, that's right.
the new tactical
Company.
Star Wars game from Bit Reactor, Respawn, and Lucasfilm Games that you're very interested in. I am waiting to get more.
Yeah.
See more about it.
Yeah, I feel intrigued by it for sure. I'm excited for the strategy aspect and everything. And then day 3 today,
Mhm.
I honestly like I cannot get over. Let me not skip ahead, but I cannot get over the 9th Jedi announcement. But it all started with a full look at all the episodes coming, including 3 sequels and of course
5 new
episodes,
5 new stories.
Yes, very very exciting stuff. All of them. I don't think there's a single one that I was like disinterested in, really. You know what I mean?
Same. Everything looks super cool. We got a little bit of a trailer for it as
Mhm.
well, which only piqued our interest even more, as if we weren't already interested, but the trailer, like, we're locked
Mhm.
in.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
Little surprise trailer too, because
And
imagine if we'd never watched the live stream, we would have never saw it.
Yep, and that's coming October of this year. What was it? October 26th?
I think 28th, maybe.
Oh, right before Halloween.
Yeah, a little spooky vibes.
Well, the one with the color in it, black. The one with the color in it, black, looked like it might have had some spooky zombie Death Trooper kind of action going on in some of the parts. Lots of cool villains, lots of spectacle. It's going to be
Mhm.
amazing.
Yeah, 100%. And I think my favorite announcement of the whole weekend, the 9th Jedi is getting its own limited series, full
Visions
anime.
presents.
Yes,
Yep.
Visions presents a full Star Wars anime series. I cannot fucking wait. The sweats are gonna love it too, so I'm excited. I'm excited for that, and like pretty much the promise of more Visions presents to come.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how we'll be watching Visions Presents Career with great interest.
Yes, 100%, 100%. And then we didn't get much reveals other than just now, Los Angeles, Star Wars
Los
Celebration
Angeles.
2027.
Yeah.
50th anniversary of Star Wars.
It's going to be a big one. I'm excited. I'm excited to book that trip, buy tickets, make it feel real. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And That means we have that Wayseekers has officially been greenlit for at least 2 more years.
for seasons 3 and 4.
Yes, exactly. So that's our announcement, I guess. Is this announcement now means Wayseekers is greenlit. Now, who knows if we can make it 2 years? No, I'm just kidding. I think so. I think what Wayseekers will look like in 2 years, I'm interested to see. I'm interested
Yeah.
to see what SWE podcast looks like in 2 years. Which for those of you that don't know, that's my podcast studio. Our only podcast currently is This Is the Wayseekers, but there's definitely more to come. Some faces you might even recognize. So,
Well, speaking of other people and their faces, we have to give a huge thanks to all of our guests for coming on all weekend. Crystal Kyber, Katrina Dennis, Katrina, Artur Parks, Jonah Edward, and Joey Krypton to Alderaan. It was such a great weekend. We had such a good time with all of our guests, and I was really happy with the conversations that we had with each one too.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it was nice to have all those people in because it like kept everything fresh, you know.
Yes.
I think that us being on here for 8 hours a day, y'all might have gotten bored with us. So having someone in to, you know, refresh the conversation, bring in different vibes, you know, each person brought in their own unique vibes to the stream. So overall, I think it was a great stream. And I want to thank everybody who tuned in. The almost 50 subscribers that we gained while going live. We did not expect that. We did
Not at
not
all.
expect it to be big. I told Scotty, I was like, you know, I'll be happy if 10 people are watching consistently throughout the whole thing. There were times where we had over 60 people watching. So
Yeah. It
very exciting.
definitely exceeded our expectations. I remember I was like, I don't even know if anybody's gonna come, but guess we'll be there. And I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe we're cynics in
Yeah.
that sense, but thank you all so much for the support, the likes, the subscribes, the chats. Thank you for talking with us because you weren't bored of listening to us yap.
100%. So yeah, I'm trying to think, is there anything else we need to address, talk about before we hop off for the last time of Celebration Station?
You are very welcome, AJ. Thank you for being here with us and celebrating with us. Oh, production quality was incredible. We appreciate
you.
that because there was no tests. We even told our guests, we were like, once you come in, there's no adjusting the mic, no adjusting the volume, no adjusting your camera. Like, we're
in.
on.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you so much, Ringmaster.
Yes, and thank you, Wes, as well. Yes, it was a great weekend.
Here's the main takeaway at the end of the night. Go get some
Go get
rest.
some rest.
We definitely need it. And yeah, yes, Buck, thank you for being here. May the 4th be with us all.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can't believe it. We're halfway to 1,000. Like,
Yeah.
I need to make a graphic.
You need to make a
500
graphic, and I've got the second page for the post. It's going to have all the statistics from this weekend. It's going to be
Yes.
great.
Who should I put on the 500 subscriber graphic? The first 300 subscriber for season 2, we had Ahsoka, and then Neil was on the 400 subscriber. Who's going to be on the 500?
Good question. Good question.
I know Scotty's vote.
Oh, first I thought Ventress, then I was like, Mon Mothma.
Who's someone who obeys Malmus? Who's someone good for 500? I feel like 500 is a big number, you know? Like, I can't
Yaddle.
imagine we'll be making another graphic until like 750 subs. So,
Yaddle. She's what, like 500 years old?
Marin. Yeah.
Oh, Marin. Cal Kestis with a mullet.
Mhm.
Handlebar mustache.
Very true. Very true.
We got options. Let us know in the comments. Let us know who you think we should put on the 500. We'll have to make a little post on YouTube after this, and of course, just again with so many thank yous for everybody. It's been amazing.
100%. Well, I think that's all. I think that's the weekend. Celebration Station. Thank you all so much. You know, I feel like we should end this how we would end a Wayseekers episode. So, Scotty, if there's nothing left, why don't you send us out of here?
Make sure, if you haven't already, follow us on social media at Wayseekers Pod or wherever you get your podcasts or live streams. We really appreciate all the support. Thank you all so much once again, and may the force be with you always.
Always.